Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated because the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023 is about to begin. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all young people of ASEAN, welcome to the final day of the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. We are so excited to continue our journey to knowledge and collaborations. And we have learned a lot from yesterday's sessions with prominent speakers and also insightful discussions. But right now, today is the final day of the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. Means there we have a lot of prominent speakers and also discussions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, beforehand, we would like to extend our warmest welcome to our distinguished guests. So, a very good morning and welcome to His Excellency Mr. Dante Saxono Harbuono, Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Michael Victor Sianipar, Chair of Indonesian Youth Diplomacy. Mr. Rorian Pratyaksa and Ms. Maudina Trihartasha as a co-chair of the ASEAN Youth Agenda 2023. And of course, all the delegates of the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023 and all attendees, thank you for being here. We really value all people in here. We really value your presence. And to jumpstart the day, we are about to see the highlights report of the ASEAN Youth Agenda. And for this, we would like to invite to the stage the CEO of No Limit, Mr. Aksat Rashid Naradipa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To the Honorable Vice of Ministry of Health, Prof. Dante Saxono, all of the speakers, and also all colleagues who attend this event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Aksat Rashid Naradipa, CEO of No Limit, and also part of Perhumas Indonesia. And I'm deeply honored and humble to stand before you today, expressing my heartfelt gratitude for the immense privilege of being elected as a knowledge partner in the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit. This is a momentous occasion, and I'm truly excited to share about the SDGs topic here as an opening material today. No Limit itself is Indonesia big data company focusing on monitoring and analytics. We have been established for more than 13 years with several experience in handling multiple industries locally and internationally. It is often said that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. However, I believe that the youth are not just tomorrow leaders. They are today's leader, catalyst for change, and the driving force behind the global push for sustainable development. And hopefully, what I will share today can bring more insight and spirits to all of us to increase the impact of SDGs topic. All of the data and insight that I will share today is taken by our platform by monitoring all of the conversation on social media related to the topic from all 11 countries in ASEAN. So here is what we found. We gather around 19 million data from social media from all of our countries in ASEAN related to SDGs topic. But what makes it interesting is that only 4% that talking directly about SDGs topic. What you can see here is that the awareness of SDGs itself is still small compared to other topics generally. If we talk more specifically about SDGs, we gather 683,662 conversation on media, which is dominated by 69 neutral conversation, 25% positive conversation, and 7% negative conversation. The most positive issue is related to support for government program in SDGs topic. And the negative issue is related to complaint and protest for government in developing goals on the topic of the SDGs. Next slide is the month-to-month comparison between general conversation and SDGs topic on social media. As you can see that there have been times when there are a high amount of discussion, especially regarding the SDGs topic. For example, include monkeypox in April 2022, G20 Sherpa meeting in September 2022, preparation for the G20 event in November 2022, and the 42nd ASEAN Summit event in May 2023. The highest conversation that is directly related to SDGs topic is on November 2022, discussing about the preparation of G20 event with 66,376 conversation. Some example of positive perception related to SDGs are the Indonesian people appreciation for the government that supports SME with a digital system. The Thai people are proud of public transportation facilities that reduce carbon emission, and the happiness of Vietnamese people with food aid during the food crisis. Then we also try to analyze what people perception is about SDGs in each sector. Started from digital literacy, the most positive perception is the increase of competitiveness from each country in digitalization 4.0. While in negative way is there are still lots of people absorbed by hoax issue in digital. Secondly, in food security, the positive perception is the increase of food aid and quality, while in negative way is some of the food supply is still not on target, and so on. After that, we also try to gather the people awareness of SDG issue by comparing the talker number in SDGs topic to total population in each country. And what we found is that on average, there is only 0.1% people are aware about SDGs topic. And Singapore is country with highest awareness that talking about SDGs on social media, followed by Cambodia and Malaysia. But if we compare the number of conversations on media, Indonesia is a country with the highest conversation, followed by Cambodia and Malaysia. Again, this data show that there is still little public awareness of SDGs topic in every country. Through this insight, we need to embrace more the SDGs topic to increase people awareness in each country. On the next page, we can see that 73% of all SDGs discussion in ASEAN focus on health topic. This is very normal because the condition of all of us has been continuously related to COVID outbreak for the last 3 years. Even from all 11 countries, only Cambodia that has different top topic, which is green economy. Besides health topic, the other topic that have high conversation on media are digital literacy and future work and education. Therefore, we also try to eliminate health issue to take a deeper look at what topics are actually being discussed on social media. And there were 5 countries, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, Brunei Darussalam, and Timor-Leste, talking a lot about future work and education. 4 countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippines, that talk about digital literacy, Cambodia with topic of green economy, and Thailand with the topic of food security. If we break down the topic in each country, we can see that Indonesia, the most discussed topic is the budget for stunting that is not on target yet. It is followed by digital sales implementation for SME in Indonesia. If we see from Singapore, the highest discussion is about mental health issue experienced during pandemic era and followed by students' appreciation for digitalization in education sector. Next, in Malaysia, the highest topic is the same with Singapore, which is mental health issue during pandemic era and followed by the increase of digital skill education program in future work and education topic. In Thailand, the increase of marijuana consumption become the highest topic discussed on media and also followed by support from government for carbon neutralization transition in green economy sector. Similar with Singapore and Malaysia, issue in Philippines is also about mental health issues during pandemic era and followed by community support for government program in the development of digital inclusion. Meanwhile, in Brunei Darussalam, there are two sectors that have almost the number which is increase of the death caused by cancer in health, and Brunei Darussalam is considered to be a secure country in the ship industry for future work and education sector. Next, in Vietnam, the highest concentration is still in health sector, which is Vietnam male veteran at risk for bladder cancer, and followed by support for creative economy development to expand employment. In Timor-Leste, the country got support from WHO, prevent the spread of monkeypox, and followed by free education program from government. In Myanmar, the most discussed topic is Myanmar providing health facilities for Rakhine State, and Myanmar also developed blue carbon that can improve SDGs in green economy sector. In Laos, the highest discussed topic in health sector is the low food quality that causes children malnutrition and followed by development of low carbon train. Last, in Cambodia, the highest topic is green economy. It is very interesting because quite different with other countries. In green economy, people in Cambodia start using low carbon vehicle and followed by the increase of death caused by the lack of clean water. In the next chapter, I will share more specific topic which is program of SDGs in ASEAN. From all of the conversation that we gather, 68% conversation related to the program, while the rest of the conversation is not related. If we take a look deeper, all of the program that we capture, 65%, 75% is initiated by government. 13 from company, 8% from communities, and 4% from NGO. So, in the following slide, I will try to share some of the program in each sector from different country. The first one is health. One of the program are Indonesia government providing budget for stunting reduction program. Next is digital literacy. Some of the program are Vietnam government boosting QR method usage in financial sector. In food security, some of the program are Malaysia government promotes agrotechnology. In a sector of future work and education, some of the program are Brunei government campaign for gender equality in profession. Lastly, in green economy sector, some of the program are Malaysia and Singapore government cooperate in developing digitalization and green economy program. In the last chapter, we will talk about the role of youth in SDGs topic. From all of data that we capture, we try to filter data into some specific topic, which is still SDGs but more related to youth program. As we can see, there are around 24,000 conversation and divided into 75 neutral conversation, 23% positive conversation, and only 2% negative conversation. It is still quite similar with the previous insight that the sector is still dominated by health with 58% and followed by digital literacy, future work and education, food security, and lastly is green economy. In this slide, we try to analyze more the youth contribution in sector. In food security sector is the youth volunteer providing food, aid to communities affected by food crisis. In health sector, volunteering program providing disinfectant hygiene facilities. For future work and education, there is a program providing facilitation and education. In digital literacy, they are volunteering and support from government program. And lastly, in green economy sector, Pandawara youth community conduct river cleanup activity to protect the environment. So, that's all the insight that we found about SDGs topic, specifically in ASEAN. Some of the highlights that we can take are, first, the awareness of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, remain remarkably low, even in ASEAN countries at around 0.1% if we compare the number of conversation to the population. Secondly, all of the programs to boost SDGs topic are still initiated by government, with 75% dominated compared to other like companies, communities, and NGO. 3, some of youth contribution in SDGs are still not balanced. It's still dominated by health sector and still low in green economy, food security, and future work and education. But here's the key. It's time for our youth to lead the way. Youth as catalysts. The power to ignite change and spread SDGs awareness lies with our youth. Their passion, creativity, and connectivity are unparalleled. They can champion the SDGs at grassroots level where it matters most. From top down to grassroots, rather than waiting for government-driven initiative, let's rally behind youth-led effort. These initiatives are relatable, genuine, and can bridge the awareness gap. Together as ASEAN Plus Youth, let's make the SDGs our own and ensure they become part of our daily life. We have the power to spark the change we seek. That will be the end of my presentation. Sorry. Thank you ASEAN Plus Youth for being the driving force of SDGs awareness. Salam Indonesia Bicara Baik. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Axel, for the report highlights. We really appreciate it. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to invite Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia for a keynote speech. So please welcome His Excellency Mr. Dante Saxono Harbuono.
I'm very happy because I'm stand up in front of the young people, because young people always have a new spirit rather than the older ones. So, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the vibrant youth of ASEAN regions, welcome to Jakarta in this meeting. At the ASEAN high-level meeting gala dinner a couple of days ago, I had privilege of witnessing and profound moments. Distinguished attendants from various nations gracefully danced to the melody of Cikini Ke Godang Dia, crossing the boundary of culture, language, and tradition. This beautiful moment serves as a power symbols, reminding us that despite the diversity, until its foundation constructs more cohesive and harmonious society, especially for young people like you. Just as we can unite on the dance floor, so too can we unite our pursuit to stronger healthcare system for our region in ASEAN. Together, we can ensure equitable access to quality healthcare, overcome health challenges, and promote the well-being for our people in ASEAN regions. So friends, I will call you as my friends. Before we dive into the heart of mission, let us first acknowledge the stark reality that we face. Across ASEAN nations, we get placed with the heavy burden of disease. The first one is non-communicable disease, such as heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, obesity, cancers, and becoming far too common in ASEAN regions. These are not merely statistics, they are our neighbors call it and loved ones surrounding us in our homes. And the second one is communicable disease, such as malaria, tuberculosis, HIV, as well as emerging threat continuously test our resiliency. And the third one is maternal and child nutrition issue and equality urgent. Friends, inadequate nutrition during pregnancy and early childhood malnutrition can have long-lasting consequences, not only at the time they was a childhood, but also in the future when they are already adult. We must urgently addressing stunting, that's matter, which hide the growth and development of our youngest members, our mothers, and future generation health depend on it. And the last one, our elderly population is increasing in our regions, but access to the quality of healthcare remain unequal, leaving some our relatives without care they deserve. So this is important issue that all people, all population will increase in our regions. So friends, all of you, our regions share a common health problem, but also had common goals that is to create healthier future for all. Yet becoming essential, harnessing the wind of change, holding 34% proportion of Asian population. Youth-led initiative and partnership can bridge the gap that have long blocked progress. On addressing this message, let me share two excellent examples of youth-led health initiative from Indonesia. The first one is young doctors, Gamal Abisate. He closed gap healthcare access by setting up garbage clinic insurance GCI initiative, whereby these privileged people can exchange their household wastage for access to medical facility and support GCI accreditation clinic. And the second one, young nurse, Andrianus Genevans. He created impactful initiative called Gercap Sero Pasukan based in NTT as part of Indonesia. The program encouraged nurses in this area to active doing their diabetes mellitus surveillance and significantly decrease amputation rate caused by diabetes in this area already known as soon as possible in the early stage of diabetes without complication, further complication in that disease. This is what the Adrianus Jennifer did in NTT, the Timor part of Indonesia. They are only two inspirational examples of youth initiative on making better healthcare access. I believe there are a lot of more in Indonesia, in Asean region from youth people, including some who's already in this venue that already did many things for healthcare, an important problem in a healthcare in your own country. Imagine the impact we will have if we collaborate and making more youth lead health initiative to break down barrier to access and advocating for the health in our region, Asean. Friends, the spirit of promoting healthier, more equitable, and sustainable healthcare systems. I hope youth Asean can refocus and the effort through the following element. First one is strengthening the promotive and promotion efforts. On creating healthier population, we need to start shifting our effort from curative to prevention, exclusively to become inclusively, and shifting program into movement. They are treating most important thing in the part of strengthening promotive to prevention effort. I would like to tell you there are no country in the world the health expenditures is less than GDP. Only 2 countries have the less health expenditures can have less than GDP. They are India and Cuba. Why they can make like that? Because the strengthening the promotive and preventive effort rather than cure the people that already have specific disease, then spend will be higher than prevention and promotion. This include proactive health measure like vaccine, lifestyles, education, and early detection for that such kind of people. Friends, the second one is enhancing digitalization of healthcare. I actually surprised what Arshad already presented previously. They already mapping about the issue of in Asean, what actually people and young people especially talking in the social media. It will be based on our data to make some important regulation what actually they need in our region to take care health problem. And the second one is enhancing the digitalization of healthcare. It's also important because digitalization is essential to provide comprehensive data for evidence-based medicine making, resource allocation, and identifying healthcare trends and disparity. And the third one ensures sustainability of health enhancements by developing robust healthcare policy regulation to sustain advancements and ensure equitable access to quality care. Friends, lastly, I would like to appreciate the Asian Youth Healthcare States for accommodating the collaboration of youth people in creating an enhancement the health system in our region. Let us seize the movement and build brighter, healthier future for all. Together, we can make change we want to see as a reality. Let our unity to be our strength. Let our youth to be driving force that people us closer to change. So we so deeply desire. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your warm keynote speech, Mr. Dante Saxono Harbuono. All the best for ASEAN countries' healthcare sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go to the panel discussion. And we have learned a lot from yesterday's session with the prominent speakers and also insightful discussions. But since today is the last day for the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023, we promise you all that we will bring more amazing discussions and prominent speakers. And also, ladies and gentlemen, of course, ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023 cannot make this far without our sponsors' contributions. So thank you for amazing our sponsors, Moya Indonesia, Pertamina, Sasa Inti, KB Financial Group, Weir Group, Tanoto Foundations, Foray Coffee, Gramalia, and Bluebird. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to the second panel of today's agenda, the panel 7th, with the topic of strengthening ASEAN through healthcare system, preventing health, wellness, and collaborations for the youth, next generations, society, and sustainable economic growth. This session is proudly presented by our esteemed co-organizer, Electra. So please, without further ado, please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderator for this session, Dr. Andira Utami. Okay, good morning, Dr. Andira. How are you?
Good morning.
Okay.
Exceptional.
Exceptionally. Okay, as we cannot wait to have this discussion, so please, without
Yes.
further ado, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. But I heard that there's gonna be a specific documentations of the Electra team first. Is it true?
Okay. We shall continue with the Electra. All right. So please, Dr. Andira, shortly we will have these Electra presentations. Okay, please, Mr. Dante, please come up to the stage with Dr. Andira. Of course, with Mr. Rory and also Mr. Michael. And here it is, the presentations of the Electra, our co-organizer. Let's capture this moment together. Please be prepared. All right, please all the media partners and all the cameramen to take spot to capture this beautiful memento. 1, 2, 3. All right, once again, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give round of applause for these ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you may return to your seat. And Dr. Andira, I cannot wait to have this discussion, so please let me hand over you this talk show. The floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's feeling great today because I'm pretty excited to host a panel of, insightful topic. And today we will be discussing about one of the most critical issue of our time, which is the healthcare industry. And kindly introduce myself a little bit more. I'm Dr. Andira Utami. I'll be the moderator for this session. And today we are privileged to host a panel of esteemed experts that will be sharing their insights and diverse perspective on shaping ASEAN healthcare future. And we now already have 5 amazing panelists who are already with us. I still have to check the hints here, pardon me. We have here Ms. Shirley Han. It is the International Oncology Director from AstraZeneca. Please come to the stage. You can choose any chair that you want. Okay, the second one is Mr. Yang Min, is the Program Officer of Health Innovations and Partnerships from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The next one is Dr. Michael Rampangile, is the Legacy Lead for ASEAN One Shot campaign. The next panelist will be Miss Anda Sapardan, is the G7 Gender Equality Advisor Council. Please come to the stage. Last but not least, of course, Prof. Nizam is the Director General of Research, Technology and Higher Education Ministry, will be represented by Mr. Ahmad Aditya, which is the co-founder of Kedaireka. Please have the stage. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I think we need to loosen up a bit here. How is everybody doing today? Great. Everyone here?
Yeah,
Refreshed.
amazing.
Okay. So, how has it been in Jakarta for the past days here?
So, actually, I've been in Jakarta for a couple of times, but every time I come, I feel more in love with the city, with the people
Oh, give a round of applause for Miss Shirley. And then when it comes to, you know, the topic that we're trying to discuss here, we're trying to talk about to strengthen ASEAN through healthcare. And when it comes to strengthening, I kept on remembering the fact that we had, you know, an ambush from the pandemic that happened 3 years ago. And I think it's vividly illustrating that every country have the necessity to fortify their readiness and also flexibility, especially when it comes to, you know, addressing healthcare challenge. And what comes to my attention is that Southeast Asia, which is ASEAN, still remains as one of the, you know, hotspot for emerging infectious disease, even the pandemic potential ones. I think it's pretty frightening, but it's also an opportunity for us to, you know, accelerate the research and development, right? But that, with that being said, the first question would go to Mr. Michael. Special question. So, in regards to my statement previously, which is about the emerging infectious diseases, I heard that you are appointed to be the legacy lead for ASEAN One Shot campaign, right? And one of the program that will be implemented is to create a regional vaccination program. And can you explain a little bit of the implementations, and is it a part of the strategy to address the emerging infectious disease status of the ASEAN?
All right, thank you for the fantastic question. But first of all, I'd like to say good morning to everyone here. And it's really, really quite freshening to see a lot of young faces, you know, in the healthcare industry. Because to be quite frank, the people that we've been working with, it's, you know, like myself, a little bit aged a little bit, right? So, no, but you brought up a very, very important point regarding about the emerging diseases and so on. Because we can see also that not only communicable disease, but non-communicable diseases is a big burden, like the cause of impact for the economics of the region and each country. And we can see now that if you're talking about emerging diseases, we could see that the diseases such as tuberculosis, I think it's a very, very big issue in this region, and also dengue. So that's not to mention all the other non-communicable diseases. But what I like to say is, so at the ASEAN BAC Health Working Group, we tried to come up with a legacy project that really is sustainable and can act as a hub, not only as a knowledge hub, but also a data hub for the private sector and the government. So we created the ASEAN One Shot campaign in hopes to resound the call, you know, for vaccine equity, for healthcare resiliency, and also the digitalization and the harmonization, not only of practicing physicians or the healthcare industry itself, but also harmonization of policies, you know.
All right.
And the goal that we'd like to reach at the end is a one healthcare market.
Right.
Because I think that AXA and His Excellency, the Vice Minister, has also said that Indonesia is the biggest population in ASEAN, and ASEAN itself collectively is the 5th largest economy in the world. So through inclusive collaboration, or as we say in Indonesia, gotong royong,
I see.
I think that we could really reach a lot, and we could be very, very attractive to also pharmaceutical companies to attract inward clinical trials and foreign direct investments.
All right.
So I think that should be some of the key topics that I would be conveying today.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a fantastic answer, which I'm heading right away to Ms. Shirley regarding to the statement that Mr. Michael just said, that it opens a lot of opportunities. coming with a background as the Oncology International Director, I assume that you have had the opportunity to witness and also engage in discussions regarding to developments of effective treatments, creating practical solutions for, global health crisis. Then what would be your response to the opportunities that was made from the ASEAN one-shot campaign that Mr. Michael just mentioned earlier?
So I think there's a lot of synergy that
Yes.
as a multinational company, we can work with ASEAN country and also the future young leaders here. And so as AstraZeneca, we are a leading pharma company. For my responsibility, I'm mainly covering the oncology area, but as was mentioned earlier, that cancer and also some other chronic disease is kind of become a rising burden for many of the ASEAN countries. And AstraZeneca, we are really committed to develop and also to build innovative solution, integrated solution by disease area. So if I can take cancer as example, as we all know, cancer is a kind of disease that it's difficult we say prevent, right? But it's really crucial if we can do more in early screening and early diagnosis. So if we take lung cancer as an example, that's actually majority of the patient, because of lack of early screening, a majority of the patient have been diagnosed at late stage. And in terms of the treatment cost, in terms of life quality, and also the improved overall survival, the patient being diagnosed at late stage is really difficult. We can do further things helping them and their family. But however, if we can do more in early screening, so for patient being diagnosed at like stage 1, the lung cancer patient, they can, their overall survival can be extended to, it's kind of like a healthy people, after they have an early stage surgery. So in order to do that, AstraZeneca, we are actually partnership with some leading AI company for using the X-ray for early cancer, lung cancer screening, because we all know for ASEAN country, the access to low-dose CT is very limited. But however, X-ray, that is quite common in overall, many countries. So we are using the AI technology to improve the cancer early screening at very low cost. I can also share another example. We did a lot for prostate cancer ecosystem building, especially in Latin America and Middle East. We use the POCT devices for PSA screening, which we are able to decrease the PSA test to maybe $2 or $3. So that's a really, really low cost, high efficiency way that we can improve the prostate cancer screening. And also together, we are doing a lot of community campaign to improve the prostate cancer awareness. So these are the, I would say, the ecosystem shaping kind of mindset that as a pharma company, we are not just provide medicine for treatment. Instead, we really hope to optimize the ecosystem through early screening, diagnosis, treatment, and patient management. And in my opinion, I think that's how in future we can really tackle the cancer and also maybe other chronic diseases.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. So what I have pointed out, probably you'll be saying that a comprehensive, action needs to be given in order to address healthcare challenges, right? But then with that being said, Mr. Youngmin, I heard that you are a part of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and is focusing on the health innovations as well. Other than the issues that we mentioned earlier, which is the infectious diseases, which has a substantial burden as well, not to mention also the cancer, it's still world-leading cause of death, right? But is there any other area of focus that the foundation is currently prioritizing at the moment? And should we also direct to our attention towards NCDs, non-communicable disease, because they still attribute 74% of worldwide deaths? Do you have any response towards that?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question, because as the foundation, what we are thinking about is, with the resources that we have, how can we have the biggest impact? So that's the question that we need to answer from the beginning, because there's so many problems and resources is so limited. And as a foundation, where should we focus on? And also, there are also the government and also private sectors. There are a lot of problems that they're addressing. So what's the positioning of the foundation? And here is where we position ourselves is the area that's a little bit neglected. So the government and also the private sectors are not currently addressing, for example, malaria, because malaria is a disease that's disproportionately affecting Africa. So 90% of malaria cases are in Africa. But because it's in Africa, the market is not big. So it creates almost like a market failure that the pharmaceutical companies would be responsible for their shareholders. They'll be working on cancer. They'll be working on tuberculosis. Tuberculosis, it's really big in here, in China, in India. So there's a market. So people are addressing that. But for malaria, very few investment goes into malaria. So that's where we see ourselves putting the investment into malaria, because it's not an easy disease to tackle. It's probably more difficult than many other diseases because it's caused by parasites. Really hard to make vaccines for it, but someone still has to do it. So that's why the foundation has been working on making innovations to tackle the problem, from vaccines to diagnostics. We're seeing opportunities currently with the point of care diagnostics, where we can scale up decentralized testing for malaria. And also for malaria, we're even exploring with using AI to capture different metrics from people so that you have a composite score collectively precise enough to diagnose people, and it's non-invasive because the current diagnostics is using blood. But if you want to scale up diagnostics, you need non-invasive ones. So basically, we even measure people's skin volatile together with how they cough, and also they have fever. So all these patterns can be captured together with AI to develop the non-invasive tests for malaria. So that's just one case, one example. There's so many investments like this, even for neonatal care, for OB, AI plus ultrasound, to basically blind sweeping the abdominal of pregnant women to reduce the reliance on OB doctors, on sonographers.
Amazing. Would love to talk about even more spectrum on what kind of innovations is actually available at the moment, right? But then when we're talking about innovations and manufacturing capacity, I think it has to be aligned in a way. Giving this question to Mr. Ahmad Aditya, we're going to talk about the challenges a bit. Having heard that these innovations, challenges, alongside with initiatives and also campaigns, research, clinical researches that has been implemented, and it's done to accelerate the the healthcare throughout the ASEAN region, of course. But then, I believe before Indonesia wants to move forward for a new goal, then I think we must fulfill the previous ones first. And one of the many things that I wanted to discuss is about the presidential instruction, number 6, 2016. It's about the accelerations of medical equipment. So it's been 7 years ago then, right? Since it's first deployed. And then the country also wants to have a local component level up to 50% by 2024. So the main question is, as the representative of Director General of Research, Technology and Higher Education Ministry, how has the ministry contributed in nurturing young talents, especially in Indonesia, so that they are able to keep pace with the country's ambitious goals and also the rapid advancement on the global stage? Please.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very interesting questions. I think pandemic is kind of like a wake-up call for everyone, including the governments. And we realized that building a healthcare infrastructure is not only responsibility of one ministry, but it should be all of the ministry, including the Ministry of Education and Culture. So during the pandemic, I think the ministry has transformed the power of the educations, research, students, lectures, and then we focus it more in how we can support and build an infrastructure health ecosystem. I gave you an example. During the pandemic situations in Indonesia, we have already invited 15,000 volunteers from the students to involve into campaign of COVID at that time. So you can imagine that if we transform, as for your informations, we have more than 8 million students and lecturers in Indonesia. So creating this volunteerism activity has kind of like a wake-up call for everyone, including the academic sector, to start paying attention and concerns on building the health infrastructure ecosystems. Not only that, I think during the pandemic, we also realized that, do you know how many universities in Indonesia? This is the question that I keep asking to everyone. Can you answer how many students?
The amount of universities.
The amount of universities in Indonesia.
In total.
In total.
In total includes medical ones and the ones that are
Everything.
not medical
Everything.
school.
Yeah.
This is just
Take wild guess.
Just a guess. 150? No?
No. So the number of universities in Indonesia, private and also government, is 4,700 universities. And from that 4,700 universities, we have talked to 2,000 universities. So if someone is asking, what do you know about the innovation ecosystem? I have 2,000 samples already that I have already talked. So understanding the powers of universities creating innovation, especially on the healthcare ecosystem, we create an initiative, what we call the Kedai Reka program. So this Kedai Reka program is a platform that the government has already initiated to invite innovation sectors, governments, private sectors, universities to collaborate and then create a product, research product, innovations product that we are ready to downstreaming. From the first year, we already invested around $15 million US, and from $15 million US, we already attract investment for around $70 million US in the first year.
That's great.
For the second year, the government has already invested around $70 million US, and we attract around $300 million US. Specifically for the healthcare innovation ecosystem, you can see that during the pandemic, we create a lot of research product that is ready for downstreaming. Genos is only one of the product that has been well known in Indonesia. And this initiative has already accelerated the usage of, like you said, the domestic product for our healthcare in Indonesia. Not only that, we also understand that this is the journey that Indonesia cannot work alone. So just last month, we create an initiative working with MIT, MIT REAP, together with Paragon. We create what we call a program to build, quote unquote, the Silicon Valley of health and infrastructure of Indonesia, where we are inviting more than 1,200 participants across 10 countries in ASEAN at that time. So these are the initiatives that the government would like to support. And then we are heavily involved in the program since the pandemic. We understand during the pandemic that we have to utilize, equip our university more with, not only with funding, because I think funding is not really the issues, but how we can equip them with knowledge, also partnership, facilitating partnership with the industry. So I think that would be interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Aditya. Such a refreshing enlightenment of knowing that Indonesia have a lot of opportunities, especially when it comes to creating innovations to commercializations, because there is a program that has been implemented even by the officials. So listen up, youth, bright innovators. It's something that you need to find out more about, which is the programs that is given by Kedai Reka as well. And moving forward, I see that there are plenty of challenges in the healthcare industry, and I think it's very much a complex homework for literally any country to address healthcare challenges. But then to add the complexity, to add some more layers to the complexity of facing healthcare challenges, I wanted to highlight that I, as a woman, also have some kind of a concern, because from the latest research and journal findings is that I found that turns out women still is, being diagnosed with 700 different diseases more than men. And that's pretty frightening, because it's making preventable diseases for women more lethal. And it means women have fewer treatments and have less ways to reduce sufferings in a way, because the things that are impacting, especially the ones that are healthcare related, are still less studied and less known. So Miss Anda, as you are a part of the G7 Gender Equality Advisor Council, given that, with all of the health challenges discussed earlier, I believe it's evident that women still face a distinct health-related issue. And how would you perceive and evaluate the current state of women's health in our society, given these unique challenges?
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, women, yeah, we still face many challenges, and inclusivity as well as equal opportunity is one of the important keys for us women, not only women. Actually, we should focus more on gender, so it's not only women, but also men, because both of this gender should be given the equal opportunity. Otherwise, it will give, it relates to one another.
Okay.
And actually, gender equality can be the cross-cutting factors here for equal opportunity to healthcare, as well as to achieve the number 5 SDG, I think. And that's aligned with this talk show topics. And in my experience, actually, I've been in healthcare industry for more than 20 years before I was assigned by Fumio Kishida to represent the non-G7 countries for this year JAC. There are actually 3 factors that could propel actually the inclusivity of women to get better treatment or opportunity to good quality healthcare. First is supporting policy and regulation. That's why for the G7 summit in December 20 and 23, I will be advocating on the women role in policy making. And the second one, this is equally important actually, so it's not in an order.
Okay.
The second one is funding. Funding is very, very important. And healthcare equality cannot only be a burden or only by the public or the government. So private sectors has to play roles too here.
Okay.
So I think encouragement of public-private partnership should be on our agenda, and but it has to be done in an ethical way, in a just manner as well.
Right.
And the third one, it would be the use, maybe with Kedaireka, it's related, technology, digitalization of health that would produce data, valid data, would be very, very important. At the moment, actually, I'm also working at the Digital Transformation Office for the Ministry of Health. And from my previous experience, we really benefited, actually, from important data, because by data, by good screening, by telemedicine, in my use case, actually, we can really assist in supporting to lower down maternal and neonatal mortality rate, as well as predictive medicine through for stunting, actually. And at the moment, I think collaboration is very important to strengthen the ASEAN health resiliency. I've asked for the G7 GAIAC committee, and actually this is the effort that I'm putting in right now, is to connect with ASEAN. I've communicated with ASEAN Secretary about how to connect the G7 countries and the ASEAN countries for gender equality, at least just to, as a place to share knowledge and good practices. Because actually Indonesia has a many good practices that is, if we emulate it to other countries, it would be very, very beneficial. And one of the programs that I'm going to bring to the G7 summit in December is that we call it Desa Ramah Perempuan and Peduli Anak.
That's great.
And Indonesia is one of the country that already implemented gender responsive budget.
All right.
And I think we should be proud of the achievement of Indonesia. And I encourage all the youth here to be involved in this kind of initiative, because healthcare has to be invested from the very early stage. I think that's from me.
Thank you, Ms. Anda. Such a great answer. I see that, I think everyone that's on the stage needs to discuss a little bit more later on. I think there's a lot of collaborations that can be done throughout the regions, all of the initiations, and, integrating any kinds of initiatives that has been implemented as well, right? But then since Ms. Anda already mentioned three important key elements from her point of view, which is policy making, taking funding as an important role as well, and also the last one? Okay, all right. And that one as well, which I would like to ask for the whole panelists here, if we have to set prioritizations of actionable initiatives to face, healthcare challenges, whether it's in our own country or the rest of the other region, can each one of you mention at least three key elements that you personally think is substantial to be executed and needs to be prioritized so that, we can address the majority of the healthcare issues throughout the region? Please, we can go from the very right side of the stage.
Okay, I think that's a very interesting question. I think I have the opportunity to talk to one of the Indonesians who is involved in developing AstraZeneca vaccine, Miss Karina Jo, and I learned a lot from her that to create a vaccine, it definitely needs time, it definitely needs well-prepared research, so it cannot be created instantly. So understanding that process, I think just like what Bill Gates said, that there's going to be another pandemic. And I think research would be the first thing that we should prepare. We cannot do research once the enemy is at the gate, so we should be prepared for that, and we should develop our research very well. Second is, I think, is awareness, because build awareness for community is not easy, You know how hard the government has already tried many campaigns to remind about the dangers of the COVID at that time. So I think building an awareness will become one of the key priority. And the third is going to be the partnership, because we know that to build a well-established infrastructure ecosystem is not going to be possible to do it alone. So just like I said to you that the last initiative that we have already developed, the MIT REAP, is the way, is a government way to create a collaboration between all of the stakeholders, the governments, the private sectors, the industry, venture capitals, and the communities to be involved together to create a good healthcare infrastructure system. And we are welcome all of the innovators. If you want to join the MIT REAP, you will be in the MIT ecosystems if you are involved in that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Aditya. We'll be moving on to Ms. Anda. Is there additional to your initial three key elements?
No, but I think the most important thing from my own experience is the regulation and policies.
All right.
Supporting one, because none if you, no matter how good your innovation is, your initiative is, if it's not supported by the right policy and regulation, it's not going to work optimally. I'm not saying that it's not going to work, but it's not going to work optimally. That's from my side.
An additional question regarding to that, does that apply to the whole region in Southeast Asia or ASEAN country, or is it specifically talking about Indonesia?
I think for the whole world.
All right, that's great. Taking note on that. Progressing to Mr. Michael.
Yes, so I think just to add on what my previous panelists have mentioned is that collaboration and integration is very, very key. So like in terms of regional cooperation, like the ASEAN member states should work together to harmonize policies, share best practices, and pool resources to address a common healthcare challenge, either whether it be non-communicable diseases or communicable diseases. And also another thing that's important is health information sharing. I know that this is a little bit sensitive in terms of the data privacy and so on, but like establishing systems for sharing health data and disease surveillance information to respond effectively to outbreaks is very, very important. Because this is where we can apply what I believe is the third most important key element, which is public health and preventive measures.
All right.
So before it happens, there's ways to mitigate it. It's been proven many times, especially during this COVID pandemic. We could disrupt, we could innovate at a rapid pace if we really do want to. And I'd just like to add also that, that another important thing is the capacity building and the infrastructure development and maintaining those infrastructures. So for an example, like during COVID, we developed a substantial and a very elaborate infrastructure for PCR systems, right? For biomolecular diagnostics. So we should maintain that. So even though COVID has went down, but we could definitely use those machines, those infrastructures, or even the supply chains. The supply chains is something that we haven't touched based on at this panel, but it's very, very important, and it leaves a lot of room for collaboration and even opportunities for the young entrepreneurs here also to actually create systems and not letting it go to waste. So I think I'll try to keep it short and sweet and give it back to you.
All right, thank you for the insights. We're gonna continue to Mr. Yang Min first, and then Ms. Shirley for the 3 key elements.
Sure. So, Indira, you mentioned prioritization. I think that's $1 million question, because prioritization means that there are so many issues that's going on in different regions. So it means that every region has a different prioritization. So from the beginning, I think the first key element I want to mention is actually strategy. You need to know your disease burden really well. So another country is like spending so much on TB doesn't mean that you need to spend so much on TB. So each country has a different problem. So the first is really to look at what the problems are and then what the health outcome is. So you want to spend less for more outcome. So also you need to know what the existing technology is there, because with some of the diseases, there are not much really good tools to do it. But there are for some diseases there are. For example, for cervical cancer, you have a HPV vaccine, like it's out there. So then it becomes really economic to vaccinate people with the HIV vaccine. So that's something that a lot of countries are doing because they're seeing the value of it. It's the per investment, the impact is larger. So the second point is innovation, because innovation drives solutions. And I highly encourage the youth, the future leaders, to think out of the box, to come up with more solutions. One example is really, it's a company called Zipline, supported by the Gates Foundation. It's a company using drone to deliver medicines in Rwanda.
Wow,
and
that's great.
Yeah, with Gavi. So it works really well, and then now it expands to other countries, even developed countries, in Japan and in the US. So that's an example of what a youth can achieve. The founder was 24 years old when he founded this company. So I highly encourage you to think out of the box to come up with solutions. I'm gonna end here for to save more time for our company.
All right, thank you. Continue to Ms. Shirley for the next key
Thank
elements
you.
as well.
And just build on what Yang-Ming was mentioned about solutions. I would really hope, and encourage our future leaders here to think through from a systematic perspective, because, for healthcare, this is the most dynamic sector in our economy. And when we see one issue or one challenge, we try to solve this one issue or one challenge, but it seems like every country, no matter developing country, developed country, are to keep facing more and more challenges. But can we shift our mindset to, okay, what's the systematic solution? And it's like compare with we see trees. Right. Can we see the forest, right? And I would strongly encourage all of you really to seek for workforce solutions, systematic solutions that are socially responsible, commercial sustainable, and also environment friendly. And maybe another thing I can add in terms of, I think, how gonna really help the transform of ASEAN healthcare is local manufacturing and tech transfer. Because during the past couple of years of COVID, I think majority of countries now see the challenge that if there's the lack of local manufacturing for essential healthcare products, that's going to cause big challenge, right? And this needs very international collaboration in terms of how we can really do the tech transfer. And Rome is not built in one day. And then for every country, we might have different challenges, right, in terms of the primary care, in terms of the disease differences. And then to build, if we can work together to build an agenda, okay, how we can gradually to start to do the tech transfer and really to neutralize the local entrepreneur, local experts that in future, at least for some essential product or essential disease areas that we do have a local manufacturing capability to support these essential needs.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the whole panelists. But then we're going to move on to the next session, which is the Q&A session. Wow, look at the enthusiasm. Can the committee please prepare one of the microphones here? Please do raise your hand and prepare your question. And if is there any specifications on which panelists that you want to ask, let the committee know. It's so hard to choose. Oh my God. We'll start from the right side of the stage. This one? Yes. Do you have the microphone with you? Do you need to use mine? That's fine, sure. Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Marvin from the Philippines. I'm the head of the delegation. So since we're talking about preventive health, wellness, and the healthcare system in general, and yesterday we talked about the COVID-19 pandemic, I just want to ask about the health-related issues that was not mentioned, I guess. I'm referring to the long overdue pandemic that we had, like the HIV and the AIDS pandemic, because if my memory serves me well, in 2013, our country, the Philippines, ranked as #1 in the entire Southeast Asia in terms of the highest number of cases in terms of HIV and AIDS. Though, as a Filipino youth leader, it's really alarming in my part, though we already have local and national initiatives to address these concerns, but I believe this is not yet enough. So my question is, what are the programs, projects, and initiatives that the ASEAN or that you guys have been doing in order to help in addressing these issues? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Also, do you have any specifications on which panelists that you are going to ask, or is it it's a general question?
I believe it's a general question, and maybe any of our panels could answer this question.
All right,
thank you.
for sure. Thank you so much for your amazing question. Please, anyone who wants to answer? Mr. Michael?
All right, so this is a very, very interesting topic, and I'm so glad someone brought it up, so thank you for this. Because I think, especially in the Eastern culture, HIV and AIDS is stigmatized. And I think this leads to a very, very deep rabbit hole in terms of what I mean. Since people are stigmatizing this, a chain of events follows. So just say buying sexual protection items is frowned upon, or the elder generation is really worried about it. So I think that the social cultural issues that we have to address has a lot to do with it. The second thing is the awareness. I mean, I had the opportunity to be educated in the United States from a very, very young age. And I remember receiving sexual education classes from the 3rd grade or 4th grade. So that this is, like, these kind of things is very, very important, because whether we like it or not, it is a natural process, and it is going to happen. So why should we stigmatize it and push it to the side and make a marginal set of population? So what we have to do is address it, approach them directly and actively, and through education, awareness, and media campaign, positive campaign. I think that would be a first step to a very, very long and a successful journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Is there any addition regarding to the question?
Yeah, can I
Yeah, for
share
sure.
one example, that one project that we did? So to tackle HIV, the problem a lot of times, one of the bigger problem is access to tests and also treatment. For tests, because the cost was really high, so we need to find a mechanism to drive it down so that it can serve more people. So this is what we did. So first of all, there is an organization called the Global Fund that basically has fundings from all the governments, and then they are going to procure from the manufacturers. So what we did is that we have a WHO pre-qualification system where it qualifies different manufacturers to do that. Still, the current HIV test price is about $2 for the Global Fund. What we did is that we found a really good manufacturer in China, and then we use a mechanism called the volume guarantee, supported by the British government. They have an organization called the Med Access, which basically tells the manufacturer that, okay, you just scale up your manufacturing. If you cannot sell to this amount, we're going to reimburse you for the rest, so that the manufacturer has a guarantee from Med Access, so that they scale up their manufacturing, they lower down the price to $1. So currently, you can procure HIV self-testing kits for $1. So that's automatically out there, you double the impact of your tools that's available. So I just want to share this is what we've been working on for HIV.
Thank you, Mr. Youngmin. You need to find Mr. Youngmin and ask him about, what's with the $1 self-test kit? Where can I find it? And tell my other people and friends, right? So I'm going to open for the next question because the time is very limited. I'm going to limit it to probably just 1 to 2 questions more. To this lady in the middle of you with a black jacket. Thank you. This one, that one. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna from Vietnam, and I totally agree and really inspired by the talk. And I agree with you that we need to create a holistic healthcare system, that we start from the prevention, awareness, early screening, treatment, diagnosis. So it's my concern about the human resources. So as we can see that Asian countries, we are facing lots of problems, such as the aging society, the difference between the manpower in rural and urban area. So from your point of view, how can we collaborate and how can we ensure the valid and professional human resources as we are facing a lot of emerging trend of health delivery, specifically after the pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think it's talking about the the structural problems that still exist, which is human resources, lacking of healthcare providers, or the inequity of drugs access to rural areas. Is there any response regarding to the question? Maybe from Ms. Anda?
Yeah, I think technology innovation can answer to that.
Totally agree.
Well, actually, from personal experience, this is for maternal health. Actually, if you have the right, innovation should be effective. you cannot bring high or rocket science innovation if the human resources is not ready to use it and everything. So I think effective innovation such as telemedicine or teleconsultation, telemonitoring can really help in bridging these challenges. I'm like connecting people in remote area to specialists. And in my case, by doing fetal well-being screening in pregnant mothers, it really can help in providing equal opportunity to quality healthcare by providing pregnant mothers in remote area with specialists in big cities, and it impacted quite big by supporting to lower down the maternal mortality rate as well as neonatal mortality rate. I think so. Innovation, data, digitalization can be the answer to that. Maybe.
I would like to add to that question. Yeah, I have a personal story regarding your questions. I was in Derawan. It's near to Philippines. It's a little bit outside of Kalimantan Island. It's a very small island. If you walk in the island, you can finish it in 30 minutes, 40 minutes top. At that time, one of my friends get her hands is a bit sliced by the reefs. So we traveled into that island and we circling it, try to find a doctor at that time. So you can imagine that human resource is very scarce in Indonesia. Doctors are very scarce, especially in remote area. In one of the story, for example, in West Sulawesi, do you know that if you are pregnant, one of the closest puskesmas, like a small hospital, you have to carry the pregnant woman in a tandu, you know, and it takes like 4 or 5 hours by walking. So it's very, very significant issues in Indonesia and probably in several other areas in ASEAN. So I think involving universities and then equipping the human resources in the universities and then build this awareness campaign and involve directly to build the healthcare, affordable healthcare infrastructures is very important, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad. And another addition from Ms. Shelley.
Yeah, so I could just resonate on that. I can give you another example that actually we are helping in many countries to build the digital pathology network. So if we take a pathologist as example, that you know, to have experience and pathologists, it's needed a long time to develop those pathologists. But with the digital pathology platform, so you know, like a pathologist like 2,000 kilometers away can use the digital slides that upload to the cloud to give the diagnosis. So this is a very efficient way that's to, you know, in short term, if we are not able to solve in terms of the human resource of number of specialists, then how we can make them work more efficiently, right? So that's another very good example. And second, in terms of the, you know, it's easy, we have those equipment, we can build those labs or hospitals, but doctors, especially specialists, that needs a really long time to develop them, right? So I think the international collaboration is really important to develop the specialist, because I'm graduate from Duke University. Actually, just 2 weeks ago, I was talking with a professor from Duke University, and as some of you might know, that NUS Duke is one of the best medical school in Southeast Asia, located in Singapore. We are actually discussing about how we can, you know, leverage the resource of Duke University and NUS, and also the huge capacity of medical association hospitals in China. That can we support on, you know, accelerating the specialist development for ASEAN countries. So that's hopefully very soon we're going to have very concrete plan for that. But that's from the other angle. That's how we can, you know, Rome is not built in one day, but can we accelerate, right?
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. I think it's safe to say that, you know, addressing healthcare challenges to face the complexity of healthcare landscape, it is very much a complex homework, right? But then if each one of you have to give one final takeaway message from each person, please do. Maybe to the young and to the youth innovators, or the one that wants to thrive in the healthcare sector. Do you guys have any takeaway home message that is as important as the factors that we were discussing about? Can we start from Michelle, and then we're going to wrap up?
So I think working in healthcare industry, I would strongly encourage all of you make the right decision, not the easy decision.
Thank you. Make the right decision, not the easy one. That's monumental. Next one.
So I highly recommend and encourage the youth to find a problem in healthcare that you're really passionate about, and then to really study it and to find the solution for it. And throughout the journey, you will find you'll learn a lot first, and second, you may land in an innovative solution that can change the world. So sky is the limit for you.
Thank you, Mr. Youngmin. Second message would be sky is the limit. Amazing.
Yes, so I think for me, I would have to say that don't be afraid to be creative and to innovate. Because what we could see right now is from the COVID pandemic, I mean, one of the patent holders for AstraZeneca is Karina Jo. She's a young scientist out of Oxford University. I think, and another example that comes to my mind regarding startup companies is a company called TrialSpark, actually. It's a CRO founded by two Rhodes Scholars, and it disrupts the research workflow and method, and it can actually expedite and make products cheaper. Okay. So what I mean by that is don't be afraid to dream, be creative, innovate, and take actions on those dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael.
From me, healthcare is actually not only the responsibility of the government, it's our responsibility. So take part in any kind that is fit to your passion, but take part in creating health global. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anda.
I think from me is start your collaboration now. Don't think too much, because maybe your plan is not perfect now. Maybe you don't know whether any investor is going to fund your ideas, or maybe if you have any issues down the road, but let it evolve and start now. Yeah.
Thank you. Such an amazing key takeaway messages from each our panelists. And sadly, we have come to an end. I would like to talk about more, regarding to the topic, but then we have limited time. We can continue. Maybe the delegates wants to, also socialize at the outside part of the room. But then, in closing, let this discussion serve as a catalyst for continued dialogue, actions, collaborations through, cross borders and also generations. And thank you everyone for being a part of this important conversations. And I hope you have gained a lot of knowledge and insights from our amazing panelists. And can everyone give a round of applause for our amazing panelists today. Thank you very much.
Once again, let's give a round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator, for sharing your thoughts with us, and also thank you for all the panelists. So please go to the center of the stage, because we are about to give the souvenirs for all the panelists and the moderator. And here are, as a form of gratitude, we are about to give a memorable souvenirs to all the panelists and moderator as a memento of your presence in ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. Souvenirs are given by Mr. Rorian. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, wrap this up by a photo sessions together. So please stand still. Yes, give the best smile to the cameraman. All right, please be ready, all the cameramen, all media partners. A count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Can we give round of applause for all the panelists, moderator, and Mr. Rorian? Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much for carrying such inspirational discussions for all of us, the young people of ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, you may return to your seat. And I would like to remind all of you that don't forget to scan the QR code in here on the screen. Yes, as a part of participations of all of you, and don't forget to fill up the questions. And we would like to remind you that ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023 is sponsored by Moya Indonesia, Pertamina, Sasa Inti, KB Financial Group, Weir Group, Tanoto Foundation, Foray Coffee, Grand Malia, and Bluebird. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panel discussions, now let's see together the video presented by Foray Coffee.
It's like a cup of coffee. It can wake you up, get you going, hustle in the morning, and do everything that is essential. Every bean has a story and uniqueness, making it much more enjoyable. As easy as closing your eyes and taking a deep breath. Find yourself and get back to where we are. We always try to give more, make you feel at ease, provide a space to reconnect personally with yourself, and embrace what you find matters. To the one that is looking for not only a cup of coffee, but an essential moment to serve you wholeheartedly. We are always there for you. Grind the essentials.
Can we give a round of applause for Foray Coffee? All right, so we would like to express our gratitude to all attendees. So we would like to invite you guys to take a part to join the celebrations of ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023 and win exclusive tickets to SMCU Place SM Town Jakarta. Oh, so many K-popers in here. Okay. In honor of the 50th anniversary of the historic Indonesia and Korea diplomacy, the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit are teaming up for an exciting giveaway prize for you guys to enjoy. There are 10 tickets for you guys at the end of the day, so please make sure buckle up and please make sure that you are guys still here until the closing ceremony. So stay tuned, attendees. Now, we are about to enter the panel 8 with the title of Foundations of the Future, Advancing Quality Education to Ensure Youth Employment. So here it is. This session is proudly presented by Foray Coffee. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming our esteemed moderator for this session. Please welcome us, Mr. Aditya Pradana. Good morning, Mr. Aditya. How are you?
Thank you so much. Good morning too. I'm so happy to be in here.
Yeah, all the people are waiting for your session.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
we will rock it.
All right then. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone. Good morning. Okay, can I hear your voice? Good morning everyone. Okay, so that's the spirit of the Asian Youth Summit. Luar biasa. Thank you so much everyone. Hello, good morning again, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen from all around Asian and Asian Plus Youth partner. Thank you so much for attending this session. I'm so honored to be part of this session. My name is Aditya Pradana, Head of Policy Center from Ikatan Alumni Sekolah Staf Presiden. And also I'm working as the environmental analyst for coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs. This session is very, very important, I believe, because the title is Foundation of the Future. We are going to discuss on how our youth gonna be the future of our Asian and also Asian Plus. This session is sponsored and presented by For Coffee. Thank you so much. And we will combining the nexus of the education and also youth employment toward the foundation of the future Asian. And in here, to deepen our horizon on these issues, ladies and gentlemen, we are very fortunate to have the opportunity sharing with the distinguished panelists that already in front of me in here. So I would like to invite the panelists for today's session one by one, beginning with our Asian Plus Youth Summit 2022 Ambassador, Ms. Cinta Laura. Our inspiring young leader, Indonesian German actress, singer. Please welcome Ms. Cinta Laura. Please take a seat over here. Thank you. Second, our distinguished neighbor coming from Singapore, Mr. Jamus Lim. Member of Parliament of Singapore, economist and associate professor from the Asean Business School. Please take a seat. Up next, coming all the way from the Saudi Arabia, Mr. Othman Al-Muammar. Researcher, youth advocate, and also the advisor to the Ministry of Economic Planning of the Saudi Arabia. We still have very inspiring panelists here, all the way from South Korea. Inspiring leader, our Mr. Jang Kyung-tae. Please welcome. Member of National Assembly for Dong Diamond, the second constituency. And ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more panelist in here, last but not least, joining us online. Can I see Miss Putri Komarudin? Hello, Miss Putri. Can you hear me in here?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Miss Putri Komarudin is the member of People Representative Council of the Republic of Indonesia from the House Commission 11. I think Ms. Putri is overseeing many things regarding finance, banking, and also national development planning sectors. Okay, and we will discussing a lot of things about that, ladies and gentlemen. Our very inspiring panelists in here. Okay, to start this session, thank you so much for all of the panelists coming from all around the world gathering in here to inspiring our youth leader in here. Please give a round of applause once again, everyone. Okay. To start our session, I would read the report first from the Asian Report on Youth Development Index 2022 that state that Asian region had 224 million youth populations, or it consists of 35% of our populations, and it's projected to be the peak in 2036 or 38. So it's gonna be very productive Asian in the future. So the pivotal question for this session is how we should optimize youth talent through universal access to quality of education and to provide better work employment in the future. So to start this question, I believe that the importance of equal access to quality of education is really needs to be equipped with our youth. So for all of the panelists in here, if you can mention one or two things our youth need to equip with, what is the future skill our young leaders in here need to equip with to unwind the disruptive world today and also tomorrow? Maybe start with the one sitting next to me, Cinta Laura. Can you share to us your opinion?
Wow, I'm being put on the spot. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Good? I hope so. Okay, to answer your question, I think we can all agree that problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills are imperative to thrive, I think, in any generation. But as we all know, the foundational levels of education in our country isn't yet solid to cater to those two skills necessary. Why do I say that? There's, without a doubt, a lot of successful extremely intelligent people in our country. But if we travel out of the main islands, that being Java, Kalimantan, Sumatra, you see a lot of youth who do not have the same access to education as we do. You know, I think we need to change the parameters in which we evaluate kids to see whether they may perhaps thrive in other, in other ways, perhaps not in our current education, maybe not in our current education system, but maybe they're able to thrive where we create new parameters in order for them to be able to really explore the way they learn. But with that being said, I think problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills are two things that we find important, but there are actually another two that I'd like to mention, because I feel like we should have had those solved already. Unfortunately, we are currently facing, I think, extreme polarity in the way people think and what people believe. There's a major way of thinking in which there's a huge divide between us and them. You know, there's huge conflict. And therefore, I feel like in order for the youth to thrive in the future, it's very important that they learn to communicate and collaborate. And that is my answer to your question.
Thank you. So I think it's more than
collaboration.
critical thinking, problem solving, learn to communicate and collaborate with each other.
Because, you know, technology is making the world a lot smaller.
Okay.
And if we don't know how to set aside our differences, communicate with one another and collaborate, how do we expect to thrive and accomplish our goals?
Okay. So because we cannot working alone
Yes.
in this very disruptive world. Okay. Thank you, Cinta, Laura. Okay. Thank you so much. And also move to the Mrs. Jamuslim. This, maybe you can share also about one or two words that youth should equip with. Thank you.
So thank you, and thank you once again for having me. And let me begin by thanks to Anastasia, Listi, Yerzi, Evie, the members of Indonesia Youth Diplomacy for the invitation. I know that making the logistics work on the sidelines of the ASEAN Summit must be a nightmare. So thank you for taking care of us. And thank you for taking the time to come down and just to listen to different perspectives. My perspective in particular will tap a little bit on an emerging trend, and that's artificial intelligence. And I want to talk about that, especially from the perspective of it as what we call a general purpose technology, a kind of technology that will pervade all elements of economic activity and society. Earlier waves of general purpose technologies, they involve a period of a process of invention, adoption, diffusion before they became ubiquitous. Of course, this tends to happen over a period of time. It's happening very quickly for artificial intelligence if you just look at generative AI and the hype over ChatGPT and so on. But I think there is one distinction, and before, say, in 10 or 15 years when it becomes just commonplace, and that is that unlike these earlier waves, which tended to displace the low end of the human skills distribution, think of weavers and horse carriage drivers, and they were displaced, and then you had switchboard operators and clerks, and they were displaced, and machine operators and bookkeepers before they were displaced. But now it seems like artificial intelligence is coming for white-collar skilled jobs, which leaves a lot of youths in an uncertain place. And I think for that, just one point which I think is important is that it's imperative for our youth to understand how to embrace this, and not just to be a user, but to be, in fact, a power user. Learn how output produced by generative AI can be a complement to the kind of things that you do, and to find a niche where you can contribute to advancing the economy and using this new general purpose technology. So
Okay. The key is embrace the technology, not just being a user. Okay, next to Mr. Othman Al-Muammar, please.
Thank you, Aditya. I would like to start by saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
It's beautiful to hear. I would also like to thank IYD, Michael, Anastasia, Jethro for first allowing me the ability to come here and inviting me, and also for dealing with all the logistics to get me here physically. So I appreciate that. And lastly, I'd like to thank the young people in the audience. You being here is a great testament to how seriously you take thinking about your future. And I'll tell you that this is a very important skills now that we're talking about future skills. So as Aditya mentioned, I worked a lot in the past on research when it comes to young people, particularly between the ages of 18 to 30. One of the projects that I worked on is something called the Future Skills Report. And I worked on it in 2018, and our one defining question in that report is very simple. What are the skills that young people will need to learn until 2030? So by the time that 2030 comes along, these skills will need to be learned by young people for them to be successful. Surprisingly, perhaps maybe due to COVID, we see those 5 sets of skills being used even today. So the first skill is branding yourself. Who are you as a person? What is your identity first? How do you convey that identity through the different mediums? I'm not just talking about social media, but even here today, how are you communicating that? And 2, how do you continuously evolve yourself to have your own brand? And similarly to how we think about branding, similar to how you would brand your own coffee shop or your own company, you would think about branding yourself as well. And the key thing here is to brand yourself with something that you already are or something that you already believe in, because then you're actually authentic. Second, which is what Professor Jamas has mentioned, is that digital intelligence, so AI++. And here we're not just talking about the new technologies that are coming today, but how do you equip yourself to essentially continuously learn? So today it's AI, tomorrow it might be very different. So how can you learn and unlearn digital skills? And not just talking about literacy here, we're talking even advanced digital skills. The third future skills we talked about is social intelligence. So not only EQ, but also how do you manage the social structures of society? And so here you merge EQ in addition to having knowledge about a particular culture, a particular society, etc. And you practice this on a daily basis. For example, for me coming to Indonesia, I don't need to just have EQ to manage my way around. I also need to know about that culture. So how do you manage that? The fourth skill is my favorite personally. It's called managing complexity. So we know right now and today that when information doubles every year, and everybody's competing for your attention, from TikTok all the way to governments, all the way to private entities that want to advertise to your attention. How do you manage that complexity? Our lives today are very complex, and it will continue to become complex. How do you manage that mental models? How do you solve challenges? How do you solve problems? How do you put thresholds? This is something that you need to control. And so managing that and knowing how to deal with that is very important. The last future skill, and I know I've taken a bit of time here, is resilience. Resilience is the foundation for all the 4 that I previously talked about. Because without resilience, it's very difficult to brand yourself. It's very difficult to manage complexity. Each one of us here has failed and will continue to fail because that's part of learning. If you do nothing, you make no mistakes. But if you want to be great, you need to do something. And therefore, you're liable to make a mistake, right? Therefore, how do you bounce back? And I'm not saying here bounce back without learning as if nothing has happened, but how do you build upon that with more knowledge? And so you become much more holistic as a person. And managing resilience is one of the most important skills that we need today, especially when everybody around you is pushing you towards to become different expectations, either within yourself, your households, your universities, your classrooms, and even governments, right? You want to be a productive citizen. But how do you manage that without failing? And so learning how to fail and cope with that and learn from that is very important. So these are the 5 skills that we've learned, and we already see that today after COVID. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Othman Al-Muammar. So we got 5 future skills from him. Okay, next to the Mr. Jang Kyung-tae. Maybe you can add more.
저는 개척 정신 단 한 가지만 말씀드리겠습니다. 그러니까 새로운 문물, 새로운 기술, 또 새로운 직업, 또 새로운 여행지, 여러 가지 새로운 것을 도전하기 위해서 노력할 수 있는 그런 개척 정신이 청년들에게 가장 필요하다고 봅니다. 그러니까 한국 같은 경우는 BTS라든지 블랙핑크 등도 수없이 많은 아이돌들이 도전해서 만들어낸 개척 개척하는 과정에서 만들어낸 산물이고요. 삼성 갤럭시라든지 여러 지금 현재 한국에서 여러 기술 개발하고 있는 전기차 등도 기업이 우수하기보다는 한국의 청년들이 그만큼 많이 도전해서 만들어낸 것들이거든요. 그 과정에서 여기 인도네시아에 있는 청년들께서도 많이 도전하시고 또 개척하셔서 앞으로 미래 인도네시아가 더 발전될 수 있길 바랍니다.
Yeah, he thinks that the frontier spirit or the pioneer spirit is very important for the youth. You need to always challenge yourself for a new job, a new travel spot, and also in Korea we have BTS, we have Blackpink, and they're not because Korea is amazing, but because there's a lot of Korean youth who are challenging in so many different parts. And also we have Samsung Galaxy and we have electric vehicle, and it's not because it's a great company, but it's because there's a lot of youth that is challenging themselves in the new parts that they want to challenge them.
Thank you so much. Fighting for the challenges, pioneer spirit. Thank you. And last but not least, from Ms. Putri Komarudin, please.
Yep, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. I am so sorry. My sincere apologies for not being able to attend the Asean Youth Summit in Jakarta in person. Currently on official working visit to fulfill my parliamentary oversight duty. So hello, fellow panelists, fellow MPs and colleagues. I hope my virtual presence will still enrich our discussion. And I think the first and foremost, the most important thing that we as youth have to learn and maintain is the ability to adapt. Because as I have learned the hard way in the industry in which I am working in at the moment, politics, the world keeps changing, technology always evolves, and the way people communicate always evolves. And if we cannot adapt well, we would be left behind, and we would not get the opportunities that is possible. So I think adaptability becomes the most important, one of the most important feature of the future youth. And the second one, I think, is self-control, because all the other panelists have mentioned this, that people are, social media is trying to get our attention, all the different channels, and the ability to control ourselves for our urge and desire to binge watching and, competing with the needs to always learn and all that. We should be able to maintain our self-control, so that we have to, so that we can focus on our goals, and we could, achieve the goals that we have established at the beginning. And the final one, and I think all the other panelists also agree with this, is leadership. Because without leadership, we would not be able to set the goals for ourselves, and we would not be able to become the best version of ourselves. And so the kind of leadership that we can always lead ourselves, our own self, to appear and become preserved in front of public, and become the kind of leadership in which we can maintain empathy, and we can maintain ethics and morality, in which, because of social media, have long been forgotten, is I think one of the features that we have to be able to maintain in this 21st century. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Putri Komarudin, for your opinion. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what I really love about this session is people coming from all around the world, people coming from many various backgrounds, so we can see a lot of perspective. I can write in here, I think it's more than 10, it's up to 13 future skills that youth need to equip, but I will resume it by the end of this session. Okay, to the next session. When we are looking back, COVID-19 pandemics hit us 3-4 years ago, and also it's such a big worldwide learning process for all of us. for our humanity as well. We discover new way of living due to pandemic and adapts more on the technology and also have more exposure to the remote job system nowadays. If I can mention the data from Forbes in 2023, state that currently 12.7% of the employees working full-time from home, and also 28.2 employees now adapting with the hybrid work model. So we can see that the rapid normalization of work from home, work from anywhere, it's getting massively intense in our employment system. But sadly, workers with more education only are more likely to have a remote work option than workers with lower education. So people with lower education have lower chance to work flexible than the people with higher education. So I think that disruptive job market due to a lot of things, people can lose their job as well due to technology has displaced their skill. So the first question for Ms. Talaura in here, as the young generation, you're working very long time in the entertainment industry as well. How do you see the technology as a new opportunity, but also as the new challenges in today's society, and how we should finding a suitable employment in our more digitalized world?
If I'm being very honest, I feel like the conversation about giving the youth more options to work from home is slightly premature for Indonesia, and I'll tell you why I believe that. Without a doubt, technology is bringing people closer together and giving more people access to information. And it is also giving a platform for unknown people to raise their voices, to state their opinions, to express themselves. But I think before we talk about how to integrate technology even more into the lives of Indonesian youth, we need to think about how we can give them the right tools to really use technology sensibly. You know, when we talk about this country developing, and I'm so proud of Indonesia as to how far we've come, we forget to realize that these advancements are happening in big cities. Jakarta, Surabaya, Medan, Makassar, but what about all the little towns, all the little islands, all the different isolated regions around the country? 2 years ago, I visited Sumba, and many kids were still traveling 5 to 10 kilometers just to go to school. Many families still had no electricity, difficult access to clean water. I was in Maluku last month, and certain areas had absolutely no internet connection at all. And if you go further east, you'll find that many of our citizens still don't even have access to basic banking systems, to the point where they would have to travel again a few kilometers out of their hometowns or little villages to access, I don't know how to call it, but a stand, so to speak, where a bank personnel representative would be present to help them with their finances. So I think first we need to figure out how within our education system we can really teach young kids to first cross-reference, so that when they do read or watch something online, they can discern fact from fiction. Because there's so many things out there. There are so many biases. There are so many things being commissioned, right? How can they find the common thread between all the information that they read and see, which are little sprinkles of accessory, so to speak, spice, and which is truly fact? With that being said, I believe that we really need to teach the youth, as I said, critical thinking, how to discern fact from fiction, but also teach them a more holistic approach to learning. I think the old way of learning is to focus on one thing and be really good at one thing, and I agree. Of course, if you know what you're good at, you know what your strengths are, focus on those things, but also realize the world's becoming very competitive, and therefore you need to be adaptive and be ready to face any obstacles thrown at you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Totally agree with your opinion, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, embrace the future, like Mr. Jamuslim said. Before we using technology, we should know first also about the skills. Analytical skill, critical thinking, that's also very important issue to be teach to our young leaders.
Know how to use the technology
Not
or
our
actually
use.
utilizing it. Yes.
That's right. Embrace the technology, not just being a user. And to see about this opinion, also we see there are still a lot of differences between countries and also in even rural and urban issue. Geographical barriers also one of the issue in these things. So we need to work on that also. Okay, move next to Mr. Uthman Al-Muammar. When we see advancement in technology, increase industrial process rapidly, we see the new era of 4.0 industrial revolution. Some countries, and even I believe in a lot of countries in Asia, still facing the challenge on how to provide an equal access of education. We see out-of-date curricula, and also we see the challenge of how to interlink between education and industry. Link and match. Maybe you can share how to bridging more on this issue, education and industrial sector.
Thank you, Aditya, again. So before I answer that question, I think it would be good to get a perspective of where did this educational system today that we have come from, and who is it serving? So when we're talking about young people between the ages of K through 12, we're talking about a huge population worldwide. In fact, about 50% of the world population is younger than 30, right, today. And the majority of youth within that age group live in developing countries, meaning that the challenges that they face are quite varied, right? So we're talking about challenges in health, challenges in employment, challenges in education, challenges when it comes to infrastructure, challenges when it comes to financial issues. And all of these issues are centralized and could be solved by having more awareness and being ready to tackle it. Yet when we're talking about the educational systems today, it was designed in the 1930s, 1940s to make people really employable, similar to how you would see in production lines. Yet when we look at the challenges that we see today, they're very complex. So why am I being taught to learn and to memorize my textbook when I can just find it online and control find whatever answer I need to find, right? Similar to the calculator example. And the challenge with linking the educational system and the outcomes with employment is not just a challenge of how these educational systems are set, but also the types of challenges that are solved in the private sector and in the employment are very different than what we're being taught to solve. And don't get me wrong, K through 12 systems are very important. You can learn EQ, you get to learn some knowledge, but skill sets is where things are at. And I believe waiting for educational systems to change is going to be very difficult. And when you look at today, where the only constant that we see in our life is how fast things change. Prior, things used to change technologically every 5 years. Today, we see that change constantly happening. From the release of ChatGPT 3 in November to now, we've seen huge shifts. So if that shift is happening that fast, then why do we need to wait for curriculums which take up to 5 years sometimes to shift quickly? And so I would say in order for us to link between education and employment, the responsibility really falls on us as young people to supplement what we learn in our schooling systems and not wait for institutions to teach us what we need to learn, but actually learn ourselves. Today we have this lovely thing, and while not a lot of people have access to it, it's still something that we can utilize to learn on our own pace and not wait for other institutions to teach us. Furthermore, I think having mentors in your life who specialize in those areas that you want to become good at and specialize in is very important, because they can cut the time that you need to learn such skills very, very quickly, because they've made probably similar mistakes to you as you're starting on your journey. Now, when we think about the holistic perspective of countries and how they prepare young people, I worked on something called the Global Youth Index. And the Global Youth Index was a research project where we compared 30 countries around the world, all G20 included, including Indonesia, on how well they prepare their young people for the knowledge economy. And we found really big differences in developed and then developing countries. We've seen the quality of education is different. The time spent by young people in education is very different. The type of teaching methods is very different. And this really puts a challenge on young people in developing countries because that's where the majority of young people are. So for the audience today and whoever is listening, I would say that for you to learn, you need to become really proactive. Utilize the best of the institutions that have to offer you, but remember that institutions are there to equip everybody. And it's making everybody essentially have a certain tool to use and learn. But for you to become a master of that tool, you need to do it yourself. So you can do math, you can do programming, you can learn that at institutions, but to become a master, to become a creator, to become on the top 1%, the top 5%, that needs to be driven by you. And so you can learn from these institutions, you can definitely utilize them. But for you to become truly at the top of your game, that needs to be driven from within. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Othman. Totally agree with the opinion regarding we cannot wait the education reform as the only way to adapt with this trends, with this world. We need to supplementing our own self with a lot of informations. We have technology in our hand, and also we have more opportunities because we are more have more exposure on non-formal and informal educations instead of formal educations. And Mr. Othman Al Muammar working on Global Youth Index. After this, I would mention one of your work in here. The recent Global Youth Index by 2020 shows that Asian have a huge gap among the indicators of youth development. In fact, Singapore ranked the first in the Global Youth Development Index 2020 globally. And the second highest rank in Asian member state in the Global Youth Index is Brunei Darussalam, which ranked 49th, and Indonesia in 88. Some countries rank above 100, 3 countries. So the next question is for Mr. Jamuslim. As we see several decades ago, we see Singapore had low-skilled human resources. However, today, Singapore has now transformed into a very highly skilled country in a human capital and resources. If you can share to us, to our young leader in here, what is or what are the recipe of the Singapore and long-term strategy that has been implemented to transforming the Singapore human capital? And what is your suggestion for the other Asian countries regarding this?
Thanks, Aditya. So once again, I think here, let me just make a few points. The first is how important it is to get the basics right. It's easy for us to look now at Singapore and where it ranks in the Global Youth Index, but you got to remember that it wasn't always this way. Here I touch a little bit on the point that Sinta herself made, which is that what you need is to expand education at all levels across the country, and to make sure that primary education isn't just universal, because it's so easy to check the boxes and say that you have universal education in terms of enrollment, but to make sure that that education is actually quality education. The students that are going through the system are actually getting to the level that you need them to get to succeed. And here I think I'll piggyback a bit on what Uthman said, and that is that some of these skills have to start young. It's not any longer the ability to regurgitate and reproduce existing knowledge. All that is a given. We have that on our phones, we have that on the internet. What we need is an ability for our young to ask questions and to have the self-assurance and the courage to ask questions. And you see, the thing is, children are naturally curious. They always ask questions. In fact, if anything, it's the traditional education system that beats it out of us and makes us afraid because we answer the wrong things. But there's no model answer. If ChatGPT and generative AI has anything to teach us, it is that by exploiting our uniquely human characteristics of understanding how we can ask irreverent questions, unnatural questions, questions that challenge established wisdom and the status quo. This is how we'll bring the youth into the next level. And this applies, obviously, not just at the younger levels, but all the way up to the tertiary levels.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective on this. primary education, quality of education for our children, exposure to the new challenge, something that we need to uplift more in our younger generation. And up next to Mr. Jang Kyung-tae, South Korea also has a progress a long way the past 3 decades, escalate and also optimize the bonus demographic or demographic dividends to boost the national development in South Korea. And the fact is that South Korea has one of the fastest internet connection in the world, along with Singapore. How South Korea close the gap of digital divide, and how this progress already creates more job opportunity for the youth development in the South Korea? Could you share about that? Thank you.
한국이 이제 초고속 성장하는 과정에서도 지켜져야 될 3가지 원칙이 있었어요. 그게 첫 번째는 평등할 기술, 평등한 교육, 또 평등한 이 복지. 이 3가지 원칙을 지키기 위해서 많이 노력했고, 아마 인도네시아와 비슷하게 저희도 98년에 IMF 구제금융을 받으면서 시련이 있었지만, 예를 들면 98년 당시에 경제적으로 어려운 상황에서 임에도 불구하고 그 당시 대통령이 결단을 해서 전 국민에게 이 PC를 보급한다든지 아주 값싸게 모바일 폰을 보급하다든지, 지금 한국 같은 경우는 거의 데이터 요금제가 아주 저렴하게 무제한으로 쓸 수 있게 보급되어 있거든요. 그래서 기술에 대한 격차가 없도록, 또 교육이나 복지에 대한 격차처럼 한국은 기술 격차가 없도록 정말 값싸게 컴퓨터를 이 정부로부터 지급받고, 또 이 핸드폰이나 여러 요금제 또한 보편적으로 아주 평등하게 또 아주 값싸게 이용할 수 있고, 또 어디 호텔이나 어떤 공공기관에 가서도 무상으로 와이파이를 이용할 수 있게 하는 등의 아주 한국 정부 차원에서는 모든 국민이 똑같이 이런 어떤 여러 가지 IT 기술에 대한 접할 수 있도록 하는 정책을 아주 강력하게 시행하고 있습니다.
So there's actually 3 points on Korea rapid development. The first one is equal technology. The second one is equal education, and the third one is equal benefits for everyone. So during the IMF 1997, Korea also had a hard time financially, but after that, the president of Korea gives a lot of benefits to the Korean, like a free PC and a very cheap mobile phone, so that everyone can have the technology. And also now, the unlimited internet is provided in a very cheap price. And also there's free Wi-Fi all over the hotels and all the public places. So the government is trying very hard so that all the populations in Korea can get the equal technology through internet. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So the key is there are quite adequate financing first on the technology, and also support with the education. And we can see a lot of progress in South Korea. We can see their entertainment industry, Hallyu Wave, K-pop, influencing many parts of the world today. And youth also part of that kind of progress in South Korea. Thank you. And last, for Ms. Putri Komarudin, when we see, looking back to Indonesia, still on the way, we are reaching the optimistic Indonesia Emas 2045, or Indonesia Golden Indonesia 2045, where we can see productive workforce, demographic dividend, and also future technology are some fundamental aspects. Now, government trying to deregulate a lot of process in doing a business in Indonesia, which we can see more investment, foreign direct investment coming into Indonesia. In your opinion, how Indonesia should prepare and equip their young generation with technical and also human-centric skill that required to catch up with the future trend on investment and also to growing Indonesian economic more inclusive? Please, Ms. Putri Komarudin.
Thank you, Tia. I think I would like to begin with, addressing the pressing issues of education in Indonesia, which is marked by geographic, social, economic, and infrastructural challenges. And there are significant disparities in the quality of education between urban and rural areas. And surprisingly, around 60% of primary schools in Indonesia are still in a state of despair. in situation I often encounter within my electoral district. And also, these situations have been exacerbated by the pandemic, primarily due to the inequality in digital infrastructure. And this resulted in alarming consequences, including increased social school dropouts, learning deficits, instances of child abuses and violence, and early marriages. And shockingly, the pandemic also led to a tenfold rise in elementary school dropouts, with economically disadvantaged families bearing the brunt. And of course, addressing these issues remains our focus in the parliament and also the government. And we are unwavering in our commitment to allocate 20% of the national budget for the educational sector, totaling approximately 608 trillion rupiah in 2023. And this budget is shared between the central and the regional governments. And of course, this is distributed amongst a lot of programs, one of which is the Smart Indonesia program that is totaling to 223 trillion. And this is primarily to provide professional allowances for teachers, both civil servants and non-civil servants, which still remains one of the pressing issue in our education, that is allowances for teachers. And we also distributed finances and supports for regions to fund school operations for 44.2 million students, and early childhood education for 6.1 million participants. And this substantial financial allocation, of course, highlighted and underlined the dedication of President Jokowi's goal to achieve the 2045 Indonesia goal. And however, we of course realize that the budget is still not sufficient to create inclusive and high quality education. It's not just about the budget, but also the quality of spending. And indeed, we have to focus on improving the quality of educators, enhancing curriculum, providing equitable facilities, and bettering teacher welfare. And moreover, of course, we need to continue fostering private sector participation, which has been instrumental in expanding access to education. And therefore, what we have shown today, the collaboration between government and the private sector through the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit, is an excellent example for the government and of course us in the parliament to nurture and also maintain the collaboration between private and government so as to equip the youth with the digital and all the necessary skills to survive in the 21st century.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Putri. So, yeah, once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing the opinion regarding how Indonesia also trying to uplift their education, inviting more private sectors to collaborate with government, and also escalate sharing national budget, and also how the quality of the budget itself really giving an impact on the education. Thank you. Because of the limit of time, we are going to the Q&A session. I see a lot of young leaders in here trying to raising their hand. Okay, but unfortunately, I just want to call the first two questioners in here.
Can I just say, though, this is a very good sign, the fact that they're very assertive and willing to raise their hands to ask a question.
That's right. Can we appreciate
Let's
them
clap
all?
for them.
Thank you
That
so
is
much.
the first time I'm seeing like arrows pointing it with equipment, so that's real skill right there.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand down first, and I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. Okay, to make it fair. Okay, you're Tauja. Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry. I just, 2 questions only first. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I can see 2, 1 in here with the arrow, red arrow. You guys very creative to expressing your voice. And the one, Cinta, can you choose? The one that say "pick me, please." Okay, the one in with the laptop. There are 2 laptops in here. The one that closest to us. Okay. The one using a laptop and the one with the red arrow, please. Okay. If we still have a question, I will open the floor again. Please.
Okay,
the first
good
one.
afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello, the moderator and the panelists. I want to ask about technology adoption and how it perhaps will it will affect us in the future. Professor James, you spoke earlier about technology, about invention, adoption, and then diffusion. And today we have a lot of legislators from Korea and Indonesia and a government advisor from Saudi Arabia. My question with AI, as we adopt this technology, as we know, AI at its core have three elements, namely computational power, data, and algorithms. And we know that for algorithms and computational power, it's a zero-sum game, as we can see today with the semiconductors and the trade ban. And to be frank, for us in Indonesia and the youth, and perhaps in Southeast Asia, our role in those areas is limited. But the fact remains that everybody here today has the data. With technology, data became accessible and became democratized. But today, governance of data is relatively limited. And what I fear today is, even if we adapt and have the skills that we have today and become relevant in the future, because our data today is not governed well, companies today can simply leverage the data available and use the existing technology to replace us. So my question perhaps for Professor James and today for the government officials, what are the plans and the framework that exist today and that you are going to implement to ensure that the data is governed well and is being used responsibly so companies and bad actors will not use this data and leave us at a disadvantage? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Excuse me, can you share your name?
Sorry, my name is Felix. I'm an undergraduate student from Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, from Indonesia, Felix. Maybe Mr. Jamus, can you?
Sure, I'll try to be quick because I'm aware of time limitations. Thanks, Felix, for the question. I'll just note a few things. One is that international regulation of artificial intelligence has come to an impasse. There is a school of thought that believes that what we really should have is to stop all artificial intelligence development for a moratorium, 6 months, a year. But I think the fact that there are countries that have chosen to continue to go ahead anyway, think about the Chinas and most of East Asian countries, what that means is that it's impossible for us to try to suppress this development. What does that mean in terms of data privacy issues? I think every country has to come to their own choices about how firms within the country are able to access and how government regulation over privacy will be effected. And I think this will alter the competitive landscape of different firms as well. But from an individual perspective, if I may offer that, I will just point out that it is imperative that you learn how to use this data that is being generated yourself. Just keep in mind that there's it's sometimes what economists call a lump of labor fallacy. There isn't a limited number of jobs that are available in the world, so the limitation for you to find your niche in terms of a new AI-driven world is limited only by your ability to meet unfulfilled desires for humans, which, as we know, is insatiable.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jamusulim. Okay, and maybe I think our panelists in here can add more regarding this question. Maybe Ms. Putri Komarudin, how about the planning of government of Indonesia on this?
Well, we have established a permanent education fund of 139 trillion rupiah for scholarship dedicated to masters and also PhD. And essentially, we are focusing at the moment for the STEM students, undergrad as well, and undergrad, masters, and PhD programs, so that we can respond to the need to increase our technological knowledge and advancement so as to battle with the AI and all the technological development. And this fund also provides scholarships for a balanced amount of Indonesian youth. And we have affirmative quotas. So everyone in the audiences who are Indonesian and is eligible for the scholarship can access. And of course, we are very open for students who are doing IT and all the other segments of IT to pursue higher education abroad so that we can further respond to these challenges. And of course, we also enacted the data protection law last year. House Commission 1 was responsible to discuss that bill with the government. And it includes severe penalties and also prison time for people and companies who misuse our data. So hopefully all the law enforcement corporations and also all the corporations in Indonesia could really follow the bill and could implement the bill so that we as consumers can be protected well. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Putri Komarudin. So the law of data protection and also education is one of the way. Okay, thank you so much for the committee. We still have one more questioners that can raise their voice. The one with the red arrow. The first one with the red arrow in here, yeah? Which one? No one? Okay. Oh, okay. You guys, okay. Yeah, sorry. The one with the red arrow in the first, yeah. Please share your question to the panelists.
Check, check, okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Jaljo Mususoyo, Sabah Alhoy, and then Excellency, distinguished guests, and also fellow youth. Like what Kacinta said before, we forgot that the development of quality education, most of it happened in the city. So I ever became a volunteer in Mekarmanik village in Indonesia, and then I found that many of students in the village, the education for them are not prioritized, but help their parents in rice field are more important for them. Maybe you can find in other ASEAN countries too, for the same case. So, to answer the problem, what equality and quality of education means for you to respond the problem. Because what I saw, they don't want to become a doctor, diplomat, etc. like everyone else when we were in school back then. But they only want to help their parents. So the question is it a good strategy if we're giving them soft skill and hard skill about to develop the parents' work and interconnected with the education system? To making them become a professional entrepreneur rather than only help their parents without any skill. Maybe that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inspiring question. Cinta Laura, please.
Thank you for that question. First of all, isn't it a sad fact that this is what's happening?
Yeah, agree.
And as someone who has been in the entertainment industry for over 15 years, this is what I'm trying to work on in the field that I have expertise in. So some facts state that over 200 million Indonesians are connected via the internet. So they have some sort of access to the internet. It might not be great, but they have access. And what we noticed during the pandemic was that a lot of underprivileged kids were not actually going to school at all. There were claims being made that they were studying online, but that wasn't happening. And I think we also know that a lot of these underprivileged kids do not have parents that can guide them in their learning. So this is where I believe media comes into play, because something that I've found on a personal level is I've become the person I am today due to the idols that I looked up to growing up. And I'm seeing a major shift in Indonesia in that there is a lot of content being made out there nowadays to inspire the youth, especially young girls, that they can be more than what, their culture has forced upon them, so to speak. And I believe that media often can create a social critique as to what's really happening in society, opening the eyes of the youth as to what's really happening. So I like what was being said before, that we cannot wait for an education reform to happen, But I think us as the youth, we all have a voice now with the platforms that we own through social media, through the internet and whatnot. And we can use these platforms to teach the youth, those who don't have guidance at home in their local villages, to start learning basic skills that can help them move forward in life. But beyond that, I also believe that community building is something that can really help these underprivileged kids and the youth who live in isolated regions. And an example of that I can give you is a foundation that my team and I had recently started called the Act of Love. And right now we have bases in a few cities, of course Jakarta, but we also started one in central Maluku and also East Java, where we have a few local youth-led communities where they teach these kids basic skills, not just like math, science, literature, but also skills beyond that, agriculture, how to create small businesses, how to sell the goods that they have grown back in their hometown. So this can all be done on a small scale level and hopefully can create a chain reaction, having more communities do the same thing. So I think the role of media, but also creating communities, can help mitigate the problems that we're facing right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cinta, for sharing your opinion. So we cannot wait education to be reformed because it's a long journey, but we as a youth can touch them, starting an action to be the force for good. Okay, maybe the two rest panelists, Mr. Othman Al-Muammar, you can share your opinion.
Yeah, so if I understand your question, it was, should we advance the young people's education in rural areas as opposed to only let them work in their parents' kind of occupations? And personally, Indonesia and Saudi, we share a lot of similar social elements, including the fact that we really care about our parents. And we view family structure as an essential part of who we are and who we identify as. I think the issue that is being discussed and assumed by the question is that if you were to be ambitious and to push for constant development, you are therefore going to be pushed further and further away from your village and further and further away from your parents. I think that these two concepts are not mutually exclusive. I think the conversation should be is that by you becoming the best version of yourself, you can help your parents and your community become better. And so by taking a farmer job, by taking a job that is viewed as blue collar, and then excelling in that so far ahead of everybody else by adapting, for example, smart farming techniques and learning from the best maybe somewhere and coming back to your village and then rebuilding it, that could support rural development. So not everybody has to become a doctor, not everybody has to become an engineer, not everybody has to become a teacher or a professor. In fact, in Indonesia, you have a competitive advantage in farming and maritime, but it's about how can we advance those technologies and those communities to become the best in the world, not just good enough for the community, and utilizing that. And then the question then becomes is that how can we adopt that mindset for people living in rural communities? And what I always say, and this is not from a research that I've developed, but it's something that I've found out through my experience moving through the paths of living in two different countries and cultures and working a lot with G20 youth and youth in my country, is that a lot of people don't view themselves as a startup. And you are the most important startup in your life. If you don't view yourself as an entity that can be developed and constantly being built upon, but instead you are being forced upon what others' opinions are of you and what is your expectations purely of what your community is of you, then you will continuously live within that expectation. I think you being your own startup and constantly developing as you age and as you learn, to then serve your community in the best ways possible, to serve your parents and to become the best version that you are, and then becoming a parent yourself and raising the next generation. That is the most beautiful thing that you can do. And I just would like to make sure that you don't think about these things as completely different. You can still have an amazing life but continuously push for that in rural areas to become the best version of that you can be within those communities and helping them, versus you only becoming kind of within the continuous stream of doctors, engineers, and STEM fields. And I want to make sure that you believe that you are the most important startup. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The concept of unlock the opportunity for the people who are underprivileged. And maybe the last panelist in here, you can add more about this one, about how we should touch more underprivileged people. One more. Yeah. No. Okay, enough. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause for our panelists in here. Thank you so much. It is very inspiring sessions. I believe there are many things we need to discuss more in the future, but unfortunately, this is the end of our sessions. To conclude this session, we said that the future of Asian Plus is in our hand, and we see a young generation here. You guys, every one of us can be the force for good for our community. Let's advocate more. Let's be the voice of the voiceless for our people out there to raise more about the equality of education and also employment. Thank you, everyone. And without further delay, I will return the microphone to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
And sorry, I've been asked by the committee for us all to take a picture together. This was a note left for me prior to this panel, so
Okay,
shall we?
sure. Sure, shall we take a picture
Yes.
together? Yeah. Okay. Maybe everyone can stand up, or yeah, we can take a picture from this, I think, from the stage.
I think both.
Yeah, or selfie. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Let's give round of applause for the moderator and all the panelists. Wow, it's a very opening discussion. Thank you so much, all the panelists and moderator. Please stay in the center of the stage because we will give you all the souvenirs. And here it is, the souvenirs for the moderator and also all the panelists. Thank you very much for sharing your thought with us. And we really enjoy your discussions about foundations of the future, about the advancing quality education to ensure the youth employment. Thank you very much, all the panelists and also the moderator. I would like to take a photo sessions first. So please, ladies and gentlemen, be prepared. And all the media partners and cameraman to take spot. All right. Let's take this memorable event together. 1, 2, 3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Round of applause for all the panelists and moderator and Mr. Rorian. Thank you very much. You may return to your seat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we take a break, I have a special announcement for the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit delegates and attendees. Currently, that Indonesian's Youth Diplomacy is opening recruitment for delegates for MIKTA Youth Initiative 2023. But it's only like 2 days again until September 10th. So please kindly register yourself. And for the further detail, please kindly check the LYD official Instagram. So ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a scheduled break in our program. So we understand the importance of taking time for nourishment and also reflection. So especially for our Muslim brothers and sisters. And therefore, for those who wish to partake in the Friday prayer or Salat Jumat, we would like to inform you that the prayer area has been designated for your convenience in Bimantara Mosque. And we also encourage everyone to enjoy delicious lunch during this break. And please take time to relax, connect, and collaborate with each other. We kindly ask everyone to reconvene after the break as we continue with our insightful discussion. So please, thank you very much for your understanding and enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a refreshing break, whether it was for lunch or Friday prior. Ladies and gentlemen, so please take your seats because the ASEAN Youth Summit 2023 is about to begin, and let's embark the next phase of this remarkable event. dia. Ya udah. Udah ngelenong aja. Cek cek. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. Oh, wow. We hope that you had a refreshing break, whether it's a Friday prayer or lunch. So, are you guys ready to continue our journey? Can you say it louder? Are you ready? Oh my God, round of applause for everyone in here. Very amazing. Okay, we are thrilled to see you all here. Very re-energized to continue our journey of explorations, collaborations, and also knowledge. So as we continue our program, we have some exciting discussions and insight lines up for the rest of our day. So please take your seats and let's embark to enjoy this amazing, remarkable event. But before we continue the discussion, we very proudly present you a performance from Angels Percussion. Angels Percussion! Let's give round of applause, all performed by women to women empowerment. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now I have 3 mysterious gifts. Want to have one? Okay then. So, only 3 chosen people that can have this, but nothing worth comes easy, okay? There will be challenge, and it's mysterious challenge as well. So if the camera pins at your face, I will come at you, and you have to do what's the challenge, okay? It's still a secret. So please, the committee, where are the face? Where are the lucky faces that I can see that I can give this mysterious gift? Okay, I'm going to here, Can we have the face, the lucky person to be given? Okay, which one? Which one? Where? Pak Rory? Oh no. All right. Oh my God, oh my God. Okay, which one? That one. Where is it? It's so hard. Okay. The camera, please. Just one person, please. All right. Which side is it? Oh, with the love at it. Where is it? Okay. I'm going there. Okay, the camera, which one? Okay. Oh. Seriously? Where is it? Oh, please. All right. I love your hair. Okay. Let me come at you. So please, the comedy, what's next? What is the challenge? Okay, be prepared. We are preparing a challenge for you. Are you ready for that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what's your name?
I'm Christopher.
Christopher. Can we give a round of applause for Christopher? So we will have challenge from the committee. Let's take a photo. Okay, this one. You have to copy the emoji that the committee will give it to you. For example, if it's a smiley face, you have to like be maximizing all your face, okay? Like that, okay? Okay, where's the emoji? Committee, please. Not that emoji, I think. It's too easy, right? The peace one. No. Nothing worth comes easy. Can I see the emoji? Okay, we are preparing. Oh, you have to be prepared. I think it's very hard for you. Okay. Okay, while waiting, I want to know what's the color of your hair actually?
Before I colored it blonde, and then I colored it plum red, and then it became purple.
Purple, okay. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but let me help you. Hit it. you know Super Shy from New Jeans? Okay. Okay. It's just like copy me. Again. Please. Super shy. Wait for the intro. Go. Super shy. Make you mine. Okay, round of applause for Christopher. Here's for you. and gentlemen, now our journey of explorations and learning continue with enlightening panel discussions. So right now we're moving on to the panel discussion with the theme of building inclusive circular economy, ensuring the involvement in all levels in developing sustainable community. And this session is proudly presented by UN Associations Indonesia. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to our moderator for this session as they take the stage. So please, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, Miss Mutia Fadila Khairunisa. Hello.
Hi.
How are you, Miss Mutia?
I'm feeling good, feeling really energized.
Yeah, very
to be in
energizing.
this forum. Yeah, I know.
Do you like Taylor Swift as well?
I like Taylor Swift. I like music. I love the songs that has been played today.
It's really nice. Okay, because we cannot wait to have the kind of discussions. We are going to talk about building inclusive circular economy. We cannot
Right.
wait. So let me just hand over this talk show to you. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Miss MC. Okay, so hi everyone. It's really good to feel the energizing vibe of ASEAN Plus Youth Agenda 2023. My name is Mutia. I'm currently the project lead of ESG and Impact at Angin, and I'm also the founding member of United Nations Association in Indonesia. And today, I will guide you through the discussion on building inclusive circular economy, ensuring the involvement of all levels in developing sustainable community. It's a long title, but I assure you it's not going to be as complicated as it sounds. Okay, so before I invite the panelists, let me ask the audience here, who here have heard about circular economy? Can you raise your hands? Okay, a lot of hands raising. Good. So yeah, for those of you who might not know what is it, circular economy aims to minimize waste and promote sustainable use of natural resources. So this includes smarter product design, longer use, recycling, and everything. Including the shirt that I'm wearing today, it's, believe it or not, it's made 100% from recycled fabrics. So, you know, circular economy is getting everywhere, okay? And this is to replace the usual take, make, dispose model, or what we usually call the linear economy model. However, the discourse on circular economy usually places more pressure or more focus on the economic or environmental aspects, but less on the social aspects. Here we are talking about including all parts of the communities. So this includes marginalized communities and even us as youth. Achieving an inclusive circular economy is challenging due to problems such as inaccessibility to circular products and services, participation barriers, and poor ownership and consumption patterns. A simple example that we can see in our daily life is how people tend to dispose their product of consumer goods, such as, let's say, shampoo or detergent, and buy another one without knowing that there's an option to always refill the bottles through a refill station. On the other hand, circular economy might have already been implemented by several communities, but they are not aware that what they're doing is actually an implementation of circular economy. At least that is what I found when I was doing my research for my final paper for university. Both cases happens due to the lack of awareness and understanding of circular economy in the society. And today we are going to talk about it more with our panelists. So let me invite our panelists today. First, we have Mr. Aditya Yusuf, Project Manager for Circular Economy at UNDP Indonesia. Mr. Adit, please come to the stage. All right, you can please have a seat over here. Thank you. And next we have Ms. Suya Patni, Associate Consultant for Circular Economy at South Pole. You can take a seat over there. Thank you. And then we also have Mr. Gumilang Reza Andika, Associate Project Manager at Copernic. He flew from Bali, ya Mas ya. We also have Miss Suya, who is also residing in Bali. And last but not least, we have Mr. Laksamana Sakti, but is usually called as Alif, okay? So the co-founder of Cyclus. Give a round of applause to everyone and the panelists here today. All right, so I'm going to take a seat too, okay? How are you, everyone?
Good, good.
Good,
Very
good.
exciting.
How's the lunch?
It was nice.
Nice. Okay, so let's start with a very light question. So, in one sentence, what is inclusive circular economy to you? Maybe starting from Mas Adit?
Okay. It's such a hard question for me because I think that, first of all, I think circular economy, once it is implemented, it has to be inclusive. So,
exactly.
Inclusivity has been embraced by circular economy. But if I have to define it into one sentence, I would say that inclusive circular economy is the concept of economy that leaving no one behind.
Right.
That would be my definition.
Right, right. Thank you very much. Leaving no one behind. So it's one of the UN's value too, right? Okay, thank you. And Miss Suya?
This is not a light question anyway, Mutia, but I'll try. I'll try to summarize what is the inclusive economy in one sentence. I would say that inclusive economy should not be limited to superficial things, where we only focus on environment and economy, but how we also bring the true meaning of circular economy concept itself, including like the 3 pillars: environment, economy, and social dimension. So yeah, I think that's a one sentence.
So
about
includes
inclusive.
all the
Yes.
3 pillars, right? All right, thank you. And over to Mas Gum.
All right, so for me, I think circular economy is a framework of an economy that by design is regenerative and restorative, meaning that it will prioritize people and planet on top of the profit.
Great, great. And lastly, we have Mas Alif.
For me, inclusive circular economy means that the circular economy that can be used, implemented by everyone, especially in Cyclus. We've now onboard a lot of MSMEs into our platforms. So that's something that we think it is not only like big brands who can use this circular economy as well, but also smaller and for everyone as well.
Right, right. Exactly the aim of our discussion. And we will discuss more about Cyclus example later, ya Mas ya. Okay, so I would like to have questions for Mas Adit first. So from the policy making side, yeah. The UNDP has initiated a climate promise, and it includes the aspect of circular economy. So to what extent is UNDP's role in like embracing the policy making process for the ASEAN member states to implement circular economy agenda? And could you please also give an example or share the progress of how UNDP is doing it currently?
So it's true that UNDP is actually committed with the climate promise. We are very committed in how we can keep the temperature rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius. And circular economy actually one of the tools to achieve that, because as one of the research found that apparently the energy transition can contribute to like 45% of the greenhouses emission reduction. So circular economy will do the rest, like the other half of the greenhouse emission will be addressed by circular economy from the way that we produced our goods now. And what UNDP has involved, especially in the ASEAN country, currently by UNDP presence in most of the ASEAN country, I think all of the ASEAN countries that has UNDP involved in the program, and we have involved in the policy development. Some countries such as Cambodia, Laos, they already had or published their national strategy and action plan for circular economy. And in Indonesia itself, as part of my role, we are now developing the action plan for circular economy. And how significant this action plan is actually needed by the stakeholders, as it can be the reference for all the stakeholders to know who's doing what and what is the vision of circular economy itself in the development of each country. So we believe that by having such a policy that can cover the implementation of circular economy, it can help the transition and accelerating into the implementation.
Right. Just a quick follow-up question regarding the national plan. So how is it for Indonesia? How is the progress for the National Circular Economy Action Plan?
Yeah, especially with the Indonesia, we are currently working on it. We have a plan to complete it by the end of this year. Why? Because we are going to have our next medium-term national development plan in 2025. And we are eager to include circular economy as part of the target and also the program that will be implemented and also achieved by 2029. For your information, Indonesia also has included circular economy as one of the strategy to achieve the golden Indonesia or Indonesia Emas in 2045. Yeah.
Great. That's interesting. So that's from the policy making side. I'll go to the business or consulting side. And here we have Miss Suya. Okay, so South Pole, right? South Pole was established with the belief that economy should go together with sustainable and environment at the heart of the business. So in alignment with our topic today, inclusivity in the circular economy, what are some of the initiatives that South Pole has in pushing this agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mete, for the question. So yeah, I'm coming from the South Pole. We are a consulting company. What we're trying to do is that initiative that as part of the making like inclusive circular economy, and our job is like supporting the corporate, the private sectors, as well as the public sectors to move toward the circular business or circular nation. So we also do a lot of initiative in part of our consulting works. So we helping them to like measuring their, for example, the impact, and then we know what is their impact, what is their problem. We mapping like the entire value chain of their business, where is the problem, and then from there we know like what is their problematic problem, and we do the hot spotting, and from here we helping them to make selective intervention. So we're not taking all the intervention, we're trying to make selective intervention but impactful, because we need to also need to take into consideration that even the private sectors or also the public sectors, they have a limitation like operational limitation and financial limitation. So we need to take this consideration when we trying them or when we helping them to create like a mitigation as well as like target setting. So how we can helping them to create target that actionable but remain ambitious. I think that's the part of initiative. I hope they're answering the question, but yeah, I think that's a bit of part of an initiative that we're trying to support a private, the public sectors when we do it as a consultant.
Right. And another follow-up question for Ms. Suya. As a sustainability consultant, are there any tools or like methodologies or frameworks that South Pole use in measuring the effectiveness and impact for the inclusive circular economy?
Yeah, sure, of course. We're trying to always adhere with like international best standard as well as like best practice. So we're using this as our guideline or foundation on how to advise or support the our client to move or to adopt like circular innovation. And we also actively building our own tools. So we have using this like client experience, we build our in-house tools. We have like a tools on how we measure like the plastic and food packaging footprint. And not only like how many, our tools is not only able to like measure how many packaging they use, like the packaging footprint, but we can also model like the end of life, meaning that how many this packaging and how this packaging treated in the country level. So whether how many does it recycled, how many does it like go to the incineration, and even we also can model like how many of this packaging the company use like leakage to nature. So yeah, because this tool will be used as a foundation in helping them like to setting a target and build like a mitigation action.
Right. Okay, we'll get back to you soon. But we'll go to Mas Gum. Hi, Mas Gum.
Hi.
Okay, so from Copernic as the NGO, right? NGO side. So Copernic has been dedicated to empowering communities. So what are the specific initiatives or projects that has been going on or your organizations have embarked upon to advance the shared goal of inclusive circular economy?
Thank you for the question. So a bit of a background about Copernic and the way we work. So Copernic is a research and development lab. We try to address social and environmental challenges faced by communities, especially in last mile, meaning that we work a lot with the rural communities and people in the remote areas. So something that I would share more with you today is more specific works, and it's in rural context. And the way we do it is we use the methodology called lean experimentation. So we conduct quick experimentation and testing of potential solutions. And we do it in a rapid cycle so that we can learn fast, use our resources efficiently, and at the end of the experimentation, when we got a positive or promising result, we can ensure that a lot of aspect of in the community, organization, local community, or even individuals can try to learn from or adapt the success in our testing. So what we do more on the testing a lot of potential solutions, then we can engage many kind of communities to actually implement them in their own community. And that's the way we try to make sure that for every solution that can address the issue of environmental or trying to achieve circular economy, that everyone can take part in it. And it can be as simple as, do you know about black shoulder fly? So it's really simple solution. It's a type of animals that have larvae or maggot. It's really nutritious, have a lot of high protein, but other characteristic of this animal is that they really eat a lot. They are voracious. And it can solve two big problems at once. First is in providing feed for animals or livestock. And second is the problem of food waste. And we tested to make sure it can be implemented like in a, so that like local farmer can actually do it. And if it's actually economically feasible for them to do it. So when they try to address the solution, they can also make profit out of it in addition to trying to solve the problem. And that's the kind of solution that we are trying to test and publish. And it's one of many solutions that we have, and we have collected it in our solution catalog, so everyone can do it and trying to, if they share similar challenges in their community, they can learn from it, they can scale it up, and they can replicate it. Yeah.
Right, interesting. Yeah, I've heard about the black soldier fly also. It's really interesting and how it can also tackle one of the problems, which is food waste, right? Okay, so I would like to move on to Mas Alif about Cyclus. Could you please tell more about what Cyclus is doing and how it correlates with inclusive circular economy?
Thank you. Hi everyone. How's your afternoons? Hopefully we are engaging enough. So after lunch, you can stay alert with our topic here. But to answer your questions, I'd like to present Cyclus as a Southeast Asian company. Why? The reason is most of our backers is from Singapore, and we also have an alliance with a similar company, a refillable company from Vietnam. So yeah, happy to be here in ASEAN Youth Summit. Cyclus itself, basically we help big brands and MSMEs to reduce their plastic consumption. How? We do that by providing them with refill and reuse solutions. So we create retail services that you can use your app and then you can buy all of the product using reuse and refill way. And on the other side, we help brands to provide them with knowledge of like what are the packaging that is suitable for use, and then what are the SOPs that is suitable for refills. So that's what we do. And basically at the moment we have 500 products in our platforms that you can reduce and reuse. And at this moment, we've just finished our impact report, and based on our 2 years operations, we've prevented 20 tons of plastics products from going to landfill and to the oceans. Basically, Cyclus tried to help the circular economy by providing those services. And at the beginning, we tried to persuade a lot of big brands. For example, Unilever, P&G, Nestle, etc. But turns out a lot of our customers, many of them also like to use other local brands as well. Maybe here in Indonesia, especially in the cosmetics side, there are a lot of growing trends and brands in Indonesia. So that's why beginning last year, we started to change the strategy, not only incorporating the big brands, because big brands can also have their own circular economy strategy, but now we are working with these local and small brands to help them to reduce their plastic consumptions.
Right, interesting. And the next question is actually for all of you, the panelists. What are the challenges? So we would like to talk about challenges that you might encountered in your work as policymakers, business consultant, NGOs, and the startups or SMEs. So yeah, could you please share with us what are the challenges when it comes to trying to build an inclusive circular economy? Maybe we can start from Mas Alif.
Okay, so businesses like startup, I think the challenge comes from the regulations. So in our first years, we actually get some letter from the Indonesian Food and Drug Agency saying that you cannot operate because there is no refill law. And basically at the time I said to them that if there is no law, it means that I can keep doing what I'm doing because there is no law. There is no policy on it, right? And at that time they say no. No policy means you cannot operate. And basically we don't want to fight with them or anything. That is why Cyclus, I think UNDP also helped this as well. We create sustainable startup reuse group where we advocate ourselves to the government to create a policy that can help us to operate in a safely space. And at that time, I'm going to refer back again to ASEAN. We basically refer to ASEAN guidelines to do the refill policy itself. ASEAN guideline plus a Singaporean SOP for refills, because there are a lot of refill business as well in Singapore, and then we give our recommendations to the Indonesian Food and Drug Agency, and this March, the Indonesian Food and Drug Agency already make the new policy for refills. So the challenge is the policy itself, but I think our solutions at that time is not to fight, but to really understand their issues and then give the recommendations as best we can.
Right, thank you, Mas Alif. We can move to Mas Gum.
Yeah.
How's it from
So
your side?
for us at Copernic, I think usually the challenges that we face have some direct relation of the opportunity that we found. In this case, we try to make sure that the lessons that we have, the insights that we gather, can be utilized for people that actually need it. And the thing is, since we are mainly focusing on doing simple experimentation, we have limited context of where we can implement it. And that's why we have this challenge that we usually don't really have one complete solution for a single problem in specific areas. And that's why here comes the opportunity. So we come with a simple solution, and then there is opportunity for people from other places, from other level of economics, to actually try our solutions and insights and to actually test in their own context. And that's where we can also have some additional learnings, some more improvement, and we can also learn from not only the research that we conducted, but also learning from other people that have replicated our insights and results in their own context. And usually the main challenge also related to the fact that we are engaging rural or marginalized community. They have a very limited resources. But it doesn't mean that they don't have something to contribute to the circular economy. And that's why our role to make sure that it's also inclusive, because when we think about circular economy, I think the first thing that we can think of is how it's related to waste management, and also how it's related to how we are designing the system to make sure that no waste were left behind. But sometimes when you go to more remote areas, and in Copernic, for example, we work with communities in West Timor, and they don't really have the same challenges that we have here in the city, like how we use a lot of single-use packaging, but they also have some other challenges, and they can also be the one that contribute to potential solutions. And for example, the way they are focusing more on is in developing and revitalizing the regenerative farming system in the rural areas. So they'll have ability to utilize and can appreciate their local food sources more, because a bit related, so one of the challenges related to food, well, in city we have a problem of food waste. In rural areas, usually it's a lack of access to food, nutritious food. But some other form of food can also go there, like instant noodles. I know, we all know it's really good. However, for a lot of people in rural areas, it can replace some local food that actually benefits more for them. It's provided nutrients that are more contextual for them. In addition to, instant noodle have single-use packaging, and we also don't really have a reliable waste management system in the rural areas. And so when we work with this community that have limitation to address the problem, we can also learn from them that actually they have a solution, and they and our role is to try to be as much as learn from them, and it's not always easy to to be humble and actually learn from people we work with. And the thing is, I think related to challenges and opportunity, I think it's highlighting that when we see something as a challenge, especially related to how limited our resources are, sometimes the people that are facing these challenges actually have the potential solutions.
Right. Thank you very much, Gum, for explaining from the, I would say, grassroots side, the local community side. And let's go to the corporate side. Simply, how would you define the challenges from corporates who would like to integrate circular economy into their businesses?
Yeah, I think what is a lot of things that we see when we are working with the corporate space, that most of the firm, most of the private sectors, they failure to translate the concept of economy into their business model. So right now we see most of the company most focus on like a superficial things like environmental and economy, where they focus like increasing the collection rate, investment in collection and recycling, whereas like the concept of circular economy within the business itself is beyond that. So how also your business impacting the society, like not only your internal business, but also how does it also impact the external. That's one thing that we found challenges, so that's where South Poles comes in on how we're helping them to translating their concepts of circular economy into their business model, like making a tailor-made or bespoke solution that works and relevant to their business. And as part of the consultant, I think to add also to Mas Ali's point about the policy, sometimes even as a consultant, we also find it a bit struggle on how to prepare the companies and align their business direction to the policy direction. Because like circular economy concept is currently a new concept, so even the government still like slowly picking it up, slowly developing the policy, for example, slowly developing the national action plan. So it's not yet there. So I think from the consultant side, it's also our works to helping them on how to aligning like the company direction, business direction, operationally, financially to the policy direction in regard to circular economy.
Right, thank you. And lastly, from the policy making side, or maybe as your role as a circular economy project manager, right? What challenges do you encounter, Mas, during like doing your role as the project manager?
Yeah. At a policy level, we used to meet a lot of or work with a lot of stakeholders. We have a lot of communication with people from the government agencies and also from a business side, even with the communities. But then what we found as one of the most challenging part is actually how this stakeholders, with the varied stakeholders, they all have their own definition of circular economy. And that is something challenging because when we found, when we had a lot of or a variety of definitions on circular economy, we might not be able to address this issue of the natural resources, the limited natural resources issue, exactly towards the what we need. So it is something that we work on. We don't want that circular economy only think about the solution towards waste management or recycling. We want it to be more thorough, holistic, as what Mas Gun said there, like this is an economy that is by design. So what we try is to always coordinate and communicate with the stakeholders and also try to change their mindset that circular economy is more than or beyond waste management. And one of the way that we try to make this into their to make it more compatible for them is by creating this roadmap, because through a roadmap we will know the vision, we will know the how to achieve this target, and make them believe that this also can bring some benefits towards these stakeholders.
All right, thank you. So I would like to actually move on to the Q&A session with the audience, but before that, just simply shortly tell us how can youth, we as youth, can help achieve inclusive circular economy in ASEAN and beyond. Maybe starting from Basia now?
Yeah, I think the youth is, you guys are plays a crucial role when with this circular economy concept, even like solution and how to be implemented that. Because I think one thing that I can imagine, like actionable action that the youth can do or the young generation can do, is just like, first is mainstreaming the topic itself. So you have the privilege now to learning about circular economy briefly in this session maybe, but hopefully like every of you eager to learn more, at least then you have this enthusiasm to learn more about circular economy, because the waste problem, for example, is next to us. It's really, really alarming problem. And from you, what you can do is that just mainstreaming the topic, sharing the topic, what is the circular economy, why we need circular economy, what problem that we're trying to achieve. You don't have to like make a big unrealistic step, but you can just start from yourself, understanding the concept first, and then share maybe with your friends or family about the circular economy. Maybe mainstream this topic into your social media. I have everyone have social media, and start like sharing this information, why we need this information. So I think now, as we are also in the initial stage of like adopting this circular economy concept, the first thing in the information sharing. So how to make this information about circular economy is available or reachable to every aspect or every element of society.
Right, right. So about increasing the awareness first,
Yes,
right?
right,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay, let's go to Mas Gum.
All right, so yeah, I think you folks here have such a great opportunity to learn more about circular economy, especially in a form that is more inclusive. And we need to understand that while the circular economy is an approach that, in response to such a huge, complex problem, we can always see the form of these challenges in our daily life. So it's really, some can be seen as a more smaller parts, and that can be something that you can contribute on. So maybe it would take some more time for you to become an expert in certain areas, but the learnings, the lessons are available, and I believe in your capacity as a youth to gather information about which potential solutions that you can implement and how you can use it to address the challenges starting in your community or your city, the place that you live in, and really start small, from individual, from household, but you can also look at the bigger thing that this requires such a systemic changes and that's also where you can put your energy on. You can advocate for government, for big companies to actually implement the approach that you think will be more ideal. Because at the end of the day, you will be the one who will live the experience, and it's important that you will own today so that you can also contribute to your own future.
Right, thank you very much. What a strong statement by Mas Gum. We'll go quickly to Mas Alif.
Yeah, I think for youth, we all gather here from different communities, from different companies. But I would encourage everyone here to become a champions of circular economy. The reason is a lot of brands that we've worked with, they want to work with us because they were influenced by the youth in the company, by the champions in the company, and also our customers. A lot of them are moms. They also got influence from their children's. So I would say be a champions, and then hopefully we can create a systemic change that Mas Gum mentioned.
Right, thank you, Mas Alif. And lastly, Mas?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say much, but for the young people here, I would say that we are all here can be the circular economy provocator and the narrators. I mean, we have the tools now, we have all the access to the knowledge, and we can use that for our surroundings.
Right, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mas Adit. And now we're going to move to the Q&A session. So if anyone would like to ask questions, oh, it's very dark over here, so let me see. Someone's raising flashlight. So the one raising flashlight on the, I don't know which row is that. Yeah. The right one from their side. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for first. My name is Paksilalang Sambegana. I'm from Diponegoro University, and I am a climate change adaptation and communication for development enthusiast. Talking about the discourse of inclusive circular economy, little that I know in social collapse theory by Joseph Tainter, there are only two entities that can control the human collapse problem like climate change, such as government as the policymaker and industries. Okay, let's say we success plan the knowledge, plan the awareness for people to aware about the circular economy inclusively. In the other side, the reality today, the existing policy are not in line about the problem, even though many NGOs or even UNDP always advocate the policy to government. Furthermore, even the policy exists, the law enforcement are not yet applied maximally. Okay, let's say about people are aware, people want to be zero waste, but groceries product in the marketplace still not use the circular economy, still not sustainable, or the waste handling, the waste management are not maximized yet. Even many industry just greenwashing today. What can we do as civilians, as youth to face this challenge? Can we do the advocate, the policy too, or what else? How can we as youth be contribute to this problem? Maybe it's from me. Sorry for my.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. Okay, I think I'm going to direct this question to Mas Adit on the policy making side. How can we as youth advocate to the policymakers when it comes to, building a more inclusive circular economy?
Yeah. For me, I really believe to the voice of youth because I think youth is the group that can make a change. I believe that through all of the movement, through all of the campaigns that have been done by the youth can really be heard and also can change the status quo. Something that also can be an example is one of the movement that it might also be aware of people in Indonesia that's about how to avoid to use the single-use plastic. We have that movement of single-use plastic diet, and it's working. I mean, that kind of movement was heard, and then there followed up from the government like how they actually also impose to reduce the single-use plastic bag by creating some plastic ban in some area. I mean, it is how the proof of how youth voice can be actually heard and also implied to the policy implementation. One of the example that I can say. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mas Adit, for the for the answer. I hope it answers your question. So I think we still have time for one more brief question. Let's go to the right side. I'll go to the one raising the, I don't know, is that a passport or something blue colored from this side? Just a brief question because we're running out of time, okay?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalie Meldaulan. I'm a ESG intern for climate change impacts at one of commercial bank in Indonesia. So my questions is, since here, the panelists here are from the business side and consultant, and the policy making, of course, what can the banking industry or financing industry can do to support the inclusiveness of circular economy? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your question. So what can the banking or financial institutions do for inclusive circular economy? Maybe Mbak Suya can answer this one.
Thank you, Natalie, isn't it? Thank you for a very nice question, I would say, because again, in our topic as inclusive economy, everyone should be able to contribute as well as like a banking side. And in the consultant or in the climate, even sustainability space, we know like such of sustainable finance. And this is mostly coming from the bank, and how the bank is usually contributes like a green loans, and then financing, for examples like waste management infrastructures. In Indonesia, I think we know there's a green sukuk. If you guys know, like we also now moving toward like a green investment. So investments not only on like infrastructures or other like education or health, but now I think the banking space also start like moving how they can also include green investment. I think my point is that banking has a lot of role to play, because most of the circular economy or in our transition towards circular economy, lack of financial usually one of the obstacles to move towards circular nation or circular business. So I think the crucial role with the banking here is on how you can provide or at least giving access to this fund, so then we can facilitate this transition towards circular economy. I hope that answering your question.
All right, thank you very much, Masuya. And unfortunately, we are at the end of our sessions. Thank you very much for the panelists for the amazing insights. And as we part ways, let us actively seek opportunities to integrate circular economy principles in our life and our work. And we at United Nations Association Indonesia will also help to bridge youth to address these concerning issues of inclusive circular economy with the policymakers, with other stakeholders also. And yeah, thank you very much for your engagement, and I will give the floor back to the MC. Thank you.
Let's give round of applause once again for our moderator and all panelists. Thank you very much, Miss Moderator, for carrying these discussions as warm as you could, but sharp at the same time. And thank you for all the panelists. You are very energizing, and thank you for the fruitful discussion. So please, as we really value you, please stand up, ladies and gentlemen, and move into the center of the stage, as we are going to give you honorable souvenirs. So please, team, for the souvenirs. Thank you, Mr. Rorian, for giving the souvenirs to the moderator and also all the panelists. We very enjoy the building inclusive circular economy and ensuring the involvement of levels in the developing sustainable community to the more sustainable ASEAN. So here it is. Please take a photo together first. Yes, all the media partners and the cameraman, please take your spot to capture this beautiful memento. In the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for our moderator and all the panelists and Mr. Rorian. Thank you very much. You may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you again, don't forget to scan the QR code in the screen as a part of your participations. Don't forget to fill up the questions. And of course, I would like to remind you that ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023 is sponsored by Moya Indonesia, Pertamina, Sasa Inti, KB Financial Group, Weir Group, Tanota Foundations, Foray Coffee, Grand Malia, and Bluebird. So ladies and gentlemen, before we are moving on into our upcoming discussions, so here it is, we would like to present you a special video from Moya Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, Moya Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, our explorations of exciting topics continues with the next panel discussions. And of course, I hope you all still have much energy, so let me check it first. Are you ready for the next panel discussion? Where's the energy? Okay, once again. Are you ready for the next panel discussion? Very nice, because our upcoming panel discussions is very, very interesting. It's about water. So please, this is the panel 10th, Ripples of Impact, Revolutionizing Water Security for Global Health. This session is proudly presented by Moya, so please join me in giving warm welcome to our moderator for these sessions. And here it is, Miss Irena Bougainville Martin. And here it is. Sometimes technical missing is kind of happen in this kind of situation. So please welcome our moderator, Dr. Farhan Mari Isa. Good afternoon, Dr. Farhan. How are you, Dr. Farhan? Oh, it's still...
Hello. Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm doing fine. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So we are going to talk about water security and also global health.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Farhan. I'm going to be moderating the sessions today. And before I'm inviting our esteemed panelists to the stage, I would like to greet you all. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists and dynamic young leaders from across the ASEAN landscape and our partner nations. I stand before you today as the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023, an event that signifies more than just a gathering. It's a call to action. We're all gathered here today because we care about our future, especially when it comes to water and health. And we are collectively charged with addressing some of the most pressing issues of our time, especially concerning water security and global health. Water, an element so basic yet so vital, has implications that ripple across our societies, economies, and also ecosystems. And it's alarming how many still struggle to access this life-giving resource. Our discussions today will dive deep into understanding this challenge from various angles: why water scarcity happens, its impact on health, and the stories of communities who fight these issues every day. But we're not just here to discuss problems, we're here to brainstorm solutions, to learn from one another, and to forge pathways forward. It's a shared journey, one where the wisdom of our panelists, the energy of our youth, and the experiences of our communities come together. I'm genuinely excited and hopeful about the ideas and collaborations that will emerge from today's dialogues and also discussion. Let's commit to understanding, empathy, and most importantly, action. Thank you for being here, and let's make a difference together. Big round of applause to all of us here in this situation and room. Okay, now without further ado, it's time to welcome the brilliant minds who will be leading our discussions today. These individuals come with a wealth of knowledge, diverse experiences, and infallible insights that promise to enrich our conversations. Panelists, as I call your name, please grace us with your presence on stage, and please give a big round of applause as they join us at stage. First, I would like to invite Mr. Ari Adipratomo, our climate reality leader. Please join us on stage. Second, I would like to invite Bu Novia Widianing Tias, Senior Advisor to the Minister for Industry and International Trade. Next, I would like to invite Simin Mirza, Associate Director, Strategy Consulting, Access Health International for Southeast Asia. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sebastian Sharp, Investor Relation and ECG Director of PT Moya Indonesia. Next, I would like to invite Ibu Dia Satyani Saminarsi, Founder and CEO, Center for Indonesia Strategic Development Initiatives, or CISDI. And our last panelist will be Dr. Muhammad Rida, National Consultant to the Indonesia G20 2022. Thank you so much for joining us on the stage today, our panelists. How are you doing? Good? Okay, so today we're going to talk about water scarcity and also its relation to global health. I have a couple of questions that I will address to each of our panelists. And I would like to start with the first question to Mr. Ari Adipratomo. Can you define to us what would be water scarcity and also water security meaning? And how do different regions in ASEAN measure the water scarcity and also the water security?
Okay, thank you, Mas, for the very interesting question, and good afternoon for all of you, energizing youths I've seen around the rooms. It's a pleasure to be here, also with other panelists, amazing panelists. I feel like, wow, I'm very insecure because I'm amongst the greatest people in ASEAN, which talk already about these issues. So my name is Ari Adipratomo. I'm a scout leader. That's why I'm using scarf. And also a climate leader from Indonesia, from the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. And I'm working at the British Embassy, Jakarta, on the low carbon development issues. So coming back to the questions of the water security, it's actually, there's not a single agreeable terms to actually define what it is. But there are several of the definitions that we can basically take a reference from. There are at least three. The first one is the availability of the water is not sufficient to meet the demand of the populations. The second one would be the access that is available for the people to access a clean and consumable water, which is sometimes measured by a different kind of the infrastructure and many others. And there's also the third one is the more specific one, for instance, from the Mekong River Council, which mentioned that water scarcity is where the level of water is below 1,500 cubics per second that is flowing through the river of the Mekong. So there are many definitions of the water security and scarcity. But the red line, or the silver lining here, is that water is very important for our life. And unfortunately, many of the water available on Earth are either in the form of salt water or it's already not consumable. With the pressure of the climate change that especially hit the area, especially in the Southeast Asia region, the availability of the water and also the security of the water becoming more and more apparent. According to the World Bank data, it is estimated that in 2060, about 60% of the population in Southeast Asia, they are threatened by the availability of the water.
2060.
More or less, if I'm not mistaken, it will be 2060, and 60% of the people in Southeast Asia will be under the threat of the water scarcity. So that's why it's very important for us, especially as a youth, to also think about this issue and how we are going to walk the talk. Today, you might have the idea on how we are going to engage as a youth on these issues, assisting the government, assisting the public policy makers, assisting the pentahelix, the business sector, the academicians. Bring your brightest mind to try to solve this matter together. I think I'll stop there, otherwise I'll keep going on.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Adi. Actually, I'm quite interested about the when you say the World Bank data, like by 2060, it could lead us to 60% population will be threatened by the water security, right? So like we will have the water scarcity by that year. And may I ask also, like my following up questions would be, what are like some real world examples in ASEAN countries where, for example, like maybe pollution and mismanagement that have led to this severe water scarcity situation?
Yes, that's very apparent actually, Mas. If we see, for all of you who are staying in Jakarta or any other residential of the greater Jakarta, we have seen that the effect of the climate change, especially during the dry season, has exacerbated the impact of the climate change, and it actually threatened the availability of the water. If you may see the news lately, people in Sukabumi, they are already queuing for the water tap to provide them with the supply of the fresh water. And also in Jakarta, the excessive amount of the groundwater that is being basically sucked up from the ground and used by the many sectors in Jakarta has led to the surface of the ground is sinking. It means that it requires all of us to work together on these issues, to build common understanding that this issue is also important. And many other areas have also felt the impact of the saltwater intrusions. If we're going to the, let's say, North Jakarta, and you are taking water from the freshwater sources, it's no longer fresh. It's already absorbed the salt water. Or like in any area in Pekalongan, some of the area already under the water. Seawater, to be exact, which is also the threat of the climate change. So the mixture of the different problems, it creates a major challenge for us that we have to overcome together to try to avoid the predictions that 60% of us will be threatened by the water scarcity in 2060. It is a homework for all of us, not just on the government, not just on the business sector, but we, as a public, has a very major way on how we are going to manage our resources together. Because I do believe that there is no trade-off between the economic development and the environmental security. If we want to achieve certain amount of the economic development, we have to also maintain our environment to be able to protect us, to provide to us. If we forgot about our environment, we may have, let's say, our salaries getting higher and higher, but also so does your living costs. For example, if we're doing nothing about our climate change, the flood in Jakarta is getting bigger and bigger. It costs you more to fix your motorcycle, to fix your car, even to get from one point to another. Yeah, your salary increased, but so does your living costs. That's one of the proof where the economic development has to go along with the protection of the environmental resources. I think that will be my answer.
Sure.
Thank you, Mas.
Thank you so much. So the dry season, the climate change,
yes,
and the amount of the groundwater, especially like when you said the city is sinking,
yes,
it kind of like also absorbed the seawater.
Yep.
It actually also leads to all these issues, and it's actually not just a homework for one department, but it's actually a multi-sectoral department. So
correct.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to move to Mr. Sebastian. How are you, Mr.? Is it
good?
Have been good today?
Yes, very good.
Thank you so much. Okay, I have a question. The challenge now would be the ignorance of the older generation. Another challenge would be the lack of education for the children and younger people. Can private sectors work together with the government to provide education in terms of clean water? And if so, what can they do?
Yeah, I think that education about water is very important. I think I remember when I was at school, it seemed very simple. The rivers went into the sea evaporated into the cloud, and then it rained, and then there was lots of water. But of course, in reality, it's not as simple as that. So I think the first thing is for people to understand how the process of getting access to clean water works. ASEAN has done a good job of increasing access. What we're talking about in terms of access is clean piped water. It's increased. For those of you who were here yesterday, the mayor of Bogor was saying that he has 70% access for his people. Here in Jakarta, it's 60%. Some countries in ASEAN, Singapore, it's already 100%. So we still have work to do here. So understanding that there is a lack of access still for clean pipe water, and then how that process works. There has been success in ASEAN, but we still have a lot of work to do, and understanding that. I think today is ASEAN's birthday, by the way, so happy birthday to ASEAN, 8th of September. So there has been some success.
For ASEAN.
There has been
so
some
much,
success, but we still have a lot of work to do. And getting clean water involves raw water, so we need a source of water. We're talking about the groundwater, but of course we have the rivers, we have Jati Luhur here in Jakarta, the reservoir, we get water through the canals from that. But you have to manage that. You know, there's wet season, there's dry season. Luckily for the Cisadane River, which is the major river we at Moya use for some of the source of our water, the Dutch did build water gates on the river, so we can manage but that's the kind of work you have to do. You have to be able to manage the raw water, then you have to have the treatment plants, which is what we build and we operate, to clean the water, and then you need to distribute the water, so you need the pipe network. At the moment in Jakarta, the pipe network is only covering about half the population. So we are going to be working to increase that to 100%, hopefully by 2030. And as was pointed out, in Jakarta at the moment, a lot of people are using groundwater, and potentially that is causing Jakarta to sink. And so as we add the pipe network, as we are able to connect more and more customers to the pipe water, it's important from an education point of view that people sign up and connect their houses and their residents and their businesses to the clean pipe water. So yeah, the education is important to understand it's not as easy as just turning on a tap. We have a lot of work to do in order to get to 100% access, clean pipe water for everyone in Indonesia.
Oh, so even actually using the groundwater can make the land sinking if you don't have access to the clean pipe water?
I'm not a great scientist on that, but that's, yeah, they say that removing the water from the ground will subsidize, the ground will go down.
Oh.
You're removing the water from there. But it's not only that, because using the groundwater, as people will tell you who live in Jakarta, the water is not good quality, it's not consistent quality, it's not consistent volume, and people think that it is free because they just take it from a well in the garden, but you have to use a lot of electricity to pump up that water. And that electricity cost is hidden within the household electricity, but it's a big cost, it's a big usage of electricity. So if we can switch to the pipe water, it's going to be much more effective and efficient in terms of use of electricity, in terms of consistency, and importantly in terms of the quality of the water.
Understood. And next question, if I may. As the future of the world are held in the hands of today's leaders, would private sectors be willing to work together with the governments and other private sectors? And if so, what kind of initiatives would you do?
Yeah, we have to. I mean, that's the business model in Indonesia. The water is owned and controlled, and all the assets by the governments and the local governments. So it's a regionalized, but the central government is also now playing a role. So the government is the key for the water. what we're doing as a company is helping them to manage those assets to produce more water. In some cases, we are building the capacity, and in a lot of cases, like in Jakarta, we are building the pipe network as well to help them. But it is the government that runs, owns, and manages and distributes the water. So yes, the government is very important. As a private company, what we can do is we can help. And that's what we have done as Moya. So we started only a few years ago, in 2015. At the beginning, we only had about 200 liters per second of capacity, so very small. And today we are operating more than 30,000 liters per second. And so that's, I don't know if you can do the math, that's a big increase in eight years. So as a private company, we work with the local PDAMs, Perusahaan Daerah Air Minum. There are about 400 of those in Indonesia. So there's plenty of assets here in Indonesia. It's just a question of increasing their capacity, increasing the pipe network, and the private companies can definitely work together with the government to improve that.
Got it. So basically, increasing the volume of water is already done like throughout the years, but also we have to have like the access to the clean pipe network for all of us.
Well, we are now operating the existing water treatment plants in Jakarta. That's about 19,000 liters per second. But if Jakarta was to use the same kind of amount of water per person per day as, say, the US, we'd probably need double that. So there is both a lack of water capacity and a lack of pipe network and connections to households. So we're working on both the capacity and the pipe network. And there's still a long way to go. So
Yeah.
maybe 50 to 60% of Jakarta is connected, and we want to increase that to 100, and that's what we're working on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sebastian. I would like to move next to Dr. Rida. How are you, doctor?
Hi, Doc. My colleague over here.
Yeah. I have a couple of questions as well for you. What steps can local governments take to improve water quality and thus reduce the spread of waterborne disease?
All right, thank you.
And also, if you probably can also explain to our audience what would mean the definition of waterborne disease and probably a couple of examples.
Yeah, Doc. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Thank you.
We need to explain them about
Sure.
waterborne disease. So yeah, first of all, I'm quite honored to be invited with among the Southeast Asia's giants over here to be speaking about water scarcity. This is very, as I'm speaking with the committee, this is very niche topic. Rarely people in Indonesia is speaking about this. So this is a great momentum during the ASEAN week. We'll be talking about water within our region. So yeah, answering your question, Doc, maybe around here, people with medical background can relate to what I'm going to explain, but I'm not going into too technical about this. Waterborne disease basically is a disease caused by water, something in the water that comes into our body. We've been studying a lot about COVID-19 pandemic, whereas in COVID-19 the viruses is inhaled, whereas in waterborne disease the bacteria, virus, or parasites is being ingested into our body, causing infections, etc. And then most common symptoms is diarrhea. I believe you understand that. And if all of here are Indonesian, I believe you've been experiencing typhoid fever, maybe. So it's one of the most common waterborne diseases. And the second one is cholera. Mostly it affected in emergency settings due to probably floodings, due to disasters prone areas. So if you're talking about waterborne diseases, it means that the water is contaminated. And the route of infections is actually how it gets into our body. first of all, must be from our mouth, oral. So it could be from the food that you are taking, the drinks that you are drinking, and maybe the least that we are aware of is from our hands. That's why we, as a medical practitioner, we always promoting hand washing practice. So if we're talking about water scarcity, and how the local government can actually do to decrease the waterborne disease, is actually understanding the source of the infections, which is the water source. We've been talking about groundwater, so we basically have two sources of water, groundwater and surface water. But the most commonly, or that we can easily drink, is the groundwater. It's from the springs, from the river, etc. Whereas the surface water from the sea, it's quite difficult because we need to filter them, and then it takes a lot of processes. So, from what I've been experiencing, I think I can actually point out three that local governments can do, among probably 10 or 11 or 20. First one is leadership, Dr. Farhan. I think the second one is clarity of the work plan, and then the third might be in the spirit of collaboration. I think we all need to collaborate. This issue is not only medical. This is related to forestry, related to other field as well. So yeah, in terms of leadership, I think we need someone who can champion, who knows exactly what should be addressed, and within the government, they know who to network with. You know, who is the private companies or private sectors that need to be involved, etc. And then they need to have a clarity in the work plan, not just coming up with framework, etc. But then we as a individual or as a community doesn't understand what is the work plan. And then the third one is collaboration. I think these days we need to collaborate each other. So yeah, I think that would be what I can share from my experience, Doc.
If you saw the video, I don't know if you were watching the Moya video before, but there was a little clip from the laboratory, and there were two testing sets, and one on the left was yellow color, and the one on the right was white color. So that's the Cisadane River, and the yellow one means E. coli.
Yeah.
So when we take the water in, there is E. coli inside, and then after we clean the water, it's gone.
Yeah, because I also think that's related to what Mr. Sebastian has said before, like the clean pipe water. The more we have it, the more probably like the water quality is better than before, right? And it could also reduce like the waterborne diseases that has been happened to all of us probably in Indonesia.
You can drink our water. So if you go to the airport in Terminal 3, you will see, if you're traveling, the water fountains.
Yeah.
And that's water from Moya.
Yeah. So I'm actually quite curious before I continue to Dr. Rida. When we said about clean pipe water, is it also like just like the quality of water that we can use for household or I mean like daily use, or also like for drinking? Because I think like in Indonesia it's not possible now at the moment to drink directly from tap water, just like for example like compared to Singapore, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the goal in the end, that you can drink. So they're called Perusahaan Daerah Air Minum.
Yeah,
so the dream is that everyone can open the tap and drink the water.
Yeah.
When it leaves the treatment plant from us, you can drink it. So for example, in the airport, you can drink the water.
Yeah, true.
Unfortunately, the pipe network in many places is old, is broken, and so we cannot guarantee at the moment the quality when it reaches the customer.
Yeah.
If we add new pipes, which we're doing now, then we can. So the dream is that we will be able to drink the tap water in the future.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Cool, thank you so much. And to Dr. Rida again, are there any best practices or case studies that demonstrate how improved hygiene and sanitation can dramatically impact community health?
Well, yeah. But before
maybe-
answering that,
yeah,
if I may add what Moya has done, I'm not from Jakarta. I'm from West Borneo, where, like what you said, the facilities there is broken. So mostly the water that we had is not clean, like it's yellowish. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's still a lot of progress. It's a lot of work that needs to be done in Indonesia, because not just Jakarta needs it, but in other areas. So answering your question, Dr. Farhan, there are so many best practices in Indonesia or in Southeast Asia. But I believe we as a region in Southeast Asia regions, we need to learn a lot from more advanced country that has been implementing water treatment facilities. For instance, our dialogue countries like Japan, they do have very advanced technology in water treatment facilities. I know it's not an apple to apple comparing Indonesia to Japan, but we can learn from them. Also, I think I've just learned from ADB report in the Philippines. They have actually, let me check my notes. They have actually a fecal sludge management systems, which is established in 2006. So it's a septage treatment facility. So it's about waste water management facility that they filtered them and then reuse them for other purposes, maybe for planting, for etc. And I believe some places in Indonesia has been implementing this, like in my university in Salemba. They're actually filtering rainwater, filtering wastewater, or from wudu, wastewater from wudu, and then they reuse it for planting the garden. So I think we can all learn from each other, and we can actually the main thing is to innovate, because issues is very local based. We cannot generalize things, so it's actually based on local issues, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so the water quality and the wastewater management quality can also actually improve our community health in general.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rida. Now I'm gonna move to Ibu Dia. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. So we're gonna talk about the nutrition and water access. Can you explain to us how does water scarcity impact crop yield and nutritional value of food in ASEAN countries, especially probably in Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you, and greetings to my fellow panelists here and to the audience. Before I go directly to answer your question, I think I would like to highlight that if we talk about water security, then it means that we have to, Sebastian mentioned about volume, about continuous access, and about continuous quality. So it's more or less the same to what is expected out of a health system. And that water, unfortunately, or fortunately, you can use different perspectives here, is used to measure inequality. So in many areas where you have water scarcity, it means you have bad public health dashboard. So the health outcome in that community is bad, because usually water is the gold, and it is directed, access to clean water is directed to those who are seen or perceived as privileged. And it's still very much the case in many ASEAN countries, in particular in Indonesia. It is so important, if we go back to your question about the sustainable crop, that also include where water is being directed to. So if the crop yields does not receive enough water, then the crops itself will be not in optimum quality. It will cause a nutritional impact to children and to population. They will have micronutrient deficiency, like what we have now, and water is just one of the variable. We have to also deal with other environment aspects such as climate. So this is so important that that water security is included in the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's highlighted to not only open the tap water for drinking. Two indicators actually from the SDG. One is whether water is managed safely and that sanitation is managed safely. The world is still behind in all that, and I think it is an understatement if we say that is a direct impact to poor health and nutrition. So that is the answer to your question. I mean, crops is just one, but I think access to manage sanitation and safely manage water is also an issue that impacts what we have from farm table to mouth.
So if I understood correctly, then it's just not the quality, but it's also the quantity of the water that comes to the crop yields can affect actually the nutritional value of those foods.
Exactly.
Okay. And
because if you have clean water or access to clean water, but only a partial or a part of what you actually need to yield good crops, then the quality of the crops will not be good also nutrition-wise.
which can lead to the
poor health and nutrition.
Wow, that's a new knowledge for me.
It's so important what you said, because when you lack access to clean water, it always, like everything, it will affect the poor people by the most. I mean, just to give you an idea, in Jakarta, where obviously there are rich and very poor people, when they don't have access to water, if you are paying for the water that we are distributing, is costing about 7 rupiah per litre. That's what the government is charging the consumers. The poor people who don't have access, they have to buy bulk water from the bulk water distributor, and that will cost them about 300 or 400 rupiah per litre.
And also, I think the impact, the public health impact, Rido highlight about ingested and inhaled. But also, we must not forget that if public health center, the primary care centers, do not have continuous access to clean water with good quality, then it also impacts maternal mortality rate. So we cannot expect mothers to be safe when they deliver babies if access to clean water and sanitation is still very poor. We are now, the world, we as in the world, now is 11% out of the target in 2030 of 45% to achieve manage safe drinking water. And then now we are at 7.6% to achieve by 2030, 33% of safe managed sanitation. So it's still a long, long way to go, and the public health impact that we must bear because of this lack of achievement is still is very, very high.
I got it. That actually leads to my second question. So when you say like the public health, for example, like the local public health departments need access to like the clean water and sanitation, especially like for, let's say, maternity mothers or like babies or like children's, right? Can you share like some of the examples like or solutions or strategies that have been effective in simultaneously ensuring water and food security? It could be like whether public in public health or like probably in the crop yield that we talk about that you can share with us.
Yes, so I think this is your question leads to what we in public health understands as health in all policy. So there is upstream policy and there is downstream policy. Upstream policy means the policy is coming from sectors outside of health, which has direct impact to health indicators. One of that question is actually being done and implemented in Indonesia by what we know as Subak irrigation system. So it is a system of ensuring clean water, access to water, to the crops and to the fields that ensure their crops are maintained at good quality. This is Subak in Bali. And if we look at the maternal mortality rate of people in Bali, they are actually lower than the rest of the country. That's, I think, the short answer to that. But this is a very, very good question, because for us in the public health sector, it's very difficult to explain about upstream policy, that we need initiative and policy champions from beyond the health sector.
Got it. Thank you so much, Ibu Dia. I will actually go back to you later for another questions, but I'm gonna move first to Ibu Simin Mirza. How are you doing? Oh, you don't have a mic? Okay. How are you doing today? Is it all good?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Thank you.
Thank you
for
so much.
inviting me to the discussion.
It's our
Happy
pleasure to have you
discuss.
here. So I have questions regarding to community empowerment and education. How effective are educational programs in raising awareness about the importance of water conservation and hygiene in ASEAN communities?
It's a great question. While I was preparing for this discussion, an interesting statistic came up. We've already discussed how income, national income, is tied to water access and also public health and waterborne diseases, for example. So lower middle income countries like Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, all of these countries in the region, when you see these countries and the rates of diarrhea, for example, we see that there are two outliers. Vietnam and Philippines have much lower diarrhea rates compared to other lower income countries. And while, of course, part of this is the efforts that have been put into sanitation, the efforts that have been put towards extending piped water access to the residents, a crucial element is the participation of communities in bringing them towards understanding what is the importance of clean water, what is the importance of sanitation, how is this to be applied to you as a community, to you as a family, and then also involving the communities in the design of any system or any initiative that is created for them. So if this is not done, and this is another interesting study that came up, that when indigenous populations who are already marginalized, already have limited access to many things that others take for granted, these communities have their own perspectives on how they should approach, how they take water. For example, they see value in rainwater, and they see that there is a certain taste that they enjoy in rainwater. But when water was provided to them that was treated through chlorine and suggested that this is a safer resource, please take this. But because they were not consulted in the types of water or how they wanted to access water, that program did not succeed. So not only is it important to educate and to test, but it is also important that these communities are consulted first. Because very often what happens is governments have like a top-down approach. We have decided here, we will go ahead. This is what we have decided for this community. But if the community is not consulted and the awareness and the engagement is not done properly, then these programs are unlikely to be sustainable. So that's an important part that I wanted to highlight.
That's very interesting, actually. So like from down to top, right? Like not like the otherwise. But can you probably give us like very short or like summarize technical steps on how to do this? Because I think like this is very important to note. on how we can actually ask the communities first to actually build something that is useful for them, based on your experience or maybe like real life examples that you have been observed?
Well, I wouldn't have a real life example for this particular case, but what we have been discussing in other aspects of public health as well is that when we begin, we obviously have a solution in mind, and we always engage experts, public health experts, to come in and provide a solution. But when that solution is being decided, at the same time, it is important to involve community leaders. Now, for example, faith-based leaders, religious leaders are often left out of the conversation when they have so much influence over their communities. So if we want a proper take-up of any initiative, it is important to understand who are those people who carry the most trust in that community. This isn't necessarily a faith-based leader. It could be your neighborhood, the person that everybody goes to for certain day-to-day errands, or a trusted elderly person in the community. So involving them, getting their buy-in, will help get in the buy-in of the other community members. So that's one way to approach it, yes.
Got it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna move to, before we open the Q&A discussion, I'm gonna move to Ibu Novia. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us on the stage today. So Ibu Novia, what role do ASEAN governments play in creating and enforcing policies for water management and water security?
Thank you very much. I think Indonesia is part of ASEAN family, and I'm very excited to see the participants from other ASEAN member states. So I think ASEAN governments can play many roles in creating and enforcing policies for water management and water security. And one thing that is important to understand is that within ASEAN, we share the same vision. We have a lot of communities, and one of the communities that we have, commonalities, I mean, one of the communities that we have is that we believe that when we talk about water, we are not talk only about the downstream, but as Ibu Dia mentioned before, we have also to talk about the upstream aspect or the upstream approach. And within the ASEAN, we are in the same views that watershed management is important. As we learned that in some ASEAN member states countries, they shared watersheds, meaning that water cannot be seen only in one place, or one river, or one point within the ground, but as the whole ecosystem of watershed. And because my background is on forestry, so I talk as a forester that within the watershed, forest is very important. And within ASEAN, I think we have a lot of works to enforce and creating the policies for water management and water security, as we have one working group on water resource management. And within the working group, there's been implementation of some projects. For example, the ASEAN UNDP project on reducing pollution and preserving environmental flows in the ASEAN seas through the implementation of integrated river basin or watershed management in ASEAN. And also we have some networking, we have some policy dialogue, we have some networking on multi-stakeholders on integrated domestic wastewater management in ASEAN countries. And also ASEAN countries are participating in one partnership of water environment partnership in ASEAN, and I think we have a lot of things to do, and one of our homework to be done next year within the chairmanship of Lao PDR is that we are going to develop ASEAN guidelines on water conservation. So water conservation is important. This is something that is the biggest attention of ASEAN member states. And I think this is very important to be endorsed by ASEAN member states in the near future. And within the ASEAN member states, I think we can get together in collaboration. And I think we have shared the same visions. We have the we share the same, what you call it, like attention to the importance of water, both the security and also the management in the near future. I think that's all, and we can discuss this further.
Thank you, Ibu Novia. So actually there are a lot of projects already ongoing right now regarding this topic, and I'm actually very intrigued as well about the ASEAN guidelines for water conservation that probably could lead to, solutions to these issues that we have right now and reducing the water scarcity and increasing the water security for all. Thank you so much. So because of the time limitations, I think I'm just gonna move first to the Q&A discussions. Wow, okay, so we have a lot of people raising their hands today. And that's smart move with the flash to be noticed, yeah? Okay, so I'm going to choose probably 3 questions first. Maybe the lady in front of me. And then I would like that one with the flashlights, the blinking one in the middle. And one more that would be from the very back. Sorry, yeah, from the very back, yeah, okay. So please, if the microphone can be handed to the participants. Thank you.
Okay. Good day, distinguished panelists. My name is Irene, and I am the chair of the health track for ASEAN Youth Summit and also the delegate of Indonesia. So my question is, okay, we can think about drinking from tap water in the future, but because I also come from West Borneo, we don't have access to clean water that much. And we struggle every day. My father needs to work on that every morning. So my question is, can you share best practices in ASEAN that has involved rural communities or consulted them, like the bottom-up approach that Budia just now mentioned on water management and improving access to water? Because I saw some faith-based communities, they work for advocating climate change, and that is very, very effective, to be honest. And I am just wondering, like, how is the progress in ASEAN? Are there any conversations that is One Health approach? Because just now you mentioned a lot that forestry is also a part of this, and we also proposed that in our joint statement. So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. So if I understand correct, a big of a round of applause first for our questioner, Irene. Thank you so much. So if I understand correctly, the question would be to share the best practice, especially the faith-based communities, right? Or just in general, okay, in ASEAN, in access to the water, like to the clean water and also like the water security. Okay, I think like before we move to the answers, maybe I'm just gonna collect the questions. So if there are any similar, we can just talk about it. The second question would be from the blinking flashlights I saw earlier. Yeah, I think it's like in the middle. Can you raise your hand? Yeah, I think that one. The lady in white.
Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Kansa from Earthquake Engineering Research Institute, student chapter, University of Indonesia. I am an environmental engineering undergraduate student, so water scarcity and water security is a topic I am really interested in. My thesis topic actually lies on the water supply system in a remote area in south of Sumatra, specifically Lampung. Given my background in studying various water supply systems in Indonesia, it has made me feel that we as youth can tackle the water scarcity problem. But I also know that the group of people that are very impacted by water scarcity issue is the ones from rural or remote areas. Actually, this topic has been brought up by Ms. Mirza, but I'd like to know more views from other panelists. One such initiative for our water supply system that I am particularly interested is PAMSIMAS, which is a natural rural community-based water and sanitation project by Indonesian government. With this in mind, my question will be, I want to know what are your views on community-based water supply and sanitation system for the water scarcity and global health issue? In what ways do you believe improvements can be made in the sector to contribute to water security, especially in Asian rural areas? Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, can you repeat the question one more? Thank you.
What are your views on community-based water supply and sanitation system for the water scarcity and global health issues? And in what ways do you believe improvements can be made on this sector?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our, big round of applause. Thank you. And our third question from the gentleman with the black suit. Yeah. It's in the back. Yeah, the one. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask. So my name is Fariza Chayapalevi. I'm from Russian Studies at University of Indonesia. So I think it feels quite contradiction for me that when we have clean water, it means we also increase the health of people. When people health, there's also chance for them to affect the increase of the population growth rate. But when there are many people, it also can affect the quantity and the quality of water itself. My question is, how do we balance the quantity and the quality of clean water? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fariza. Round of applause for our questioner. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna leave the floor open to our panelists if you would like to answer the questions. So we have 3 questions so far. The first would be, what would be the best practice in ASEAN to the access of the clean water? It could be like the faith-based community or like in general. And then the second, we have questions about your view on the community-based system for the clean water access, the water sanitation, to increase also the water security and what kind of improvement that can be done. And then the third would be how to balance the quantity and the quality of the water. So I would like to please anyone, maybe, and then we have Ms. Simin Mirza and also probably Dr. Rida, if you would like afterwards, please. Thank you.
Sure. So I'll talk briefly about the first and the second questions.
Yeah.
So one of the questioners actually mentioned PAMSIMAS, which is an initiative that was launched by the World Bank with the Indonesian government on extending water and sanitation to especially, I mean, it was aimed towards reducing open defecation, which is again a huge problem in Southeast Asia still. And this program was very successful in Indonesia, but one aspect that the community aspect or the the inclusive design aspect that I wanted to highlight and that struck me especially was right at the design stage, it was where 1% of people are disabled but cannot imagine you are disabled, you cannot use the toilet, you cannot access hygiene like any other regular person could potentially. Now, when these sanitation guidelines were being laid out, when these facilities were being built, at this time itself, disabled people were brought into the conversation to understand what are your needs and how can we accommodate you with this new infrastructure that is being planned. So when this consultation happened, thanks to this consultation, what happened was with very minor modifications, people were still able to access, disabled people were still able to access sanitation, they were able to take care of their hygiene, they did not need to depend on someone else to do this for them. And had this consultation not happened, or it happened at a later stage, you would then have to do much more expensive remodification, rebuilding. So in that case, it's a really great example of how it is important to inclusively build any solution that is being catered to, and to identify who could potentially be left out. When I am creating a solution, who could potentially be left out? So that's one thing. And the other question was, I believe, on extending access in rural communities. Another aspect, of course, you can't, given, and there are people here who are much more knowledgeable about this, but in rural areas where populations are sparse, where people are living spread out, you cannot really economically build the same kind of centralized water supply in a rural area. It doesn't make as much economic sense. So in that case, what may be more worth emphasizing is home-based water treatment. So getting communities involved in understanding what are the steps that they themselves can take in ensuring that the water that they access is safe, and ensuring that they follow the proper sanitation practices. And here, one important thing is how important it is to have a primary education. So one thing that made Vietnam stand out was, while they're doing this, and what my other panelists have also been talking about, is the upstream issues. When you have primary education in place, it is much easier for those communities to accept and follow these practices. But where primary education is missing, where the head of the household, especially the mother or the female household leader, does not have access to education or does not understand the importance of cleanliness or clean water, in those households, they are more likely to suffer from water-related issues. So that's important. Those are my inputs. Love to hear from.
Yeah.
I just want to make one point that maybe you might not think like this, but in rural communities, or if you imagine the source of the water in the mountain or something like that, up in Sukabumi, like the Chisadane River, it's going to be better quality up there than it is when it comes to the city. And you've got a lot of people in the city. And so I think that's why we focus on the urban water treatment at the moment, because that's probably where the need is the greatest, because you've got the less good water with a lot of contaminants that needs treating, whereas in rural areas you're more likely to have better quality. For example, the UN standard, quality is measured by what we call turbidity. You imagine how clear the water is when you look at it. If it's mucky, that's high turbidity. If it's beautifully clean and clear, that's very low turbidity. The maximum for drinkable water, according to the UN, is 5. When I was in Semarang recently, and our water source is coming out of the mountains, it was 4.5. So it's actually already not, it's potentially drinkable there. But if you go to the Chisadane River, it could be 1,000. And so we're focused very much on urban. That's where you've got a lot of poor people, and you can make probably the biggest difference at the moment.
Thank you so much. Dr. Rida, please.
Yeah, so if I may add what Samin has answered, and this is to answer 3 questions. So actually in Indonesia, we have programs called CLTS, Community-Led Total Sanitation, or STBM. It's basically engaging the community to do total sanitation. It has 5 pillars. One is the zero open defecations. Second is hand washing. And the 3 out of 5 pillars needs not just from health perspective. It needs collaboration with others. For instance, with Ministry of Forestry about garbage management. And looking back 10 years ago, I joined Budia initiatives called Pencerahan Nusantara, and I was stationed in Mentawai. And I worked there for a year trying to implement this CLTS or STBM program. And it's, building infrastructures of taking the water from the water source to people is one. But the next question is, how is the people going to use it? How is the people going to use the facilities? And how is the water being treated? Is it drinkable or is it not? Because in health perspective, we are looking at about the contaminated water. So I believe what Samin has mentioned earlier, I think education is important. We're not just building a program, but we're building an ecosystem which everyone needs to be involved, everyone needs to be included. And the third question is?
It's about the balance of the water quality and water quantity.
Yeah. I think from environmental health perspective, we tend to look at the quality of the water, which means that whether the water being treated, whether the water is drinkable. And I believe Budia would like to emphasize more on this.
Okay, I would like to address questions 1 and 2 from local perspective first. Within the health system perspective, community-based water and sanitation effort is usually being collaboration within the community, but organized by the local primary healthcare center. So that's why transforming the primary healthcare system is really important, because once that system is transformed, then there are many other things that's being taken care of. One among them is water. So in Indonesia, definitely the community-based effort for ensuring safe water and sanitation is being done or championed mostly by the local district health offices, by the primary healthcare centers. When we go up towards the regional and global effort, I mentioned about the SDGs, and water and sanitation is one of the goals in the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 6. To ensure that that percentage is achieved by 2030, the SDG asks for countries to report, which is called Voluntary National Report, or known as VNR. If you look at the VNR for ASEAN countries, then you will see how many policies are being made on providing safe water and sanitation, and then you can see the impact at the regional and also at the global level. Perhaps it is not yet, and how to increase that effort is by making sure that national efforts are being done. So we cannot achieve global impact if national efforts are not done. Going back to Indonesia, the Bappenas, the National Planning Agency, has the Bappenas Secretariat, which ensure that we take stock of our voluntary national report, and that to ensure all the 34 provinces and all the 500-something regions in Indonesia do efforts to achieve the SDG goals, then there is the presidential decree on implementing sustainable development goals in Indonesia. So that is a lot of effort, which I think Ibu Novia can emphasize further. But when we minimize the scope to health system, then we should look at our local health office and our primary healthcare centers, which we have more than 10,000 across Indonesia right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Budia.
Yeah, if I may add to what has been mentioned by other panelists, that as a forester, I think I would like to add that it is important to see where the water comes from the upstream. So I refer to what's been mentioned by Sebastian, that when we are young, when we are children, yeah, we learn about how we can get the water. Yeah, it's not something that just given to you. I know that water is a public goods, but water is part of an important and invaluable environmental services, a service that's been provided by our mother nature. So the important thing is that how we can protect the mother itself, the mother herself, the mother nature, the origin of the water. This is something that sometimes we take it for granted, right? Yes, because it's free. You can pick it, but we cannot neglect what is the mother of water. So in concrete views, because one of the question is about the community-based and also the best practices. I think one of the best practices that we have now, at least in Indonesia, but I'm sure we can also find it in other ASEAN member states, ASEAN member countries, is about to incorporate the work of private sector, the work of the local government, the work of the central government with the community initiatives. One of the example, in Indonesia, we have program Kampung Iklim, or climate village program, which integrate all of the approaches to approach the mitigation and adaptation of climate change. And one of the important aspects is water and also forests. So what we can do is to protect the source of the water through the rehabilitation of forests and land. Because I learned that trees are very kind. Trees are our best friends. Trees can help us in capture the water, in also filtering the water. That's why in some countries, they have kind of indigenous knowledge. Sometimes it's been, jacketed by myths, like if you cut down the trees, you cannot get the water. If you pollute the water, you will get, like curse or something like that. So I think it's very important to understand where the water comes from and protect the water resources and water sources. And one of the things that we can do is by planting trees. That's one of the activities under the program Kampung Iklim, or climate village program. And another thing is Kampung Ramah Air Hujan, or rainwater friendly village, that we can do water catchment, water harvesting. And I think this is something that a very, very, very affordable technology that can be supported by private countries, private sectors, I mean, by universities, by scientists, because it's scientific, but it is very, very practicable. Kampung Ramah Air Hujan, what we call in Indonesia. So it's a rain water friendly village. So I long to see a lot of many Kampung Ramah Air Hujan in Indonesia. And one of the example is in Rawapening. It's in Central Java. It's in the sub-catchments of Rawapening. And I think we can do it in any places in Indonesia and also in many other ASEAN countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ibu Novia. And probably short.
Very
comment.
short one,
Okay.
I promise. So what I can do is I try to find a silver lining from all of us. It means that every measures, every actions matters. There shouldn't be any trade-off between our development and our environment. They have to go hands in hands. And you guys, you are the youths. You are the future of our countries and also of the world. When you're going back to your own areas, your own kampung, your own villages, your own city, do something. Do something on your own capacity to change something. Because each one of you has a power to do so. You don't have to depend, you don't have to wait. It's all on your hands. So let's move together after this event. You have a good network here. Go together, work together to solve our common issue. That will be all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for our panelists today. Our discussions have underscored the power of collaboration and unity. The issues of water scarcity and health might be vast, but when tackled together, I think no challenge is insurmountable. It is my sincere hope that the connections forged, the knowledge gained, and the commitments made today don't just end here. Let them be the catalyst for real, tangible change in our communities and nations. To our panelists, thank you for enlightening us with your expertise. To our youth, continue being the beacon of hope and the agents of change. And to everyone present today in this room, let's carry forth the spirit of this summit into our everyday actions. Thank you for being part of this journey. Let's remember the ripple effects of today can create waves of change for tomorrow. And let's hope that a future where water security isn't a privilege but a right for all. Safe travels, and until we meet again, keep making a difference. Thank you so much, everyone.
Round of applause for the moderator and all the panelists. Thank you very much, Dr. Farhan, for your style on how being the discussion is really good. And also thank you all the panelists, because we do believe that without water security, countries are simply incapable of managing their fresh water and livelihoods and well-being. Okay, so please stand up and move on into this center of the stage, because as a form of gratitude, we would like to give you souvenirs. So here it is, the team. Where are the souvenirs? Okay, these are the souvenirs, and Mr. Michael will give these souvenirs to the moderator and also to all the panelists. Thank you so much for bringing the water security for global health discussions for us. We really appreciate your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a picture together after the souvenirs are given. All right, please, all the cameramen, take your spots to capture this beautiful moment. All right. Be ready. In count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Round of applause for all the panelists and the moderator. Thank you very much for carrying such inspirational and insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to scan the QR code here on the screen. Let's participate. You want to get featured? Answer the question in the form above. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023 sponsored by Moya Indonesia, Pertamina, Sasa Inti, KB Financial Group, Weir Group, Tanoto Foundation, Foray Cafe, Grand Malia, and Bluebird. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move on into the upcoming discussions, so please enjoy the video from Eko Selaras. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our last discussion was very lit. We talk about water security because we know that without water security, countries are simply incapable for supporting the freshwater ecosystem, the livelihoods, and so on, and it has an impact into the human well-being. It was a very interesting discussion, and we continue our journey through insightful discussions with our next important panel of discussions. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this is panel 11th, Building an ASEAN Climate Tech Ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our distinguished moderator for this discussion, Miss Cynthia Handriani Wijaya. Good afternoon, Miss Cynthia.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Very great. It's really exciting to be here with everyone tonight.
We are excited too, and we cannot wait to talk more about climate tech ecosystems, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia, and I'm the Chief Corporate Officer of Diasolaras Group, or DSG, and founder of ECOS, or Ecosolaras. So as you saw in the video just now, DSG, we operate this thing called a circular value chain. So some of you have heard about circular economy. And in fact, the panel previously talked about the circular economy. In DSG, we help to recycle waste paper, and we can recycle up to 48,000 tons per year. And from there, we help to recycle and convert it into industrial paper, and then into corrugated carton or paper packaging. We close the loop through our waste recycling company. And on top of that, we also are in real estate. So ECOS, or Ecosolaras, is proudly owned and supported by Diasolaras Group. It is a co-working, co-living, and office space that also houses Indonesia's very first climate tech hub. The vision for the space is to provide more activation and collaboration opportunities in the climate tech industry. So who here have heard of climate tech before? Raise up their hands, please. I see a number of hands. Who here amongst you, especially the youth, are interested to pursue a career in climate tech? Maybe raise up their hands. I can see a couple too. Very interesting, right? So today we'll be talking the relations between green economy and climate technology. The basis of this relationship is obviously the science and novel technologies that we see going on nowadays, right? The different verticals that are available within this space, such as the technologies that are helping us to directly mitigate carbon emissions. And then we have mobility, EV, which is a very big thing now. Energy, which is very much needed for our energy transition towards the future. Waste management, food and agri-tech, and so on. So today, we are joined by our partners and distinguished guests and speakers. Can I please welcome Andreas Panduwirawan from Ecosystem Venture Builder to the stage. Melissa Fu from Sunway iLab Ventures.
Check.
John Cheng from Innovate 360. So all of our speakers here, most of them have flown in from different parts of ASEAN. So we're very happy that you could join us in this event. Maybe I understand that it's been quite a long day for many of us here, or perhaps long 2 weeks full of talks, conferences, events, and so on. So just to make sure you're not mentally checked out yet, I'm going to ask the speaker to introduce themselves and perhaps state one activity that you usually do to de-stress, relax, or unwind amidst the hustle and bustle. because I think it's very important, right, for the speakers, for the audience to be able to relate to our speakers here. And I think that dealing with stress, work-life balance, or even when you're in school is very relevant for all of us. So let's start with Pandu, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. Good afternoon, all. When I say hi, say hello. When I say hello, say hi. Hello. Hi. Hello, hello, hi. Thank you very much for your response. I'm Pandu. I'm Chief Commercial Officer of Ecosystem. So Ecosystem is a venture builder. So if it's that too complicated for you, who are you in here? Watch Korean drama Startup? Raise your hand, please. I see some of you raise your hand. So actually, Venture Builder is a sandbox. So sandbox for climate tech startup in Indonesia, based in Jakarta. So we try to connect Namdosan with Han Ji Peong, but only in climate tech sector. Anything that related to tackle climate issues, we help them to grow in Indonesia. So I think that's for the short introduction for ecosystem. And the second question is?
Your activity that you usually do to relax and unwind.
We cannot say working, no. No, of course not, yeah. After this, I would like to join my friend in basket lah. So we have a community to do basket, but with fun. So I think basketball is one of the time for me to distress from all the working things.
Thank you, Pandu. Shall we move on to Melissa, please?
Yeah, thanks, Cynthia, and just a very good afternoon to everyone. A quick introduction about myself. So my name is Melissa, and I'm the head of Sunway iLabs Ventures. So Sunway iLabs is actually an innovation lab of the Sunway Group, which is one of Malaysia's top 3 largest conglomerates with very diverse. So we have 13 business units in property, in construction, hotels, hospitals, universities, theme parks. Maybe some of you have visited some of the theme parks run by Sunway in Malaysia. If you haven't, please do come over. So what Sunway iLabs is we were set up in 2017. And with such a large group, I think innovation is always really key for all these different businesses to improve their services and also to think about new ways to build technology, innovation, and sustainability into their day-to-day and future operations. So at Sunway iLabs, we run a lot of different programs and we also do venture building, right? And we actually run programs focusing on the agri-food tech, health tech, edu-tech, smart cities, retail, and fintech, right? So we have all these different programs that connect startups to our businesses. And one of the very exciting projects that we've started this year, and that's why I'm so happy to be here and happy to meet Cynthia and Daya Selara's group, is because we have also launched the Net Zero Lab this year, where we actually specifically focus on startups, innovators, entrepreneurs, and founders with exciting solutions for the climate. And we hope to invite you to work with us in the Sunway Group and to use all these different businesses that we have in Sunway as a playground, as a living laboratory, as a launchpad for you to test your ideas. Because what we realize with startups is that we sometimes hear about them when they are already successful, but the key thing is how did they get there, right? And it's always through a lot of different investors, they have to test and develop and design their products. And that's kind of the ecosystem that we hope to create in Sunway iLabs. And we hope to work with a lot of very promising and best talent from all over the world, including Indonesia, which I've seen a little of in the past few years and hope to interact with more. As for what I do to de-stress,
yes.
Actually, before the pandemic, I loved traveling. I think that was one of the ways that I could get away from work and see something new. I love to look at new places, really see how people live in different countries. During the pandemic, that was completely zero. I didn't get on a plane, and I think, like, it was a very strange experience to be in one city, not even like 10 kilometers radius at some point. But then I actually took up hiking. So I do hike a lot on the weekends. We have a lot of small hills and then large mountains in Malaysia that I go on the weekends. And I find it really beautiful. I think that was one of the plus points of the pandemic, that we start to see that it's not just about going all over the world and different places, but you can actually find relaxation in your own home, in your own backyard. And I think that's something that I really value.
Thank you, Melissa. That's really interesting that you mentioned hiking. Then you definitely must visit our mountains. And there's Kawaiijen, there's Bromo, and so on. Perhaps John? Go ahead.
Selamat siang. I'm John from Innovate 360. I've been in the family business, a third generation family business, most of my career. And then in 2018, we decided to spin out and create innovation space, to create something that would focus on supporting startups to pay it forward and also to help them grow and scale. So 2018, we started Innovate 360. It's a food accelerator supporting agri-food tech startups in the early stage to Series A. Today, we have a fund that looks at investing in global startups, focusing on Asia as well as Asian startups. And one of the things that right now we have about 102 startups, and that's growing. We are developing our markets in Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, Korea, and hopefully Indonesia as well very soon. And that's why I'm very happy to be here, part of this conversation here today, and to, of course, get to know our youths here. One of my passions, besides watching Netflix, is cycling. So recently I just completed about 150 km on a small little 4D. Thank you. But actually the main thing was I did the 150 km to support university students on bursaries. So that was something that I did, and that's kind of my passion as well, helping others.
Wonderful. Thank you, John. So many people have mentioned regarding climate tech, and that we are right now at this tipping point whereby a lot of these climate technologies have matured or are ready to scale. The simplest example are your solar panels. The PV investments of solar panels have decreased at least a good 60% since 2010. And your payback period have probably decreased by a lot as well. So what do you think that, is in terms of climate tech ecosystem itself, what are the opportunities within the ASEAN-wide region? Perhaps we can start with Pandu first.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Cynthia. So I think to give more context to our participants in here, if you heard about climate tech, don't think too much or it is so sophisticated or too complicated. You see water that you drink produced by climate process. If you can produce it quite well with technology, it's climate tech. If you want to breathe the air with the clean water, the clean air, it's also climate tech that can help us with that. Or food security, agriculture, and so on and so forth. All of that is climate. And talking about the opportunities across the ASEAN, I think we have the keyword there. It's climate. The climate, it's different in ASEAN compared to Europe or in America. We have 2 seasons only, dry and rainy season. And maybe some of the ASEAN countries in Vietnam, they have 4 seasons. But most of us only experience 2 seasons, dry and rainy. I think we have the similarity in there. And then talking about the sustainability, about people, profit, and planet, to make it profitable, to sustain, to continuous, We can see the best practices from the business. We can see, I'm sorry, there is a transportation application from Europe and US cannot survive in Indonesia. But you can see Grab, Gojek can survive in here. And also in Malaysia, growing big, in Singapore, in Thailand, and also Vietnam. They can survive and even grow bigger compared to the technology that brought from across and the countries beyond ASEAN. So I think that those two is our capital in here to develop the climate tech. We have similar climate, we have similar culture and conditions, circumstances, and we can see from the best practices, I think we can build and develop climate tech better if we can collaborate across the country within the ASEAN.
Melissa, perhaps you have...
Yes. I was thinking about this question and I realized that, when you talk about opportunities, that's something that when we think about ventures and startups, we always try to assess every day. And these are some of the questions that we ask, right, when we look at a startup idea, is who is facing this problem and how big is the problem? And what we realize about climate tech and sustainability when we think about who is facing the problem is everyone, right? Because we all live on the same earth and we have the same environment, we're breathing in the same air. So the size of the potential market, if we can find a way to improve our climate and our environment, actually that's everyone, right? And how big is the problem? We all know that globally, carbon emissions are still on the rise and a lot of the statistics point to us facing this climate catastrophe. So how big is the problem? The problem is global. So in that case, we realize that we really need the solutions. In fact, we probably need more than one solution for all these problems. So in that sense, the opportunity is very, very, very large. Actually, anything that you can think of, right, in terms of pollution, in terms of waste management, plastics, and so on, those are all problems that can be solved with huge potential and huge opportunity. So I can think of so many examples, but maybe I'll share one that we did at Sunway, and it actually turned out to be one of the venture builds within Sunway that we see that is growing, right? So in 2019, Sunway has always been looking up for different ventures to build. And we noticed that the entrepreneurs in Malaysia were very interested in how to apply technology to traditional businesses such as agriculture and farming, right? So farming was always seen as something that you did in rural areas, out of the cities. But with technology, with data, with precision, it was quite exciting actually for the students and the entrepreneurs, the students in Sunway University and the entrepreneurs in our network to see how they could use technology to improve, right? To actually create better or precision farming. So with that, we actually looked at how a Sunway group could support them, and we realized that within Sunway, and with some of the entrepreneurs, some of the high costs of their urban-based farming was actually the real estate or the land or where they would have, because city prices and rentals are very expensive. But at Sunway, we are a property developer, right? We have access to a lot of real estate, a lot of space, underutilized space on the rooftops and other parts of Sunway City in Kuala Lumpur. So with that, with that model, we thought that there would be a real advantage for Sunway to see how we could work with these new agripreneurs, like agri-tech entrepreneurs, to create urban farming. And like a lot of, before this, most of the vegetables and fresh produce that we source would come from out of the city where they would travel, and there might be nutrient loss, storage, and a lot of different inefficiencies that's associated with getting fresh fruits and vegetables and produce from out of the city. But having these source of these vegetables in Sunway City actually created that freshness and also reduced the time from farm to plate. And interestingly, what happened after 2019, as we all know, there was a global lockdown, supply chains were interrupted. In fact, many people couldn't have access to vegetables that we all took for granted that would just come from like a few hours out of city and would be sent by trucks into the city every day. But with the X Farms concept and with all the subscribers, there was actually a source for fresh vegetables, and what's become very scarce, became really something very precious to the residents and all the restaurants and everything in Sunway, because we had the access to the vegetables at that time. So I think with this example, right, something really small, and it's just about growing vegetables, in an urban area, using data to optimize the process. But that actually became an opportunity for Sunway, and using the Sunway City, we actually tested different models, vertical farming, greenhouse, and other ways of farming. And recently, the Sunway X Farms project has scaled up, so we now have a new space occupying 3 floors in the KL city center, using the Sunway X Farms as a model. So I think this is just a very small way that of opportunity within the food security space, but we can see that the demand, the way, the trends, and all these things have led to business models such as these growing. Yeah. So I hope that's an example that you can think about in your everyday life, that you can then see how to start small always and keep testing and improving the model, but that can eventually grow into a very big business. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks, Melissa. I think that kind of is a way that I also can share about the opportunities. I think there's, for food security or climate change, climate tech, or food tech, I think this is something that's still very nascent, especially in this part of the world. And then that gives rise to a lot of opportunities. For me, when we first decided, to go into innovation, that was really based on the fact that, we were looking at technologies that we could apply to our sugar business. And then, from there, gave rise to meeting interesting startups. So we started with some cell-based companies. So one of our first startups was Shok Meats. They grow shrimps in the lab. So basically, growing cells in the lab to produce meat. And that came along at the time where Singapore was thinking about its 30 by 30. Its goals to produce 30% of its nutritional needs by 2030. And that together, and with COVID, propelled an entire new realization that we cannot rely on the traditional sources. We need to reinvent, try to disrupt what's already been disrupted, and think about food sustainability. Because the planet right now, we're producing too much carbon, and that's really detriment to our our planet, and that's something that we need to reduce, and that's where food technology, food innovation comes in. And that's where the big opportunity there is. There's a gap, and we see that potentially we can fill that gap with the technology and inventions that these startups can bring. And yeah, it's a $1 million question. We come in as investors and we invest in startups, hopefully through these investments, that one day they become unicorns. But of course, creating an ecosystem to actually help them will support their innovation and also create that real impact and real change that will be meaningful for not my generation, not your generation, but for your generations and your generations after. I guess that's where that opportunity is in. Yeah.
I think it's very interesting that when we're talking about sustainability, it is really a wide range of things, right? It's a really wide range of agenda. And next, I'm going to ask the most interesting question, I believe, or the most challenging question to our speakers, because I'm sure that a lot of you have thought about this in your minds. And to be fair, I get asked this question a lot too. Does climate tech make financial sense? And aside from financial considerations, what do you think are the other challenges when it comes to adopting climate tech? Let's start perhaps with John first, this time around.
Okay, so I guess some of the challenges, no matter what business you are in fact, I think it's always about scaling that technology. I think that's when, Cynthia, you mentioned earlier on. So I think for me personally, I think it's what is the problem that you're trying to solve. Again, going back to Melissa's point earlier on, having a unique solution doesn't guarantee success. It's also about who do you collaborate with, who do you work with as well. And that's where, I guess my answer is quite short. The challenges is how do you get people to work together? And one of the kind of opportunities also, going back to the earlier question, is that it's also about bringing public and private partnership together. So another hat that I kind of sit on is I am the chairman of Feed 9 Billion. It's a non-profit, organization that I set up together with Temasek Poly, SIM, and Focus Tech Ventures, really to bring, private-public partnership together. So we bring together VCs, startups, institutions, government, and also, companies to really think about how do we raise awareness of food sustainability, innovation through collaboration. So that with that, then you can really make a difference, because if you do one thing alone, your impact is not great, and that's why you bring people together. Yeah. So I guess to answer the question, problem is people are not working closer together, and I think this kind of forums here today, with all you youths, with that opportunity is to come together with a common goal, try to find a solution. Yeah.
So partnerships are definitely key, and the collaboration opportunities are not only within Indonesia, but also cross-border collaboration. Melissa, perhaps you could share with us your insights?
Yeah, I think there will always be a lot of challenges, and I think it's because to solve some of these problems that have been going on for years and decades, maybe centuries, we need change. And most people, they're not like to change, especially if they're very comfortable, especially if they're happy with what they're doing, right? And so I think it's so great to involve the youth. I'm so glad that all of you are here, because change sometimes is led by the next generations, right? We always talk about work culture and everything, and I think how the youth, how the future want to work, how the future take care of the environment, that's actually a strong driver of change, and that's probably the most predictable, right? We cannot get sometimes the previous generations to change the way they do things, but we can get the youth to lead that, because they are the future, right? So I think this is one of the ways we need the youth to be really creative, because if they are not creative, then it's all going to lead the same way, right? And I think I really like what John said about partnerships, because a lot of the things about the environment that we do, we need to align the incentives, right? It's easy to say use recyclable materials or recycle anything, but what if someone is either time poor or resource poor or financially poor, right? These things actually may not be aligned for them to choose the most sustainable way of doing something. But can we adjust that, right? Can we think about how creatively in our business model, how it makes more sense for someone, how maybe it saves time for someone to be sustainable, how it could save them money, for example, to use and reuse products, and how we create that financial incentives for consumers, for businesses, and for society to really choose the more sustainable approach. It's not easy. I'll try to keep my answer brief, but it requires all of you to be super creative and align the incentives of different stakeholders in this equation. Yeah.
Okay, talking about the finance, this is something that really important and interesting. Sometimes, and many people, my friends asking me, is that really making money? Could you make a living from doing climate tech, something really new, sustainability? Nobody cares about that maybe 5 years ago. Currently, everybody talking about sustainability. That's the reality. But if we can see from the reset, actually global investment in the climate tech is keep rising. Even though we see that there is a winter tech, there is also global crisis, war in Ukraine, but compared to previous pre-pandemic, the investment is doubled. So because the investor keep seeing that this is the opportunity to make the business is more sustainable, to make more the earth, the place that we live is more friendly for us. Even about a month ago, we host with the Ecoselaras, in collaboration with Ecosystem, we host a ASEAN Climate Tech community. And we did FGD asking some investor, and they said, money is not the problem, investment is there. Many investors park their funding in Singapore or in abroad in China. But then again, why they not coming to Indonesia yet? But actually, if you see, some startups actually have made their move. Waste for Change, one of our portfolio, currently have 300 more employees. Carbon Ethics, our another portfolio, also have like 30 employees. Most of them is youth, your generation. We can create more job opportunities, green jobs, more access to finance. And then talking about what actually the challenges are, we did a research to 80 ecopreneurs. We call them ecopreneurs because they are entrepreneurs doing some ecology business. The result is coming to 3 challenges. The first is the assistance on startup methodology, because of most of them coming from passionate people, passionate youth, but they don't know, they clueless how to make a business, how to make a profit from the sustainable business. The second is the access to risk capital. How can we meet the right person to invest, to collaborate with? How can we have the access to meet Melissa, how to can meet with the, our friend in Singapore, John and others, who are also concerned in these sectors, in these verticals. The third is market barriers and navigating regulations. So those 3 are the challenges that we should solve together with Ecosystem, Ecoselaras, and all of you in here. I think I agree with the partnership and collaboration.
I think everyone is on board with that point. And especially right now, right, ever since the pandemic, I think that it's been very interesting that there is this shift of focus, as Pandu mentioned, with sustainability. Perhaps there has been a lot of initiatives from the past, but nowadays it's being highlighted. And everyone has been thinking about that cost of not transitioning. You know, especially with the COVID-19 experience, we have seen it, we have witnessed it, we have all felt it, the cost of being too late, the cost of not preparing or planning in advance. And we don't want this when it comes to our climate or environment, because if our environment is not well, we will be directly impacted as well. Cost of this transition is not as expensive when we compare it to the cost of not transitioning or doing nothing at all. So I guess it's really refreshing as well to see all of our guest speakers and all the solutions that their organizations are able to provide, especially for the youth, as they mentioned just now. Perhaps now we can move on to the Q&A session. Oh, I see there's already a lot of hands. So when you ask the question, you can state your name, your organization, and also the question. Okay, so I see one person there, blinking lights, flashlights, a lady at the very back. And then I can see one person with 2 hands, yes. I see you. 10 fingers all up in the air.
Okay, thank you very much. Finally, I have the opportunity to talk to the amazing honorable speakers and also Miss Cynthia for your amazing public speaking. So my question is, where do you see your business or company in the next 5 years, especially in Indonesia, knowing that many Indonesian people still don't care about technology and sustainability? So I'm asking again, where do you see your business or company in the next 5 years? That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Where are you from? And the name?
Oh yes, your name,
yes,
please.
I
and
forgot my name. My name is Puan. I'm from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, and I'm also a member of Global Youth Conference on Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful question. So shall we have one of the speakers or?
I'm happy to answer this.
Yes,
because,
please.
So a lot of the things that we do, especially because we do invest in alternative proteins as well. And we have startups that are producing from cell-based meats to plant-based chicken, plant-based eggs. And one of the challenges right now is that, we know that Asia is not fully concerned about sustainability. I think that is something that is changing, and that's starting with the youths, in fact. We see a lot today that the youths are willing to embrace change. They're willing to try new foods, and that's supporting the growth of this market. I think in Indonesia there is Green Rebel, and in Singapore, you have Tyndall, you have Float Foods, many of the brands that when you walk into a restaurant, you'll be able to try. And we see a lot of uptake from the younger generation. And I guess to answer your question is that you really see a lot of, instead of going to the approach of, it's about sustainability, we think about, can it taste better? Could it be more nutritious? Could it be something more flavorful, special flavors that will appeal to the consumers? So again, it's about targeting the consumers. And in this market, it's really about taste, it's really about affordability and convenience. So to our startups, a lot of them, we tell them to actually be able to do that, learn how to target your consumer. But of course, they are also trying to sell to Europe, to the US, where they are really focused on, climate change, carbon footprint, and that's where you tweak the messaging. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, John. Maybe one example in Indonesia, perhaps that we could also share a little bit about Diaselaris Group, right? As you saw in the video, we're basically in different sectors, but one of the sectors that we're in is paper packaging. And that is actually the best alternative so far that we see in regards to versus plastic packaging. And when you mentioned just now, Puan, regarding 5-year, 10-year projections, that's what we do essentially. We always have to think about what's the upcoming trends. And I would like to say, right, even though right now, in the Indonesian consumer side, they may not be as aware yet when it comes to the plastic waste that is being produced and so on. There is really big movements starting from the private sectors, especially for us in Diaselaris Group, when we supply to multinational companies, for instance. There's actually that value chain of certifications and standards, audits that we need to go through. So these kind of things are actually really propelling us to adopt more sustainable initiatives into our business plan, right? And perhaps, Pandu, do you want to share one more example as well from your side?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions and actually also challenges for us because you're asking what you're gonna do 5 years from now. So ecosystem is a venture builder, but actually the movement, the DNA of the organization started since 2011 in Bandung as a movement, NGO, and voluntary. And then 2014, they see that, actually it's making money. So they start the startup called Waste for Change. So Waste for Change is one of the waste management startup in Indonesia until today. And then in 2020, 21 and 2020 and 21, we see that a lot of more innovation that concern to solve the environmental problems. And then we see what we can do for them, how we can help them. That's why the idea of ecosystem becoming the venture builder started in 2021. And our target in 10 years from 2021, it means like 8 years from now, we hope that at least there will be one startup in climate tech that will be unicorn, like Gojek. So imagine 8 years from now, there is a startup focusing in tackling climate tech issues that amount of that size of company. And you can ask to ecosystem, if 8 years from now we haven't seen any progress from that, so it's our failure to help the startups to grow and to make an impact as the environmental impact and also economic impact. I think that's what I'm gonna say too.
Melissa, perhaps you could share some example from Malaysia and Sunway.
Yeah, I think, thank you for the question. And it's a really good one. I think we know that climate awareness is not evenly distributed, so not everyone has the same level of knowledge or places the same importance on climate awareness. But I always think that, in this regard, we should be the change that we want to see, right? From about 50 years ago, or 50 years next year, the founder of Sunway, when he had this vision to build a whole township, right, with now about 100,000 population living there, and it was actually on a barren mining land. So if you know what mining land looks like, or old tin mines look like, there's absolutely nothing that can grow there, and it's just two big mining ponds, right? And imagine going to a bank and saying that you wanted financing to build a township on that land 50 years ago, right? And everybody would think that that was a crazy idea. But I think these are the crazy ideas that was what started Sunway, right? And on top of that, building that township, there was always a principle of incorporating planting trees, so not just creating buildings, but creating a city that people would want to live, a smart and sustainable city. So I think baked into the DNA, like Pandu shared, I think that's always something that is a key and our passion. So if your passion is to really be that change that you want to see in the world, I think it wouldn't matter if everyone else is on board yet, but we hope that more people would be on board. And in this regard, I think, and under Sunway Innovation Labs, we also realize that there is research by BCG that says that the technologies that we have right now to solve the world's environmental problems, only 25% of that are technologies that are existing today. And 75% of it will actually come from new and emerging technologies. So what that means is that we need to look out for these new and emerging technologies. We need to find them, invest in them, help them grow, develop, and scale in order to solve the problems that we need to be able to achieve, as Sunway has committed, to the net zero goal by 2050. So it's not just the next 5 years, but it's 2050 minus today, the next 30 plus years, that we have that vision for, and we want to be the change that we wish to see in the next few years, more than that going forward. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. We had one more question, which is the last question just now. Can I please have the mic being given to the... Just now there was one person there with 10. Can I see the 10 hands again? Yes. Here you go. Yes, I know you're at the back row. The back row, yes.
Okay, once again, thank you for this opportunity because, I already got this opportunity because recently I would like to ask, but I don't have any opportunity. So thank you for Miss MC, moderator. So I am Imran, and I'm a dental student in one of the university in Asean University in Makassar. So My question is, recently, a few weeks ago, I, as the participant of the hackathon competition, so we're like pitching in front of investors, especially in the field of health. So I'm actually curious about in the climate tech ecosystems itself. So maybe like your company or your organizations are like Sunway Group or ecosystem. So can you just give me like tips and tricks how to, like convincing the investor? Because actually as a youth, we have like lots of ideas and innovation, but sometimes our barrier is like how to convince the investors. So is there like any consideration or tips or something like that to, to you gives to us as to convince the investor? So all for this, our solution or innovation, it can be applicable to the community, especially in climate, to solve the environmental issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Imran. Perhaps I will pass this question to Sunway and ecosystem, and perhaps you could state one tip or trick. Please, let's start with Melissa.
Sure. Did you say you're a dental student? Yeah, my first degree is in dentistry, so, hello, fellow dentist to be. I think I'll keep this short and I'll give you one tip. In terms of investors, every investor has a different profile of what they're looking for, right? So, if there was one tip, I think you need to do your research on who you're pitching to as an investor to see what would align with their investment thesis. So, example for Sunway, we look for a strong strategic fit with our business unit. So, for example, if you pitch something within that we can do a pilot with Sunway Medical Center, for example, and some of Sunway's medical centers, they like to have programs which are about awareness of non-communicable diseases, like increasing people to come for early checkups and diagnosis. So by understanding this about your investor or whoever you're pitching to, you will be able to craft a story that would make them more likely to to invest in you. Yeah. Hope that helps.
You can give applause for Melissa. Thank you for sharing, and I'm great that you already do some following up to hackathon and others. And make sure, the tips is make sure that you understand your business or your idea better than anybody else. Make sure you solve the problem. So problem solving, because the motivation to make business, you have to solve the problem, not create another problem. The second is understand what the market needs. So see the market, what they need, and you can build the right strategy to go to market. And the last, maybe if you're still wondering how to learn to build a startup in climate tech, please following our social media and our platform. We have learning platform called Exit, so xseed.ecosystem.com. It's free. You can access online video learning how to build startup in climate tech. I think that's all from me.
Thank you, Pandu. I think that it's very interesting. Today we are gathered here together with the youth. And I personally believe that when it comes to climate tech, this is really where the youth generation will play a very important role, right? So when you invest in climate tech, sometimes you're not only looking at the business sense, or most times, or every time maybe, but you're also trying to think about how can you invest in the future opportunities for the youth generation to take this world into the next level, really. And all of the challenges that were mentioned just now, perhaps it's not solvable within the next 2 to 3 years, but who's to say? Just now Melissa mentioned 2050, right? And by then, there will be middle grounds, and hopefully there will be solutions. So it is our job as the current generation to start planting the seeds of solutions and open communication and partnerships right now. So thank you as well for all of the audience. Right now, we would like to close this panel session.
Can we give a round of applause for the moderator and all the panelists? Thank Thank you so much, Miss Cynthia, for bringing up this discussion so well. And thank you for all panelists for sharing your thoughts with us. So please stand up, ladies and gentlemen, and move into the center of the stage because we will have souvenirs for you all, the panelists and also the moderator. So here it is, the souvenirs from us. Thank you very much for such a lovely discussion. Here are for you, one by one. And after that, let's capture this moment with a group photo. All right, please be ready. Let's take a picture together, shall we? All right, at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause for our moderator and a panelist. You may return to your seat. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you all that don't forget to scan this QR code because soon I will tell you how much it's important for you all to scan this QR code. Okay, but beforehand, before we go into the upcoming discussion, I would like to ask a question first. Is there anyone in here that is interested in the K-pop? Yeah? Who's excited for the K-pop industry in here? Oh my God, you're very lucky because in honor of the 50th anniversary of the historical ties of Indonesia and the Korea diplomacy, we are teaming up for an exciting giveaway prize for you guys to enjoy. So we are giving out exclusive tickets to SMCU Place, SM Town, Jakarta. There are only 10 tickets, but only those who scanned the QR code back then from yesterday and stay until the closing ceremonies that can get the 10 tickets. So please, are you ready? So please buckle up and don't forget to stay tuned until the closing ceremony. So ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the delegates disseminations part of our program. I invite the 2 moderators of today's disseminations to share and disseminate the results of the 2 themes that have been discussed before by all the delegates. So please welcome on stage Karisma and Gilang. Hello, Gilang, Karisma, how are you?
Very, very well.
Very well. Okay, we are very energized in here. So this is actually the last panel, and it's about the public disseminations. It's your field. How's your life, Gilang?
It was good.
It was good.
Yes.
Okay, always been good. So public disseminations is yours. Therefore, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the Master of Ceremony for passing the stage to us. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Karisma, Track Officer of Green Economy.
And my name is Muhammad Gilang. I'm a sous-chair for her track.
We will be your moderator for this dissemination session today. And we are honored to moderate this session, bringing 2 important issues, green economy and health. But before we start, please give a big round of applause for all of us, since we already received a lot of insightful panelization from our prominent speakers.
Yes. And now let's begin the session. So we are calling for our presenter. Representing the green economy track is Mr. Nai Wing Mong from Myanmar. Please be applause to him. And next, Mr. Tom Jones from the United Kingdom. And also we have a representative from the hot track. Please welcome Miss Irene from Indonesia. And also Mr. Pranav from the United of America. Please have a seat.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this joint statement dissemination is similar with what we have done yesterday, actually. Our delegates' representations of each track, in this case, green economy and health, will present you the joint statement that have been discussed for the past 2 months. 2 ground rules in this session. First, each track will have 8 minutes to present brief overview of their joint statement substance. And second, we will open for Q&A session at the end of the 2 presentations.
So without further ado, now we can start our session. Please welcome the representative of Green Economy Tracks. It is Mr. Nai and Mr. Tom. The stage is yours.
Hello? Can we have the remote?
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, distinguished guests, members of the audience, our youth fellow delegates, and youth of the ASEAN and Indonesia who are with us today and who are watching us live. We are very excited to present our joint statement that we have drafted over the past 2 months. It's been a journey for me, and I'm very thrilled and hopeful to see what will be implemented in the future. My name is Ne Wimau, and I'm the youth delegate of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar. And
thank you, Nai. Good evening, selamat sore, prananda, everyone. My name is Tom Rees-Jones. I'm the Green Economy Delegate from the United Kingdom. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank IYD for having me. I'm sure my fellow partner delegates will forgive me for speaking on their behalf when I say it's been an awesome welcome. And we are really grateful for the tireless efforts of the organizing committee for making this event happen. So thank you. Please. And thank you to all of you as well for sticking with us. I think it's very apt that this session is taking place at this time of the day, at this time of the week as well. And the reason for that is that from all the panels that we've listened to intently and all the great speakers and ideas that we've heard over the last 2 days, all of that feeds into the policy recommendations that we're about to present to you, because the green economy is at the heart of all that we need to do going forward. Could I have the next slide, please? Just to summarize before that happens, so our policy recommendations are going to fall into 5 principal categories. Those categories are, as you can see, we skipped one, infrastructure, youth, monitoring frameworks, loss and damage, and MSMEs. So to begin with infrastructure, without further ado, thank you. Infrastructure is literally what economies are built on and around. And for that reason, sustainable infrastructure and climate resilience are at the real heart of what we need to do to transition our collective economies. Our discussions have centered around the need for urgent development of sustainable infrastructure, particularly in energy and transport, and in resilience for vulnerable communities in order to ensure a just transition. We need to support and further endorse sustainable transport mechanisms, including through the electrification of public and private transport, in order to basically achieve modal integration and also urban walkability, which are at the heart of developing cities, particularly in ASEAN. We need to collaborate. We need to knowledge share and transfer our expertise across ASEAN and partner countries like the UK, particularly in key infrastructure projects like marine infrastructure and infrastructure that's defensive against natural disasters. Next slide, please. At a more general level, our discussion centered a lot around the need to bridge the adaptation gap in what's called infrastructure finance. For decades, infrastructure finance has been centered on hybrid public-private financing. And for that reason, we call on governments to put sustainable infrastructure finance at the forefront of their investment agenda. I'll pass over to Nay.
Thank you, Tom. So next slide, please. Yep. And moving on to our next pillar of discussion, which is youth. And I believe that youth, ASEAN youth are the forefront of green innovation and entrepreneurship. And approximately 77% of the youth in Asia Pacific potentially can secure a green job or a green career in the next decade. So youth are the ones who are facing the transition. And therefore, to make sure all ASEAN youth to be able to move towards a greener future and not left behind, we must be equipped and prepared with the knowledge of green skills. So for example, critical and natural-centric thinking and a long-term thinking. So by that, we recommended the streamlining and the further support of meaningful youth participation and engagement platform, such as, but not limited to, dialogues with policymakers in decision-making processes related to the environment and the sustainability of it. So with youth participate evaluation based on the ladder of youth participation or other frameworks. So the youth engagement must be inclusive of the community of both urban and rural areas on regional and global level under the ASEAN Youth Steering Committee on Environmental Governance and Green Economy, which we call for the establishment. And the Youth ASEAN Steering Committee on the Environmental Governance and Green Economy will aim to amplify youth voices in the ASEAN processes and governance to ensure that ASEAN youth inspirations are represented on the policymakers' table and can make an impact on our future. Next slide, please. And moving on to monitoring framework. According to the ACE 2022, the estimated green growth of around 170 billion US dollar can be achieved by 2030 alone in the ASEAN region. So this shows that the transaction to green economy is a very valuable opportunity towards ASEAN economy and development as a whole. So during the adaptation towards green and circular transition, there will be winner and loser, of course. Therefore, we believe that the transition phase monitoring is very needed to ensure the mutual transition. And additionally, it is very important that an actionable plan or roadmap also accompany this transition so that ASEAN member states can be fully equipped and measure the quality of transition towards a greener economy. And moreover, we also recommended the development of a holistic regional monitoring framework and the environmental assessment to track the quality of the transition. And improvement of the national statistic of industrial, municipal, and supply chain waste data collection is needed to serve as the foundation of extended producer responsibility, ERP enforcement. So finally, we also need environmental threshold of main pollutant discharge parameters to measure against the actual discharge to take the proper actions. So next slide, please. Okay, another pillar is our loss and damage. Climate change inflicts harm towards ASEAN member states via a climate disaster of increasing intensity, causing the loss of property and the loss of entire places or the way of life. Most climate finance in some ASEAN countries is in the form of disaster response, like mitigation of climate disaster effect. It is important for ASEAN to adapt to change, to climate change, and move beyond a largely mitigated-based response. ASEAN must create a strong response that can appropriately address this challenge, especially to protect vulnerable communities. ASEAN has adopted the ASEAN Social Cultural Blueprint 2025 and the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, highlighting the ASEAN's commitment toward conserving and sustainable management of the biodiversity and the natural resources, as well as the blue economy and marine connectivity. So there are existing funding mechanisms within ASEAN, such as the ASEAN Catalytic Green Financial Facility, which is also known as the ACGF. And so we propose the establishment of an ASEAN loss and damage framework to empower a just approach for ASEAN nations to adapting and mitigating the climate disaster of increasing severity. Next, we also acknowledge the importance of empowering and enabling indigenous people and vulnerable communities in conservation and adaptation efforts through the application of the knowledge toward fostering an ASEAN that is resilient towards the effect of climate disaster. So in this transition towards a green economy, economic development should not be a trade-off of our environment. This is not just the survival of our biodiversity of a region, but also our own survival. And I believe that ASEAN greatest wealth will always be natural alongside the people. As such, it is crucial that we transition towards a green economy for us to ensure ASEAN can move beyond survival in the future, but also towards continued sustainable development. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you. And I know we're short on time, so I'll keep it brief. We have all discussed MSMEs at length over the last couple of days, particularly in respect of the fact that the overwhelming majority of enterprises in ASEAN are MSMEs. Less we've discussed the fact that that gives ASEAN a huge edge when it comes to climate adaptation, because MSMEs are uniquely placed to facilitate adaptation both internally in their own governance models because they are of a smaller size, and externally by providing adaptation services and goods. Right before we finish, I'd just like to close with one thing. I think it was Astrid Raja Rizkita, who was one of our great Future of Work and Education speakers yesterday, and she borrowed an old English phrase when talking on her panel. She said, "You can't teach an old dog new tricks." Worth remembering at this point, I think, no matter how much we might feel it sometimes, we're not really that old. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tom and Dag. You can go back to your seat. And we are going to the next session. It's about presentation from the health track. Please welcome Ms. Irene and Mr. Pranav.
Hello, good evening. Okay, let's everyone stand up for a hot second. Let's stretch. We've been sitting all day. So can we all get up real quick? Stretch. Okay, perfect. Back to your seats. We have very little time. Okay. So you clearly don't need any more introduction for our track. We're saving us for the best, for the last. Talking about health here today. I'm Pranav. I'm from the United States. And this is?
My name is Irene and I'm from Indonesia.
Thank you.
So now, Pranav, you want to ask me a question, right?
Yes, Irene. So there's been so much panas since we've been here.
Yeah?
So what's the hottest news? What's going on right now?
Okay, so I want to bring you the two hottest news that concern me as an ASEAN youth. Next slide, please. Jakarta, the most polluted city. It is something that concerns us lately. Every morning, I am worried that I will go to work having respiratory disease. And I'm sure that all of you might feel the same way, right? Yes, maybe a lot of you also live in city like full of pollution, and that affects your productivity and your mental health. So you become more aware of your mental health, especially in this very competitive working world. Sometimes we do feel lonely. So what else? What are the hot news of ASEAN youths? According to the ASEAN Youth Development Index, there are 6 youth priorities, and one of them is health and well-being. And according to the WHO, health and well-being is not just about your physical health where you're free from disease, but it's also about your mental health and your capacity to socialize. Because when we are healthy, we become more productive, aka we earn more money, and then we live with quality, healthily, happily, enjoying the sufficient resources that our Mother Earth provides us. Next slide, please. Okay, so how many of you here, raise your hand if you know what is the meaning of universal health coverage? Wow, not so many. Those are actually my health delegates who know that. So the goal here is for all of you to leave this presentation knowing what universal health coverage means. How many of you feel like you are paying too much for your health care? Me, yes. Because if you see here, the high-income countries in ASEAN allocated twice of their GDP towards healthcare rather than low and middle-income countries. And that is why we allocate 40% of our expenditure towards health. That is so expensive. So what do we do about it? First, we need more sustainable financial mechanism. Second, we need research with disaggregated data based on gender, age, ethnicity, job, so that the policies established can be relevant to the context of the community. Fulfillment of sexual and reproductive health and rights and mental health services. And fourth, strengthen primary healthcare and community-based health system. So we don't have to always go to big cities to get best quality healthcare, but we can get it everywhere and anytime, because the goal of universal health coverage is none of you should be burdened financially to get the best quality healthcare. Next slide, please. Okay, do you recognize these things on the screen? Yeah, those are telemedicine applications in Indonesia and Vietnam. Also healthcare robots in Thailand made of artificial intelligence or big data. But in reality, not all ASEAN countries have these things. That's why we propose to build a more inclusive healthcare through digital health technology to build first data collection platforms. So what can these platforms do? Imagine if we can track the progress of COVID-19 real time, and then our policymakers can establish policies based on those real-time updated data. And then we can predict future diseases and we can better respond to them. That is what these platforms do. And then second, how many of you watch Grey's Anatomy here? Yeah. Do you see all those fancy technologies that they use for healthcare? But in reality, not all ASEAN states have that. So we need knowledge-sharing hubs to share best practices in healthcare. Then we need telemedicines, authorized medical records, streamlined reports and audits. So we don't have to go from one hospital to another, bringing a lot of papers with us. And to make sure that the ASEAN society is prepared to use all of these digital technologies, we need capacity building measures. Next slide, please. Okay, that is me. I want to ask you a question, guys, and please answer with yes or no. Sometimes do you feel shy or uncomfortable or afraid if you go to a healthcare facility? Only one person says no, so it's yes. And then, do you want a healthcare service that caters your individual needs? Yes, so that is why, I want to tell you a story about me a little bit. So a lot of people like me who suffer from mental health disease and chronic bowel disease actually need a lot of people in the team to give us individualized healthcare, but not all ASEAN countries have that. Therefore, we propose the implementation of what is called people-centered healthcare, where healthcare professionals involve patients in decision-making, respect our values and interests, and provide us with friendly services free from stigmatization, and work together. Even though they're from different professional backgrounds, they work together. Pharmacists, psychologists, nurse, and maybe our carers too, to provide us with individualized healthcare. And that is what is called people-centered healthcare. Passing the floor to my bestie, Pranav.
Thank you, Irene. Next slide, please. So, how many of us have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic? How many of us lost our loved one to COVID-19? Wow. Do we actually have what it takes to prevent the next pandemic? Well, let's find out. So what we need to prevent future pandemics is 4 concrete recommendations. The first one is we need to use a One Health approach. Now, what does a One Health approach mean? It means that we need to understand the interconnectedness of us as humans with animals and our environment in order to prevent the next pandemic. Second one is we need to build resilient and coordinated health systems to face disaster-related diseases and also endemic diseases. So endemic diseases are the ones that Indonesia faces, but not necessarily Philippines might face. But pandemics do not respect borders. If the United States is facing it, Indonesia might too. So we need health systems to be adapt and resilient enough that can tackle existing diseases that your own country and your own community faces, but also can adapt during time of a crisis. As you can see in that map over there, pandemics have come from every single corners of the world, but WHO report says out that it's right around the corner. So we need a whole society approach where my experience with COVID-19 matters, your experience with COVID-19 matters, the experiences of small businesses matters, in order to create that holistic policymaking process so that all of us are included in ensuring that health is looked upon as an investment, not as an expenditure. Next slide, please. So, this is what we've been doing all week. Meaningful, proactive youth involvement. So, what does that look like in terms of from the health sector? So when we talk about health and leaders in healthcare, we want to ensure that ASEAN leaders and ASEAN youth from either Kalimantan, Java, Jakarta, or Philippines, or Malaysia are all involved in ASEAN decision-making at a national level, at a regional level, but also have strong, concrete understanding on what's happening at the multilateral, in the sense at the World Health Organization level. So the way we want to achieve this is by proposing an ASEAN Youth Steering Committee on Health that coordinates local, national, regional, and international collaboration amongst intercollaborator and intersectoral professionals. So public health professionals, doctors, veterinarians, and dentists can work together holistically. And we want our governments to include resources so that we can drive data-driven decision-making and allocate that in real time into our communities as well. And to do that is by adapting a health in all policy approach. If our health and well-being is not protected, nothing is protected. So let's make sure that SDG 3, which is the health SDG, is the foundation for all international SDGs that we want to achieve. Next slide, please. So, what are we going to do after we walk away from this conference today? We've heard so many ideas, we've heard so many concepts, but what can we actually do in order to bring about this tangible change in our world? First, we need to ensure that on TikTok, Instagram, and any other media sources that you consume, we rely on credible and trustworthy news. And second, we need to remember that we should not go back into the same panic and neglect cycle where we face pandemics over and over again and not do anything about it. Third, we need to advocate for health equity and health in all policies, and what that translates to is ensuring that health issues that concern us, like mental health, sexual and reproductive services, are included in the healthcare services we receive, free of stigmatization. And we need to utilize resource and knowledge management hubs so that if I have a best practice to do something in the United States, I can share that with Irene in Indonesia, and she can teach me how I can be better at improving public health back in the US. And lastly, we need to co-create collaboration where my experiences inform how I view the world and how I make sense of the world, and her experiences shape her own opinions and expertise. So we need to be on the same table to come up with solutions that works for me, her, and everybody else. So, next slide. Thank you, and we look forward to hearing your questions.
Okay, thank you for amazing presentation for our delegates. And now we are open the floor for the question. Due to the limited time, we only open a question, only one for each track. So first, for the green economy track, please raise your hand. Over there on the center, yeah. Please, for the OC to help for this mic. Over there on the center, please. Please stand up. Yeah, thank you. Okay, another question for the hot track. Okay, the woman on the right corner, please stand up. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for the delegates for the amazing presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bayu. I'm president of Earthquake Engineering Research Institute of UI Student Chapter. I'm a civil engineer, but I have a high interest in the energy sector. So this green economy track really piques my interest. So about this climate tech on renewable energy, I read some interesting statistics about renewable energy. So one of the leading country in Europe, or maybe in the world, is in renewable energy is Germany, where they try to transition 70% of their energy into renewables. Now, there's an issue with this, is that I just checked about the data. Since 2023, so Germany electricity costs reached an all-time high, about 625% since 2023. Now, this issue relates with their inability to supply the demand on energy for their country. Now, to resort on that, I read that on some talks and articles that I read that there's some issues with renewables, is that it is still inconsistent and pretty unreliable, which is why to counter this unmatched supply and demand, they try to procure on other alternative source of energy, which is coal and lignite. And for all of the audience listening here, lignite is one of a form of coal which produces more pollution per unit of energy than coal. So not only that they fail on reducing their carbon emissions costs, their carbon emission, but they also fail to supply their demand for energy. So my question is that is it really the right time for ASEAN to transition, or should we focus on energy security first? Because a lot of middle to lower income countries still struggle to even supply energy to rural areas. And I think this bottom-up approach is a pretty important one, because how the hell are they going to care about environment if they cannot even get food on the table for their family and their homes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Nay and Tom, you can answer that question, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for your question, and I agree with a great deal of what you said, and not least in supply gaps. They're consistently a problem, not just in Europe, but certainly in Europe. And in addition to supply gaps, also transmission offsetting. It's one thing to look at renewable statistics and say that we are producing X amount of renewable electricity and we're reliant on this amount, but if you're importing the materials you use to transmit that electricity, or if you're consuming carbon in order to transmit it, then you're causing another problem. That said, I think your question itself is demonstrative of an attitude that we need collectively as young people to work together to get past, and that's the notion that it's mutually exclusive. I think in order to take a holistic approach to green economy, we need to consider energy security, which is obviously a crucial issue, particularly in ASEAN, as a key component of the transition itself and not an afterthought. I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on that.
No.
Okay, good. Thank you. So for the second question, please.
Good afternoon. I am Jewel from the Philippine delegation. With regards to health, I am very much interested when it comes to mental health, because in the Philippines, especially in the city of Baguio, we have a lot of issues regarding mental health and suicide cases in the Philippines. And this is my question: what are the coping mechanisms that you can recommend to the youth, especially in the new generation? When we had the COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines, most of the students had the online classes and everyone was so stressed and depressed when it comes to their academic. And they were, these cases was open up in the Philippines, especially in Baguio, that the suicide cases reached like 13 suicide cases in Baguio in just a month. So what are your recommendations regarding the coping mechanism that you have experienced, and what you will recommend to the youth on how they could help other people, and also I am also an advocate of mental health, and I am also a survival of one of the survivors of depression and anxiety.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. And please, Irene, you answer the question.
Thank you, Joel. I think coping mechanism, first you need to have your close circle of friends and families, and just build a good connection with those who really care about you. And second, do not compare yourselves on social media because they're all posting fake things. Those are only happy moments of people's lives. Just focus on the reality and just do your best. And third, do not stigmatize people who go to the psychiatrist or psychologist, or who consume anti-anxiety pills or like the medications, because I do consume them. I do go to the psychiatrist and psychologist, and yeah, I don't think it's something that is embarrassing, and I think that's the conversation that we should create to change this mindset. Pranav, do you want to add anything?
Point blank period.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for all the question and all of the answers. And now we go back to my friends.
Okay, thank you so much for the answers, and thank you so much for the insightful presentations, and also thank you for all of the audiences for your enthusiasm during the sessions. Our session finally has come to an end. We hope that the advocacy doesn't end today. Let's continue discussing all these pressing issues, and more importantly, be the driver of change in our respective communities. See you all in our next youth engagement with Indonesian youth diplomacy, giving the stage back to the MC.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, all delegates and moderator. Can we please give round of applause again? Wow, thank you for your valuable contributions. Let's take a picture together. So please, cameraman, buckle up. All right. We are about to put in a good positions. All right. Okay. In the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, one more camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all delegates, for your contributions. Very valuable contributions for us. Thank you very much. You may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw our event to close, I would remind everyone all to remain seated because we are all about to witness the closing ceremony of our ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. Part of ASEAN Indonesia, hosted by Indonesia Youth Diplomacy. So please stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Please welcome to the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia. Mari berikan tepuk tangan meriah. Terima kasih atas kesediaan Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing ceremony of the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. And before we begin, we would like to extend our warmest welcome to our distinguished guests. Good evening and welcome to His Excellency Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia as the Minister of Investment of the Republic Indonesia. Bapak, terima kasih atas kesediaan Bapak untuk menghadiri acara kami. And good evening to Mr. Michael Victor Sianipar as the Chair of Indonesia Youth Diplomacy. Good evening to Mr. Rorian Prataksha and Ms. Maudina Trihartasha as the co-chair of the ASEAN Youth Agenda 2023. And all of the delegates of the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023 and to everyone in here at the Moya stage at Jakarta Concert Hall and who are watching us virtually. So welcome to the closing ceremony of the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our final event, we will listen to the special address for the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Maka dari itu kami mohon kesediaannya untuk Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia untuk menyampaikan special address. Please welcome Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Ini udah sore, tapi rasanya teman-teman membuat kita punya secerca masa depan ASEAN yang lebih baik karena kehadiran banyak teman-teman sini. Co-chair of ASEAN Youth Agenda yang saya hormati Rorian Pratyakasa dan Maudina Trihartasha. Teman-teman semua yang saya hormati, yang saya tidak sebut satu persatu, saya sengaja mau panggil teman-teman sebagai sahabat saya karena mengenangkan saya berapa puluh tahun yang lalu, saya juga pernah berposisi seperti teman-teman sebagai anak muda, sebagai aktivis, sebagai pelaku usaha, karena itu saya yakin bahwa ASEAN dan dunia ke depan akan diisi oleh generasi-generasi kalian untuk menentukan masa depan dunia. Yang pertama, saya ingin menyampaikan selamat atas terselenggaranya ASEAN Youth Agenda 2023 yang merupakan rangkaian daripada kegiatan resmi KTT ASEAN Indonesia 2023. Hari ini mungkin hari terakhir kami pemerintah Indonesia berbicara tentang KTT ASEAN, dan tadinya udah saya hampir nggak datang karena capek sekali dari pagi. Tapi oleh Pak Dana mengingatkan kepada saya bahwa Bapak boleh hari ini Bapak jadi menteri, tapi dulu Bapak juga pernah mengejar-kejar pejabat untuk datang mengisi acara anak-anak muda. Argumentasi itu kemudian tidak bisa saya menghindar, karena saya jago menghindar argumentasi, tapi argumentasi anak muda saya susah untuk menghindar. Teman-teman semua, saya ingin menjelaskan tentang kondisi global ASEAN khususnya. Hari ini bonus demografi di ASEAN itu tidak hanya terjadi di Indonesia. Pada 2030, 2035 bonus demografi di ASEAN rata-rata di atas 50%. Ini kawasan yang betul-betul mempunyai prospek masa depan. Karena itu pemerintah Indonesia cukup untuk beralasan dalam membuat tema besar dalam kegiatan KTT ASEAN ini sebagai epicentrum pertumbuhan ekonomi ASEAN. Dan teman-teman tahu bahwa FDI yang masuk ke dunia yang paling besar itu Amerika. Yang kedua itu ASEAN. Jadi kita adalah FDI terbesar nomor 2 di dunia. Dan karena ini bonus demografi, sedikit saya menceritakan pengalaman. Pemuda seperti apakah yang siap menjemput peluang itu? Tidak ada hari ini orang memenangkan sebuah kompetisi tanpa perjuangan. Nggak ada. Hanya pemuda yang siaplah berjuang untuk bisa merebut potensi-potensi itu, kesempatan-kesempatan itu. Secara kebetulan saya dulu pernah menjadi aktivis, pernah menjadi ketua umum HIPMI, Himpunan Pengusaha Muda Indonesia, pernah menjadi ketua BEM, dan saya dipenjara 11 kali waktu itu. Dan saya pernah mengikuti berbagai macam organisasi. Kemampuan intelektual, profesionalisme, itu adalah sebuah kewajiban untuk setiap anak muda memiliki itu. Tapi yang harus diingat adalah harus mempunyai kemampuan jaringan. Dan jaringan itu hanya kalian bisa dapatkan lewat organisasi dan kegiatan-kegiatan seperti ini. Inilah tempat untuk membangun jejaring, membangun leadership. Karena negara tidak lagi menjadi satu faktor penghalang untuk kalian bisa melakukan interaksi dengan negara manapun. Ini penting sekali teman-teman. Saya kalau nggak mengikuti organisasi di zaman saya muda, belum tentu saya bisa seperti ini. Sekalipun kalian punya IP bagus di kampus, belum tentu kalian bisa membangun networking yang baik. Sekarang ada sekitar 20 negara lebih yang hadir. Ini juga kemampuan manajerial daripada co-chair Youth ASEAN agenda hari ini. Ini kemampuan kalian. Nah, teman-teman semua, bagaimana kalian memanfaatkan peluang yang ada? Khususnya teman-teman di Indonesia. Populasi di Asia Tenggara itu sekarang 680 juta, menuju kepada 700 juta. Populasi di Indonesia 280 juta, 43% populasi Asia Tenggara itu ada di Indonesia. Dan pertumbuhan kelas menengah baru di Indonesia itu cukup besar sekali. Karena itu sangatlah rugi kalian kalau tidak memanfaatkan potensi ini. Dan hampir semua dunia sekarang lagi mencari pasar baru di tengah krisis politik global. Hari ini ada faksi terbelah dua, teman-teman udah tahu. Ada faksi Eropa and the Gang, kemudian ada fraksi Asia and the Gang. Tapi Indonesia khususnya tidak menganut asas politik untuk membuat faksi atau mengikuti faksi yang lain. Karena kita menganut asas politik bebas aktif. Kita bersahabat sama Amerika, kita bersahabat sama Eropa, kita bersahabat sama China, kita bersahabat sama semuanya. Bagi kita dalam konteks ekonomi, biarkan yang lain bertengkar, tapi kita semua teman untuk membangun dagang yang lebih baik. Jadi diplomasi ekonomi kita itulah diplomasi bebas aktif. Dan ini kalau teman-teman baca waktu kuliah, di sila keempat itu kan namanya demokrasi politik. Tetapi itu pikiran Bung Karno. Tapi pikiran Bung Hatta juga namanya demokrasi ekonomi. Jadi ada demokrasi politik, ada demokrasi ekonomi. Dan dalam perspektif itu kemudian kita tahu bahwa pertumbuhan ekonomi global hari ini dibandingkan dengan pertumbuhan ekonomi ASEAN, kita tumbuh 5,6%. Total pertumbuhan ekonomi ASEAN itu 5,6%. Jauh di atas pertumbuhan ekonomi global. Dan Indonesia dalam kuartal kedua itu mampu pertumbuhan ekonominya 5,17%. Dan inflasi kita di bawah 4%. Ini sebuah peluang dan tantangan untuk teman-teman. Yang berikut saya akan mengkaitkan dengan persoalan investasi. Secara umum di Asia Tenggara, penciptaan dunia usaha baru atau entrepreneurship-nya itu Singapura lebih besar. 8-10%. Thailand, Malaysia itu 4% lebih. Indonesia itu paling kecil, 3,4%. Padahal sebuah negara yang maju itu apabila jumlah pengusahanya minimal double digit. Dan tugas kita di ASEAN rata-rata harus mampu mendorong pertumbuhan untuk dunia usahanya harus lebih tinggi lagi. Kalau tidak, maka seluruh potensi pasar, seluruh potensi sumber daya alam akan dimanfaatkan oleh saudara-saudara kita, sahabat-sahabat kita dari negara lain. Dan ini kalian semua akan rugi. Makanya saya menyarankan kepada teman-teman di muda, jangan berpikir politik terus. Jangan berpikir karyawan terus. Kalian lebih bagus matang di ekonomi, baru masuk di politik. Sarah ini paling ngerti. Karena pengeluaran politik tak terduga dan gak jelas profitnya kapan. Tapi kalau pengeluaran ekonomi, berapa yang dikeluarkan, itu yang akan kita dapatkan dengan berkali-kali lipat. Jadi untuk generasi muda, saya pikir wawasan pikiran politik untuk merebut kekuasaan itu penting. Tetapi harus didasari dengan kemampuan ekonomi yang cukup. Kalau tidak, kalian akan menjadi karyawan politik. Maka tugas saya sebagai senior kalian yang pernah menjadi muda seperti kalian, menciptakan fondasi itu untuk kalian bisa melakukan proses take off dari landasan yang sudah ada. Teman-teman muda semua yang saya hormati, saya juga mau bagi cerita dengan teman-teman. Saya mohon maaf kalau ada teman-teman Eropa, saya mau ceritakan sedikit tentang bagaimana geopolitik ekonomi kaitannya dengan diplomasi dan lobby dunia. Khususnya tentang pengelolaan sumber daya alam dan kritikal mineral kita. Teman-teman tahu bahwa hari ini saya kemarin memimpin pertemuan Menteri Ekonomi ASEAN di Semarang untuk berbicara tentang bagaimana arah kebijakan investasi ASEAN ke depan. Hari ini dunia sudah lebih berbicara tentang green energy. 2030 70-80% mobil akan kita tinggalkan fosil. Semua akan masuk kepada mobil listrik. Dan salah satu FDI terbesar di Asia Tenggara yang masuk itu adalah untuk membangun ekosistem EV. Termasuk dalamnya adalah baterai mobil. Teman-teman tahu semua apa yang terjadi. Kalau kita bicara tentang kendaraan listrik, 40% itu adalah komponennya baterai. Dan 60%-nya itu adalah rangka dan mobilnya. Dari 40% baterai tersebut, bahan bakunya itu adalah nikel, mangan, kobalt, dan litium. Di Indonesia, kemudian Filipina, itu adalah satu negara yang harus bersyukur kepada Tuhan, karena diberikan cadangan nikel yang cukup banyak. Indonesia memiliki cadangan nikel 25% dari total cadangan nikel dunia. Kita punya kobalt, kita punya mangan, yang enggak kita punya adalah lithium. Lithium itu kita melakukan kerjasama dengan Australia. Hari Senin kemarin saya mendampingi Bapak Presiden, saya mendampingi PM Australia untuk berbicara di forum IPF, kemudian saya berbicara tentang bagaimana membangun hubungan kerjasama. Apa yang saya mau sampaikan kepada teman-teman? Dengan kita mendorong hilirisasi terhadap seluruh sumber daya alam yang kita memulai dari nikel, itu ternyata nikel ini tidak hanya menghasilkan stainless steel, tapi ini untuk membuat baterai. Jadi kalau kita menguasai baterai mobil, maka kita menguasai 40% dari cadangan komponen mobil itu sendiri. Tapi apa yang terjadi teman-teman? Kita dibawa ke WTO. Ini hati-hati di Asean juga. Kemarin saya bicara. Jadi dengan segala hormat saya kepada saudara-saudara saya, teman-teman saya di negara lain, juga harus berpikir bijak terhadap bagaimana negara-negara berkembang itu bisa ikut berkompetisi untuk melakukan percepatan lompatan untuk menuju kepada negara maju. Sebab apa? Hanya dengan cara itu negara berkembang yang punya sumber daya alam bisa menjadi negara maju. Kita dibawa ke WTO. Begitu kita menyetop ekspor ore nikel, kita dibawa ke WTO. Saya kebetulan dulunya pengusaha tambang. Dan tahu betul, mengekspor nikel itu dulunya untungnya $15 per ton. Tanpa harus ada investasi tambahan untuk membangun industri. Tetapi dalam perspektif untuk bagaimana mendorong kedaulatan negara-negara ASEAN, maka kita menyetop ekspor ore nikel. Begitu kita menyetop ekspor ore nikel, Uni Eropa membawa kita ke WTO. Dan sebagai negara yang merdeka, yang berdaulat dan berdiri kaki sendiri, tidak boleh ada satu negara manapun untuk mengintervensi negara kita ataupun negara yang lain. Tidak boleh. Tidak boleh. Jadi saya pikir oleh karena ada asas independensi dan asas kedaulatan dari sebuah negara, maka saya berpendapat waktu itu saya ngomong sama Pak Presiden, Pak, kita kalah di WTO, kita mau apakan? Presiden Jokowi menyampaikan kepada saya, Mas Bahlil, negara kita ini adalah negara kemerdekaannya bukan atas pemberian. Ada beberapa negara di Asia Tenggara itu pemberian, bukan perjuangan. Indonesia kita dijajah 350 tahun, berapa nyawa yang kemudian kita korban? Berapa saudara nenek moyang kita yang disuruh kerja paksa? Berapa yang diperkosa? Sorry, mohon maaf saya harus bicara apa adanya untuk kalian anak muda. Jadi kemerdekaan kita itu direbut dengan pengorbanan yang sangat luar biasa. Bapak Presiden Jokowi menyampaikan kepada saya, jangan kita mengkhianati pengorbanan para leluhur dan senior kita. Bapak Presiden Jokowi memerintahkan kepada saya, Mas Bahlil, lawan itu WTO. Dan saya lawan. Itu. Jadi dalam bahasa keren saya, orang Jawa aja suruh lawan, apalagi orang Papua gitu kan. Masa gue harus kalah dari orang Jawa gitu. Nanti dikirain nyalinya kecil banget gitu. Nah itu teman-teman. Kemudian apa dampaknya kepada negara kita? Di Asia Tenggara salah satu FDI terbesar di dunia itu kan Asia Tenggara. 60% itu masuk ke ekosistem baterai mobil. Dan di Indonesia sudah kita mencatatkan investasi kita sebesar 42 miliar US dollar yang sudah eksekusi maupun yang sekarang lagi berjalan. Ini bukan investasi yang kecil. Dan saya canangkan ke depan Indonesia harus menjadi negara produsen baterai mobil salah satu terbesar di dunia. Nah, politik dagangnya, kalian tahu sekarang di Amerika, FTI mereka adalah ketika membangun industrinya di sana, mereka akan kena subsidi $7.500 per mobil, hampir 100 juta. Uni Eropa membuat undang-undang agar seluruh pabrik baterai mobil itu harus dekat dengan pabrik mobilnya. Apa tujuannya teman-teman? Tujuannya ini adalah bagaimana industri baterai mobil itu didekatkan pada pabrik mobil di negara yang sudah ada. Di Asia Tenggara yang mempunyai teknologi yang baru ditemukan untuk membangun mobil sendiri yaitu Vietnam. Ada dari Vietnam sini. Vietnam. Vietnam itu sudah punya mobil sendiri. Dan mereka hari ini sudah melakukan ekspansi ke Amerika. Dan kemarin mereka baru ketemu sama saya dengan CEO-nya untuk mereka akan membangun pabrik mobilnya di Indonesia dan baterainya kita supply kepada Vietnam. Ini yang disebut dengan kolaborasi antar ASEAN. Jadi teman-teman kalau ini mampu kita lakukan dengan baik, saya yakin dan percaya bahwa masa depan ASEAN ke depan itu akan diperhitungkan di kancah global. Dan jangan lagi kita pemuda ASEAN merasa bahwa benua yang lain itu lebih hebat daripada kita. Enggak. Persepsi kita sudah harus kita menanamkan bahwa kita harus berdiri sama tinggi, duduk sama rendah dengan seluruh negara-negara yang ada di dunia. Saya pikir itu beberapa hal yang saya mau sampaikan kepada teman-teman. Terlalu banyak catatan dari staf saya, tapi saya pikir habis waktu untuk saya membaca ini. Karena saya berbicara dengan teman-teman muda itu selalu berpikir out of the box dan selalu berpikir kreatif dengan caranya sendiri. Kita kadang-kadang ini masa lalu. Generasi saya ini generasi masa lalu yang sebentar lagi kalian akan menggantikan saya. Dan saya yakin teman-teman di sini pasti banyak akan jadi konglomerat. Mudah-mudahan saya doakan akan jadi menteri dan bahkan mungkin akan menjadi presiden di semua negara. Ada teman-teman juga yang ada. Saya pikir hanya itu. Karena sudah masuk sholat maghrib, nanti dikirain menteri investasi tidak menghargai agama. Ini akan berdampak sistemik, masif dan terstruktur. Dan saya tidak ingin untuk masuk dalam wilayah itu. Saya ucapkan selamat ya Dinda, ya, Ketua, Co-Chair semuanya ya yang telah melakukan acara ini. Dan saya doakan untuk Laos, ke depan keutamaan Laos kita doakan semoga menjadi yang lebih baik daripada kita. Dan ASEAN itu saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa tidak boleh hanya ada satu dua negara yang merasakan manfaat maksimal ekonomi dari keberadaan kita di ASEAN. Lambang ASEAN itu padi 10. Dulu yang salah satu menginisiator ASEAN ini adalah Pak Harto, Presiden Republik Indonesia nomor 2. Tujuannya apa? Adalah kita harus senasib, sepenanggungan dalam konteks kesejahteraan. Tidak bisa ASEAN ini hanya dimiliki oleh Indonesia saja, tidak bisa. Ataupun negara lain di Asia Tenggara, nggak bisa. Jadi kekompakan kita di dalam kawasan ini akan menentukan kesejahteraan kita ke depan. Dan saya yakin 2035 ASEAN akan menjadi salah satu kekuatan ekonomi dunia yang diperhitungkan dari dua kutub ekonomi dunia yang hari ini sedang berkompetisi. Terima kasih. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih atas kesediaannya Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia untuk memberikan special address yang begitu menyemangati anak muda di sini. Mohon izin Pak Bahlil untuk mengambil foto bersama di bawah panggung. Di bawah panggung saja. Terima kasih atas kesediaannya Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia untuk mengambil foto bersama delegasi-delegasi dan tamu-tamu kami. Kami mohon seluruh kameramen dan juga media partner mengambil dan mendokumentasikan foto maupun video dari atas panggung. Kami mohon kesediaannya para peserta untuk berdiri. Baik. Mohon bersiap. Terima kasih atas kesediaannya Bapak Bahlil. Dan marilah kita mengabadikan momen terlebih dahulu. Baik, kita akan segera melakukan sesi foto bersama. Di mana Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia akan berada di bawah panggung bersama delegasi-delegasi dan tamu-tamu kami. Dan videografer dan fotografer akan berada di atas. Dalam hitungan ketiga, mohon bersiap. 1, 2, 3. Mohon kesediaannya satu kali lagi semuanya berdiri. Baik. 1, 2, 3. Terima kasih Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia atas kesediaannya menghadiri acara kami. Terima kasih. It's been an honor for you to be in here. Thank you. Thank you, the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Mohon kesediaannya sekali lagi untuk memberikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Menteri Investasi dan Kepala Badan Koordinasi Penanaman Modal Republik Indonesia, Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia. Terima kasih atas kesediaannya. It's been an honor for us to see you here. Thank you very much. Once again, please, round of applause for our Minister, Pak Bahlil Lahadalia. Ladies and gentlemen, For the next segment, we will be holding a collaboration agreement signing ceremony as a part of the ASEAN Youth-led Collaborations Initiative. And the MOU signing marks another important milestone throughout the journey of ASEAN Youth Agenda. And now, we would like to invite Ms. Kalista Thoni as the project leader of the ASEAN Youth Collaborations Initiative as a part of 2023 ASEAN Youth Agenda to come to the stage to give us an overview about this initiative and to officially open the signing ceremony. So please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Kalista.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to distinguished guests, co-chairs, and IYD leadership, and attendees of the 2023 ASEAN Plus Youth Summit. As project lead of the ASEAN Youth-led Collaboration Initiative, I'm honored to welcome you to our session this evening. As we bring the past 2 days of excitement and energy to a close, I'm sure the question that's on our minds is what's next? As Pak Balil alluded to in his address, young people will be at the center of economic growth and innovation in the years to come. This initiative is our answer to Pak Balil's question that youth are ready and the time is now. One of our key goals for the ASEAN Youth Agenda in 2023 is to make this a reality by translating ideas into concrete and tangible actions and leveraging the power of youth to drive collaboration and create lasting positive impact across communities in alignment with the 5 ASEAN Youth Agenda pillars. First, digital literacy and inclusion. Second, food security. Third, green economy. Fourth, future of education and work. And lastly, fifth, health. This year, we have achieved this through the ASEAN Youth-led Collaboration Initiative, where we engage youth across ASEAN to ideate and execute collaborative projects that cut across these 5 pillars. Tonight, I have the great privilege of inviting representatives from 6 selected projects under this initiative to share with you and inspire us how they are working together to drive change in their respective cities and countries. Our collection of projects showcased today involve youth from Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, as well as Singapore, with a total of over 15 organizations represented. This number is growing as we continue to identify and receive more youth-led initiatives to recognize as part of this initiative. As you hear from each of the projects today, I hope that you will notice 2 things. First, that young people are serious and capable of driving positive change. They are hungry to make a difference, and they are bold enough to take action. Second, they know that the impact that they wish to see cannot be achieved alone. They rally stakeholders together around a shared mission and collaborate to realize their vision of a better future. To fellow youth in the audience, take inspiration from these projects, connect with the organizations featured, and most importantly, reflect on what you can do for your cities, for your communities, and for your countries. And to those who no longer identify as youth, maybe young at heart, we hope that you extend support, that you extend perspective and wisdom to facilitate impactful collaborations that are youth-led in the years to come, both in ASEAN and beyond. Thank you.
Can we give once again rounds of applause for Ms. Kalista? Thank you very much. And moving on, we will now listen to the project presentations of parties involved in this initiative. For the first session, we will listen to the presentations about bringing the digital divide in ASEAN communities. Please welcome the representative of Gen Digital Academy. All right, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Flavia.
And I'm Jove. We're both advisors from Gen Digital Academy. So let's just start today with a very simple question. How many hours do you spend on your phone per day? Some of you here might say 3 hours. The rest of you here might say 5 hours. Oh, I heard 6. Probably the rest of you here, the majority of you, might say 8 hours. Now I see a lot of smiles and people nodding here and there. So we do realize that we rely heavily on the small device in hand. Our phones can be our alarm, it can be our map, it can even be our wallet. This is direct evidence that in today's age, we cannot be separated from the digital world. As technology is not just any other tool. Technology is ingrained in our lifestyle and in our daily habits.
But this is not the case for everyone. Some still struggle with typing on their keyboards, and others are amazed by the basic functions your phone can do, as if it holds some magical powers. This is sadly due to the disparity in access to technologies in Indonesia.
Recognizing the urgency of this issue, back in 2018, Gen Digital Academy started to take initiative to spread digital literacy among underprivileged communities in Jakarta. Over the span of 4.5 years, our team has taught over 5,700 students across 200 plus locations in Indonesia. From Jakarta to Medan, Nusa Tenggara to Kalimantan, our team has taught thousands of kids through interactive videos, online workshops, as well as very fun offline teaching sessions. With one of our biggest achievement, and I would say proudest achievement, being breaking the Muri record for the biggest digital literacy teaching session ever held in Indonesia. So, in line with one of the 5 pillars of this ASEAN Youth Agenda, digital literacy and inclusion, our team has decided to continue sharing the knowledge we've been sharing for the last 4.5 years to the rest of ASEAN.
So Gen Digital Academy has partnered up with Global Shapers community to introduce digital literacy to underprivileged communities in 3 cities, which are Phnom Penh, Kuala Lumpur, and Singapore.
Our 4-week curriculum covers digital literacy and etiquette, digital safety and security, and 2 community-chosen topics from Intro to Programming, Content Creation, and Intro to Google Workspace.
And set to commence in this 4th quarter of 2023, this digital literacy training will hold on 2 different modes of delivery. The first being interactive workshops with youth, where we offer a 4-week program where Gen Digital mentors will teach directly the local youth of Singapore. And second, for indirect teaching, Gen Digital mentors will guide the local mentors of Phnom Penh and also Kuala Lumpur through a series of training sessions where they will then impart the knowledge to the local youths offline. But both modes of delivery will integrate numerous hands-on activities to make sure that the students' learnings are put into practice.
Just 2 weeks ago, we started off with our first training session with the Global Shapers and mentors from Phnom Penh, which will be shortly followed by KL, Kuala Lumpur, in the next month. As for Singapore, we're also very excited to virtually meeting and teaching the kids online in the next quarter.
So through this initiative, with 40 mentors together, we will introduce digital literacy to over 250 students ranging from ages 12 to 17. Next. But however, these numbers are just the first step of our long haul in bridging the digital divide in the nations that we care most about. It's a challenge that requires our collective effort to bridge, including yours. So as community leaders, we have the power to ensure that everyone is included and no one is left behind in this ever-advancing digital age. So let's collaborate and form partnerships to make sure that the knowledge is spread out, and let's build a future where equal access to technology is a reality for all of us.
So, together, let's build a literate and inclusive ASEAN digital landscape. I'm Jove.
And I'm Fluffia, and we're from Gen Digital Academy.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Gen Digital Economy. Thank you very much for the presentation. You may return to your seat. What a nice presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next we will be observing a presentation about sustainable food and agri-tech innovation. So please welcome the representative of EcoS and Innovate 360. We cannot wait to see the presentations. Therefore, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cynthia, and I'm the Chief Corporate Officer of Diasolaris Group and founder of ECOS, or Ecosolaris. So ECOS is essentially a co-working, co-living, and office space that is located in Sudirman CBD. And we also house Indonesia's very first climate tech hub, where we work together with local venture builders and also international VCs and investors. Just now, we just finished our panel discussion regarding the growth of climate tech opportunities in the ASEAN region and also how to build an ASEAN climate tech ecosystem. I am joined here today by our partners in the climate tech space. We have John from Innovate 360 Singapore, who will be presenting more about Innovate 360 and our partnership initiatives.
So I'm from Singapore, and what we're doing right now together with ECOS is really something that I'm really excited to share in the next slide. But Innovate 360, we are recognized by APAC as a food technology partner for food security. And at the same time, we have funding. So we have a $30 million fund that we invest in global startups with a focus in Asia and ASEAN's founders. And we also have a food accelerator that supports startups through programs. We are Singapore's first food accelerator with facilities. So we have 3 facilities across Singapore right now, spanning across about 200,000 square feet of space that includes co-working spaces, kitchen labs, production spaces for startups to scale and go to market. And we provide them with expertise, infrastructure, and then and a whole ecosystem. And together with ECOS, in the next slide, sorry. We will actually create an ecosystem that is greater between Indonesia and Singapore, creating this bridge to actually foster more collaboration opportunities for innovation, for climate tech, as well as food security. And we will also extend both our networks to help startups, entrepreneurs, and the youths who are interested in this space to actually gain access to knowledge, networks, as well as funding. And of course, we will look at joint programs in the coming year where companies, startups can actually apply and be part of these programs. At the same time, creating a whole community that involves not only Singapore, Indonesia, and the rest of ASEAN. So with that, this is our partnership.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John, and Innovate 360 for the partnership. I would like to invite our next partner to the stage. So our other partner that we have invited to come to Indonesia today is from Sunway iLab Ventures. So Melissa, would you like to also explain more about Sunway iLabs, please?
Yeah, sure. Hi, good evening, everyone. So my name is Melissa, and I head the Sunway iLabs Ventures. For those of you who are part of our panel earlier, or heard our panel earlier, we're really excited to announce the partnership today as part of building a climate tech ecosystem in ASEAN. We believe that the climate challenge is not something that is faced by just one country alone, but it's something that we all face collectively. And therefore, the solutions to climate and sustainability will not just come from one country alone, but it will come from all of us working together. So we're really excited at Sunway iLabs to launch this year the Net Zero Lab, which is a one-year open innovation lab program for the best founders, entrepreneurs, startups, and companies globally. We invite them to come to Malaysia to leverage on Sunway's ecosystem, to use it as a living laboratory, a playground, and a test bed and a launch pad for your ideas to solve the pressing climate and sustainability issues. Use the Sunway ecosystem, and we would love to work with you in the Net Zero Lab and help you to build your idea, to co-design, to develop it, to test it in providing the market access. And we'll also provide that investment funding as well in your journey to build that solution for Malaysia and ASEAN and also the world. Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa. So perhaps just now to sum it up, ECOS is proud to have two strategic partners in the climate tech space. We are located in Sahid Sudirman Residency office building, and we can house up to 300 ecopreneurs, as we call it. We are around 2,200 square meters in size, and we look forward to future opportunities for cross-border collaboration and also collaboration within Indonesia with the private, public, and international communities and sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, ECOS Innovate 360 and also Sunway iLabs. Can we have a round of applause once again? Thank you very much for such inspiring presentations. And right now, it gets more exciting as we are entering the fourth session with these presentations. And it's time, it is going about unlocking digital learning without internet in rural schools. Please welcome the representative of Kipin.id. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stefina, and I am the Chief Business Officer of Kipin EduTech. So I want to start with a story for all of you. So this is Pak Unu, who is based in West Kalimantan, and he is a school principal of SMP. And essentially 2 years ago, he came to us with a problem, and he sent us this picture in the bottom right, which is 2 of his students studying under a blue tarp, because this is the only place that they can get internet and access to a quality digital curriculum. Now, to solve this problem, he purchased one of our devices, which he's holding in his hand, and this device was delivered first by a boat, and then handed over to a speedboat, and then hand-carried up a mountain in order to reach the school where they are at. Now, unfortunately, Pak Unu is not alone. Over 30 million students in Indonesia and millions more in ASEAN still face the problem of limited internet access, of access to quality digital education. And this is the problem that we really want to solve, together with the help of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN. One quote that I want to share from a student called Junin, who actually walks 2 kilometers to school and climbs a 5-meter jackfruit tree in order to get internet access, he simply quoted, "I don't have any other choice." And today, this is what we want to do. We want to make a change. We want to give a choice to students just like this so that they are not left behind. So how we're going to do this is, together with Kadin, we are going to be deploying the Keep-In Classroom. And what is the Keep-In Classroom? So the Keep-In Classroom is a device that allows rural schools to go fully digital, completely without the internet. So there are 3 primary features that we will be rolling out in schools. The first is allowing them to learn. Learning means that they can access over 60,000 books, videos, quizzes and comics, all aligned to curriculum, completely without internet. The second function is to measure, which means that teachers can now deploy digital, paperless examinations, completely without internet as well, on their own devices, and students can measure their understanding. The final feature is actually to share. So immediately within 3 minutes, let's say, a school has a digital library that they can upload content to and distribute content digitally to, completely without internet. And what's great about this is it saves time for teachers, it saves printing costs, and it's completely free for students. Now, Keep-In has actually partnered with many partners already through large companies, CSR programs, local governments, and we have achieved many global awards as well. But what's exciting is the LOI that I want to be sharing today, because with the help of Kadin and its extensive network, we'll be able to scale this impact to many more companies, and we'll be able to reach many more schools, rural schools in Indonesia, which are still underserved, especially in the 3T areas. So today we're going to be signing an LOI together with the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce of Industries, Department of Education. And the goal and the objective of this LOI is to create a more educated and future-ready workforce, which includes enabling digital literacy and a quality education for areas that are still underserved. And what we really want to do is keep the focus very simple and very clear for no student to be left behind. What we will do in this LOI is we will bring together Kadin's extensive network of companies aligned with government's vision of what education will look like and enabled by Keep-In's hybrid technology that will allow this learning in rural classrooms. So through this LOI, we believe today marks a major milestone in bringing together multiple entities behind a very singular purpose, which is to make a change and to have better education be brought to millions of learners in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keepin.id, for very interesting presentations. Thank you very much. And moving on to the next presentation, here is a project about equitable food security program for community resilience and health. And therefore, please welcome the representative of the Equity Initiative. All right, all good? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Pleasure to be here. My name is Agnia Dima. I'm from Indonesia Climate Health Association. And this is the project that I'm going to make with a lot of organizations, as you can see. So We Care ID from Indonesia, Glow Up Within from Brunei, and Ateneo de Manila University in from the Philippines, and my own organization, Indonesia Climate Health Organization. And we found each other actually through the Equity Initiative program. So we're mid-career professionals selected to be professional fellows advancing social justice and equitable health across Southeast Asia. So we're part of a big network in the Equity Initiative. So one problem that we want to tackle is food security. Because you know, with the climate change and impacting a lot of our food in the region, so this is one problem that we are very curious to solve and hopefully to partner maybe with all of you. So we would like to implement this program in Indonesia, Brunei, and the Philippines. Yes. So we share similar problems. We're 3 different countries, but different problems. Indonesia, we still have 2 million children suffer from severe wasting, stunting, mostly in eastern side of Indonesia. And Brunei, what's interesting is Brunei also have problem in nutrition problem, but in obesity. They have a lot of obesity problem in their urban areas. And the Philippines, they also have a lot of problem in malnutrition. So as you can see, similar problems, same roots of cause, different problems, but also in the same region. So our objective, we would like to reduce stunting prevalence in Indonesia and improving access to nutritious food, and also reducing obesity rate in Brunei in the long term, and also increasing awareness on breastfeeding for parents in the Philippines, and community resilience by providing new farming commodity and providing knowledge and resources, also capacity building for health workers in nutrition and children's health. So what we want to innovate in this area is we want to tackle the food security problem by also doing some innovation, which is through agriculture, aquaponics that we want to introduce to the community. So this is our proposed program deliveries. So we would like to start by doing MOU program commitment with the community and the village areas in the 3 countries, and then provide training for the communities. So we want to introduce them to a new sustainable farming in their community by doing fish pond, mini farm, aquaponic, and also hydroponics, and also establishment of community-based stunting monitoring team. And another capacity building for health workers, we should not forget the health workers, and breastfeeding class, supplementary feeding, and food processing workshop. So we would like to introduce a new way to provide nutritious food for children by, for example, like making fish nuggets out of catfish. It's something that we want to explore. So during this event, in this ASEAN Youth Summit, we would like to do an MOU to kickstart our project next year. The first one is to start the funding support for the first year program, and then we will co-create the program together between our organization and the 3 countries, and also resources and expertise sharing. So this is a collaborative endeavor by the Equity Initiative Fellows. We Care ID go up within Ateneo de Manila University, School of Medicine and Public Health, and Indonesia Climate Health Association. Yes, we believe everyone deserves decent quality of health and care. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for such inspiring presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last session, we are very excited to listen to the presentations about education, technology, innovation exchange, Indonesia and Philippines. Please welcome the representative of the Global Shapers Jakarta Hub. All good?
Test? Okay,
All
I'll get
right.
it. Hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Callista. You might have heard from me just now as the project lead for this collaboration initiative, but I wouldn't be walking the talk if I didn't have one of my own initiatives here. So I'm here today representing the Global Shapers Jakarta Hub, which is a youth-led community supported by the World Economic Forum. Today I'm joined by my vice curator, Gabby, as we share about a project that we're embarking on with the Philippines to explore what we can do for education technology innovation across both countries. I want to start with a little bit of context here. ASEAN countries, we have tons and tons of youth. Some of you are here today, but we also have some of the biggest education systems in the world. We have over 70 million students in K-12 that are being educated in both Indonesia and the Philippines combined. This is a lot of learners. This is a lot of potential to be educating competent, capable, and curious learners in the years to come. The challenge, though, is that both Philippines and Indonesia are huge. That means there's a lot of infrastructure delivery challenges, there's education quality that's uneven, there's uneven development across the country, and so what that means is education quality is often not distributed well. Your great teachers could be in one place, school resources could be allocated to certain areas only, and that creates a huge disparity and poses a risk towards the development of our education quality in the years, in the future generations. And so because of this challenge, we thought it'd be most important to see how we can work together to tackle this issue. We'll be working together as Global Shapers Jakarta Hub, along with the Manila Hub, to facilitate a discussion along with a Philippines-based education startup called Escolabs, which focuses on upskilling, to bring together many stakeholders who have a vested interest in improving education quality. These include policymakers and advisors, as well as private and public corporations, academia, ed tech companies themselves, government bodies, as well as impact funders, who can rally around this shared challenge to explore what each of them can do to really improve the quality of education delivery in the Philippines and Indonesia. And for this, we have a specific focus, what I think Gabby will share with us about.
Yes, so with this initiative, we have 3 specific goals. First, we hope to connect all education or these education stakeholders from each country so that both can, number 2, promote sharing from all of their learnings, and also, number 3, then see where we could all potentially collaborate and find synergies to be able to learn from each other. From here, we'll have 2 tangible outlets. So first, a consultation report, where we'll consolidate all the key learnings from the workshop and from all stakeholders, as well as additional insights that each stakeholder might have on these specific initiatives. Here, we hope to create a space where people and all these stakeholders are able to share their thoughts, and then we'll be able to publish this report. In addition to that, we will also have a specific list of initiatives where each stakeholder will be able to list out their initiatives, as well as what involvement would be needed from each stakeholder. So with that, we understand that the Philippines and Indonesia, both individually, are doing amazing things in each country. However, both have learnings that could benefit from each other. So with that, we'd also like to encourage you all to think how you all could also shape the educational system in each of your countries. So from us in Global Shapers Jakarta, as well as Global Shapers Philippine Manila Hub, as well as Escolabs, we are creating and signing this MOU today to be able to facilitate discussions and bring all these learnings to build a better educational system in Indonesia. And we hope that from our project and from this MOU that we are signing, we hope that this will help to encourage and to push you all to start thinking about what you all could do in your individual countries, in your individual organizations to help build and promote a better educational system in each of your countries. So for those who are interested, let's build a community of young education tech and innovation enthusiasts. So thank you. And for those interested, feel free to scan this QR code and join this community.
Thank you.
What a wonderful presentations, but we kindly ask the representative of Global Shapers Jakarta Hub to remain on the stage, as well as you, Ms. Kalista, as a project leader for the ASEAN Youth Collaboration Initiative ASEAN Youth Agenda. And before that, as we will shortly begin the ceremonial signing to kick off the ASEAN Youth-led Collaboration Initiative, I would like to ask the project leader, Ms. Kalista, how do you feel about this initiative?
I'm extremely excited. I think one of the outcomes of a summit is there's a lot of talk, but oftentimes not enough action. So I hope that these 6 projects can serve as an example of how to translate these amazing ideas into concrete work and deliverables and impact in each of the places that we live in.
Wonderful. How about you? What's your point of view about this initiative?
Well, we're very excited to be working with the Philippines to be able to share what we're doing in Indonesia, but also to learn from them and see what we can implement in Indonesia as well.
Well, we cannot wait to the ceremonial signing, so therefore, we would like to invite all our amazing presenters to the center of the stage. Please welcome all the presenters. Here are all the talented presenters with their wonderful presentations. And we are about to begin the ceremonial signing to kick off the ASEAN Youth-led collaboration initiatives. And to all presenters, we are about to sign the MOU, and while we are still keeping the table on, so I would like to ask another presenter in here, what's your feeling about this initiative?
I think it's a good opportunity and a great platform to bring the youth together and the whole ASEAN community together as well.
Very nice answer. And how about you, Miss? How do you see this initiative can bring advantage for ASEAN countries, especially for the youth?
Yeah, I think we're so excited to work with Ecoselaras and the Diaselaras group because we see so many synergies in the way corporates can really help the upcoming startups to grow and develop. And I think that these partnerships between established industries can actually help accelerate the growth of these young entrepreneurs in the industry.
Very well. Therefore, I want to ask more about this initiative to you, Miss. Can you explain how do you feel about this initiative?
Well, we're very excited again. You know, we had the panel discussion just now about building an ASEAN climate tech ecosystem, where all of us have agreed that when it comes to cross-border collaboration, and especially ASEAN, we face quite similar challenges. But we definitely need the local partnerships as well to take off the projects and scale them.
Very nice answer. Once again, I want to see the point of view of the food security. How is it? How do you see this initiative can set up your objective?
I think food security is important issue that we need to address in ASEAN because we rely so much on agriculture. And I think with the innovation from agri-tech or maybe the innovative financing, we can address this problem together. Yes.
Thank you very much. Please round of applause for our presenters. All right, to all presenters, please stand behind this designated position based on your organizations. Please come here. You can see the name of organizations in here. Let me help you all. This is for again Digital Academy, Global Shapers Community, Sunway iLabs, ACOS, Innovate 360, Kipin, Kadin, Equity Initiative. All right, for all presenters, please stand together. You may sign the document. For all presenters, please stand together for a moment to take a picture together and show the document folder to the camera, please. Show the document to the camera. All right, that's nice. Here it is, the ceremonial signing to kick off the ASEAN Youth-led collaboration initiatives. Thank you to all presenters, and with that, we officially kick off the ASEAN Youth-led Collaboration Initiative as a part of the 2023 ASEAN Youth Agenda. Let's give round of applause. Thank you so much, all the presenters. You may return to your seat. Thank you very much for your participations. We really value your presence. Thank you very much. all the presenters with their valuable projects to the youth of ASEAN, to the ASEAN young people. Thank you very much. You may return to your seat. Once again, thank you very much for those wonderful projects. We are very pleased to have youth that is really pay attention for our future, because the future is in our hand as the youth, especially when we talk about regionally. We hope that all the young leaders of ASEAN can bring a lot of projects like this, and we hope that this can inspire all people, especially for the young people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Now let's rewind a little bit and refresh our memories with a quick glimpse of what happened for the whole of ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. And therefore, let's watch the event recap video with us. We've come so far. It's been a wonderful event. Let's give a round of applause once again for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests and delegates, we are now entering one of the most anticipated parts of the closing ceremony, where we all can find out the insights of the youth. And we have compiled all the insights about the youth and ASEAN that you have been submitted in the past 2 days. So we will invite the participants who have given the best answer to the QR code response. If you hear your name on it, so please, we can see that the participants who have given the best answer to the QR code response, if you hear your name, please be present, okay? And come to the stage and claim to the exclusive tickets to SMCU Place SM Town Jakarta. Is there any name of Tika Tazkia? Where is it, Tika? Can you raise your hand, Tika? Come here, Tika. Congratulations, Tika. All right, Tika Tazkia. Wonderful. And next, all right, up next, can I know where is Alea Zahra? Raise your hand, Alea. Come here, Alea. Congratulations. You won the ticket to the SMCU Place SM Town Jakarta. Oh, wow, that's really touchable. Thank you very much. This is very good. Okay. And the next one, Alfia Hasnanda Sakina Maheswari. Can I know where is Olivia? Olivia, do you want a ticket or not? Okay, where's Olivia? Oh my God, too bad. There's no Olivia. Oh, you just missed the ticket. Okay, the next one, Jeremy Baron Gilbert Lumban Doruan. Where is Jeremy? Come here, Jeremy. Come with us. Okay. Can we give a round of applause for Jeremy? Jeremy, you won the exclusive ticket to SMCU Police SM Town Jakarta. And please, the next one we would like to know. Shinta. Where's Shinta in here? Can I know where's Shinta? Raise your hand, please. Oh my God, too bad. Shinta, please come here. Please come here. There is Shinta, okay. Come downstairs, Shinta. Oh, she's in a hurry. Please, ladies and gentlemen, wait for Shinta. As she is very excited to receive the exclusive ticket to SMCU Police SM Town Jakarta. Okay, the studio is very big, yeah? Please, ladies and gentlemen, wait for Shinta to come down. All right. Okay, so next one is Alexander Nainggolan. Can I have the name of Alexander? Can you raise your hand, Alexander? Okay, please round of applause for Alexander. Please come to the stage and claim your rewards. I still haven't seen Sinta. Where is Sinta? Okay, I think, yeah, maybe, yeah. Takes time though. Okay, now we have 4. And please come to the stage next. Andres Pulido, can I have the name? Wow! Congratulations, Andres, for winning the ticket to SMCU Police SM Town Jakarta. All right, we're still waiting for Sinta though. But then next, Faik Kamil. Where's Faik Kamil? Anyone who named with Faik Kamil? Raise your hand, Faik Kamil. Oh, too bad. Oh, too bad. Okay, maybe the next one. Okay, please, round of applause for Shinta. Then come all the way from up above. All right, for the next winner, please. Farhan Hamdi Pratama. Can I know where's Farhan is? Come here, Farhan. Claim your rewards. All right, Farhan, you win the ticket to SMCU Police SM Town Jakarta. Wait, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we have next? Michaela Valencia. Where's Michaela? Raise your hand, Michaela. Is there a name of Michaela? Oh, too bad. There's none. Okay, can we move forward? Okay, too bad. Those 3 people cannot get the ticket. So, okay, let me count it first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's too bad that all the 3 people that cannot attend this and cannot get the ticket for the SMU Police SM Town Jakarta. So I would like to ask the committee, is it okay to give this 7 persons only? To 7 people only is okay? All right. So here it is, the winner of the exclusive tickets to SMCU Police SM Town Jakarta. Congratulations. So here it is, the photo sessions. Can you please move forward a little bit? Okay, stop. Stop. All right. Please line up. Okay, you move forward. That's nice. So please take the picture, the cameraman. Thank you very much once again. Round of applause for the winners. Congratulations. Thank you for your participation. So you can claim the prize with the committee after this session. So please return to your seat. Thank you very, very much. And once again, congratulations. So ladies and gentlemen, Moving on, we would like to present you a traditional dance, so called as Tari Rentak Zamrah, from Binaan Dinas Kebudayaan Provinsi DKI Jakarta. And please enjoy this captivating performance, ladies and gentlemen, as Indonesia will hand over its ASEAN rotating chairmanship to Lao PDR. So without further ado, please enjoy the performance. 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final moments of the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. What a remarkable journey it has been. And before we conclude this special event, we have a special treat for you. And as we come to an end of this year's summit, I want to express my sincerest gratitude to each one of you, and of course for our sponsors. Thank you very much, Moya Indonesia, Pertamina, Sasa Inti, KB Financial Group, Weir Group, Tanoto Foundation, Foray Coffee, Grand Malia, and Bluebird. Round of applause for our sponsors. Thank you very much. And your presence, your insights, and your enthusiasms, of course, have truly made this event resounding success. And I hope that over the past few days, you not only gain knowledge, but also gain much connections with all of us and discovered new perspectives and left with a sense of inspiration. So please, once again, round of applause for everyone in here. Thank you very much. And I also hope that you have had a pleasant experience throughout this event, and that all the memories and friendships have formed here will continue to enrich your personal and professional lives. And thank you very much. Let us carry the spirit of collaborations, innovation, and unity that we've been experienced here today in our respective communities and beyond. And thank you once again for being part of the ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. We look forward to welcoming you all again in the future. And safe travels until we meet again. And as a final closing, this is a special present for all of you. We are so delightful to share this with you. This is the treat from us to you right now. And here it is. I'm very delighted to introduce. Okay, it's a mystery. It's still mystery, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a very, very special treat for all of you. And once again, we would like to thank you all for all the participations, all the attendees, all the delegates, and also the guests. And also, can we give a round of applause for Mr. Rorian in here? And please, I would like to hear more applause for Mr. Michael in here. But then, once again, we cannot make this without our sponsor, truly sponsor. So please, I would like to say thank you again to our sponsor, Moya Indonesia, Pertamina, Sasa Inti, KB Financial Group, Weir Group, Tanoto Foundation, Foray Coffee, Grand Malia, and Bluebird. Please give a round of applause for our amazing sponsors and also our co-organizers. So can we start, please? All right. I would like to thank you all as well for the presenters. Can we give a round of applause for the presenters? And therefore, we have so many projects that is really, really remarkable. And therefore, I would like to know, how does it feel to be a presenter in this summit? So I would like to ask, first of all, about the food security. Can we know? How do you feel about this initiative and this whole summit?
I think the ASEAN Youth Summit Committee really sets a high standards for the future ASEAN Youth Summit. I think this is one of the best youth summit event that I've ever been in. I feel younger being here with you guys, so thank you so much.
Thank you for helping me, okay? All right, it's my time. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a choir performance performed by Ternyata Kita Choir.
Indonesia, negeri elok amat ku cinta. Tanah tumpah darahku yang mulia, yang ku puja sepanjang masa.
Love can touch us one time, as long as you stand by me.
Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on. Wow, wow, wow. Far across the distance between us, you have come to show. Go on, on, on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart has go on, go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're hearing my heart, and my heart will go on and on. When the night has gone and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see.
So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me.
Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you.
When the night has come and the land is dark,
Kita Choir. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the end, the closing of ASEAN Plus Youth Summit 2023. Thank you for all your participation. I'm Clara Antawijaya signing off. Goodbye. Aye, aye.
Dan neraka tak pernah ada. Kainku